Chapter 1827. In less than 2 years, you've broken through from the intermediate refined saint stage to the early divine saint stage and even became a devil cultivator. Zhao Ji, don't tell me you've cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhao Ji with a mocking expression on his face. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the soaring devil qi on Zhao Ji's body paused for a moment. Then, as though he had no intention of hiding his identity, he said frankly, "So what if I did?" "You're right." Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Zhao Ji's confirmation. In fact, he had only asked casually. After all, the Debussy subterranean was so big that it was filled with all sorts of strange things. It was normal for one to have a fortuitous encounter. However, Zhao Ji's words had undoubtedly admitted that he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. "Since you're going to die today, there's no harm in telling you." Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of Heaven Palace in our mystical Sky Mansion, are my connections. Not only did Zhu Luqi obtain the devouring dark devil technique, but so did I. In Zhao Ji's opinion, there was no way Duan Lingtian would be able to survive today. Due to this reason, he was not afraid Duan Lingtian would spread the news. "I see." Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Then, does this mean that the commotion in the remote area in the west in the past 2 years and the young women who were turned into dried corpses were not Palace Master Zhu's doing? That's right. It was me and Zhu Luqi who turned those young women into dried corpses. However, unlike Zhu Luqi, he never touched those virgins while I like virgins the most. Because devouring the vital blood and essence of virgins would allow my cultivation to advance even more swiftly. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he licked his dry lips as though he had not had enough. His eyes shone like a hungry wolf. "Bastard!" Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. "Aren't you afraid you'll become the public enemy for cultivating the devouring dark devil technique? The public enemy is Zhu Luqi. As for me, in the eyes of others, I'm just a lucky person who obtained the inheritance of an ancient devil beast." Zhao Ji smiled smugly. "Aren't you afraid I'll spread the news?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he asked. "Spread the news? You'll have to survive today." Zhao Ji sneered disdainfully. "Lingtian, your innate talent is indeed very strong. If you continue to grow, you'll definitely become a prodigy in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in the future. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have made an enemy out of me. You're the one who ruined yourself." Zhao Ji's words were filled with confidence. It was as though he was certain Duan Lingtian would win. "If you want to kill me, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so," Duan Lingtian said coldly. He narrowed his eyes when he saw Zhao Ji boasting so shamelessly. "Don't worry. I've said before that I won't kill you in a hurry. I'll slowly toy with you until you're dead." Zhao Ji's tone turned colder as the devil qi on his body rose. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion resonated in the air. Zhao Ji, who was shrouded in devil qi, seemed to have transformed into a peerless devil god. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Boom! He threw a punch at Duan Lingtian. It was as though a gigantic mountain had collapsed. The attack that was as heavy as Mount Tai pressed down on Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it gave Duan Lingtian a lot of pressure. Whoosh! 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 As the sound of sword whistling reverberated in the air, a layer of golden sword rays appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. It was none other than the colossal sword bell. Apart from that, most of the sword rays swept toward Zhao Ji's punch that was shrouded in devil qi. "You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Break!" Zhao Ji shouted loudly. The energy in his fist rose again. It easily suppressed Duan Lingtian's attack and continued to sweep toward Duan Lingtian. What a powerful force! At this moment, Duan Lingtian could deeply feel the strength of an early divine saint stage powerhouse. It was not something he could fight against at this moment. At the very least, he was no match for Zhao Ji if he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Devil Seal Tablet. Whoosh! Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian chose to dodge Zhao Ji's punch after probing his strength. However, no matter how fast he was, Zhao Ji's punch was even faster. Bang! Although Zhao Ji's punch did not land accurately on Duan Lingtian's body, it still made contact with the colossal sword bell that rose from the surface of his body. In just an instant, the colossal sword bell was crushed into pieces. It did not even have time to react. Since the colossal sword bell was crushed, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian suffered a backlash. Coupled with the force of Zhao Ji's punch that landed on his body, he was sent flying. Duan Lingtian was sent flying like an arrow. He only managed to stabilize his body after he was sent flying 100 meters away. However, the vital energy and blood in his body were still in turmoil. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were more or less injured. This was due to his powerful physical body. If it was an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, he would have suffered more than just minor injuries when faced with Zhao Ji's thunderous punch. Huh! Zhao Ji was slightly surprised when he discovered Duan Lingtian was only slightly injured. Although his punch earlier did not hit Duan Lingtian's body, the force that swept toward Duan Lingtian was definitely not weak. Logically speaking, even if Duan Lingtian did not die, he should be severely injured. However, based on the current situation, his punch had only caused Duan Lingtian to suffer a minor injury. That's good as well. I can play for a little longer. Zhao Ji grinned smugly. It was obvious that he had already regarded Duan Lingtian as a piece of meat on his chopping board. Lingtian, is this all you've got? You've really disappointed me. At the same time, Zhao Ji did not forget to provoke Duan Lingtian with a disdainful expression on his face. A haughty expression appeared between his brows. Zhao Ji. Faced with Zhao Ji's provocation, Duan Lingtian, who had finally caught his breath, was not provoked at all. Instead, he calmly said, "Since you've been so honest with me and told me everything, I feel that I shouldn't hide too much from you because that would be unfair to you." At this point, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a stone tablet under Zhao Ji's watchful eyes. That stele was missing a corner. However, there were many densely carved characters on it. These words were cryptic and difficult to understand. In any case, Duan Lingtian did not recognize a single one of them. At this moment, the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand trembled violently as if it wanted to break free from Duan Lingtian's control. Zhao Ji did not know why, but when Duan Lingtian took out the stone tablet with a missing corner, a sense of panic rose in his heart. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, but he could not show it in front of Duan Lingtian. However, after that, Zhao Ji's attention shifted to something else. He could clearly see Lingtian's face that he hated to the core suddenly contorted before it transformed into another handsome face. It looks familiar. When Zhao Ji saw this handsome face, this thought appeared in his mind for no reason. In his memory, he seemed to have seen this face somewhere before, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Actually, Lingtian is just my name. My surname isn't Ling, it's Duan. Then, Duan Lingtian's words resonated in Zhao Ji's ears. Lingtian is just a name? Not Ling? Duan? Why are you telling me all this? When Zhao Ji heard Duan Lingtian's words, he instinctively opened his mouth. However, before he could finish speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened abruptly, and he had a shocked expression on his face as he muttered, "Duan. Lingtian? Duan Lingtian. Isn't he the person who obtained the Devil Seal tablet in the rumors? I remember now. At the same time, when Zhao Ji looked at Duan Lingtian again, he also recognized Duan Lingtian's face. This face is exactly the same as the face of the person in the portrait that was circulated in the lower province. The person in the portrait is none other than Duan Lingtian, who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. You're Duan Lingtian. When Zhao Ji finally regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, his gaze landed on the stone tablet with a chipped corner in Duan Lingtian's hand. He could not help but have a horrifying thought in his mind. He's Duan Lingtian. Then, don't tell me this chipped stone tablet that makes my heart palpitate is one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, the Devil Seal tablet? The Devil Seal tablet was one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great divine weapons ranking. Anyone who obtained it would be able to kill a devil cultivator who was a stage higher than them. He's at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Then, he can kill all devil cultivators below the refined saint stage with the Devil Seal tablet. The moment Zhao Ji thought of this, his eyes widened. He was so shocked that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He felt as though God was playing a joke on him. He cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, and his cultivation base had finally entered the divine saint stage after much difficulty. He had even surpassed Ling Tian, who hated him to the core. However, now that he was about to get his revenge, Duan Lingtian actually took out a super saint weapon like the Devil Seal tablet. Don't tell me this Duan Lingtian was sent by God to restrain me? Zhao Ji's heart was filled with shame and indignation. At this moment, he felt as though there was a saying in his heart, since there's a jade tablet, why is there a jade tablet? When Duan Lingtian saw Zhao Ji's expression changing drastically when his gaze landed on the Devil Seal tablet in his hand, his expression turned extremely grave. Naturally, Duan Lingtian also guessed Zhao Ji had recognized the Devil Seal tablet. He could not help but ask mockingly, "What? You recognize it? Why aren't you saying anything? Earlier, didn't you say you're going to torture me to death slowly? Didn't you say you're going to cut me into 1,000 pieces?" Duan Lingtian sneered. After Duan Lingtian withdrew the Devil Seal tablet and exposed his identity, the situation at the scene had undergone a tremendous change. Zhao Ji, who originally had the upper hand, had a horrified expression on his face. Chapter 1828. No. Impossible. How could there be such a coincidence? How could this Ling Tian be that Duan Lingtian? Zhao Ji found it difficult to accept this. If this Ling Tian was really that Duan Lingtian, then the stone tablet with a missing corner in Ling Tian's hand would be one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, the Devil Seal tablet. With Ling Tian's strength, he could even suppress a devil cultivator at the peak of the divine saint stage with the help of the Devil Seal tablet. However, he was only an early divine saint stage devil cultivator. At this moment, Zhao Ji wished Ling Tian was lying to him. However, the fear he felt from the stone tablet with a missing corner in Ling Tian's hand was real. It was not a psychological effect. It's over. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he glanced at Zhao Ji nonchalantly. He did not intend to waste his breath on Zhao Ji any longer. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and raised the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. The Sun True Origin in his body surged out and merged with the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet began to tremble even more violently. Waves of black mist also surged out of the demon sealing tombstone and swirled around it. In the end, it solidified into bolts of black lightning that sent chills down one's spine. When the Devil Seal tablet's aura surged out, even if one was not a devil cultivator, one would feel chills down one's spine, let alone a devil cultivator who was restrained by the Devil Seal tablet. When Duan Lingtian merged his true origin with the Devil Seal tablet, Zhao Ji discovered he was being targeted by a terrifying aura. He could not even muster the will to resist in the face of this aura. Apart from that, he discovered the energy in his body had stagnated. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. No. Zhao Ji was scared out of his wits. At this moment, he was 100% certain the inconspicuous stone tablet with a missing corner in Ling Tian's hand was the Devil Seal tablet. If it was not the Devil Seal tablet, it would not be able to restrain him like this. Ling Tian's true identity was indeed Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so arrogant. I shouldn't have taken advantage of you. I shouldn't have bullied you. You should have hit me, you should have. You should have kicked me out of the Saint Martial's secret zone. I should have kicked you, I should have kicked you. As long as you don't kill me, I won't expose your identity. I won't hold a grudge against you in the future, and I won't seek revenge against you. I can swear on the lightning penalty oath. I swear by the lightning penalty oath. Let me go. I beg you, let me go. Faced with Duan Lingtian, who was about to throw the Devil Seal tablet at him, Zhao Ji had no choice but to admit defeat no matter how much he hated Duan Lingtian. If he did not submit and the Devil Seal tablet came crashing down on him, he would definitely die. In the face of death, Zhao Ji, who valued his life more than anything else, only had one thought in his mind at this moment, and that was to survive. Nothing else mattered to him anymore. At this moment, even if Zhao Ji was asked to kill his father and grandfather, as long as he could survive, he would do it. Under the suppression of the Devil Seal tablet, it was useless even if the devouring dark devil technique that he cultivated had the soul congregation technique recorded in it. This was because the Devil Seal tablet mainly targeted the soul. Once it attacked a devil cultivator, it would immediately crush the devil cultivator's soul. In the face of the Devil Seal tablet's attack, the soul congregation technique was useless. However, in the face of Zhao Ji's begging and submission, Duan Lingtian completely ignored him. Without saying a word, he lifted the Devil Seal tablet and threw it at Zhao Ji. Boom! The moment the demon sealing tombstone made its move, space shook and ripples spread out like ripples. A vast wave of energy also surged out and the surrounding clouds were all dispersed. It was as though something had exploded. Whoosh! The sound of wind and thunder reverberated in the air wherever the Devil Seal tablet passed. In just a blink of an eye, it was already close to Zhao Ji. No! At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had a look of despair on his face, could only let out a silent cry in his heart. After he lifted the Devil Seal tablet and threw it out, Duan Lingtian looked on coldly from the side. In his opinion, it would be easy for him to kill Zhao Ji with the Devil Seal tablet that was powered by his son True Origin. There was no doubt that Zhao Ji would die. Rumble. However, when the Devil Seal tablet was close to Zhao Ji and was about to kill him, a loud noise resonated in the air again. Along with the noise, a wave of devil chi that was even more majestic surged into the sky. Who's there? When Duan Lingtian heard the loud noise and sensed the powerful devil chi, he immediately took out the Jasper celestial sword and looked at the sky warily. The loud noise was caused by a wave of energy that tore through the sky. The wave of energy was extremely powerful and contained a shocking amount of devil chi. It was obvious that a powerful devil cultivator who was hiding in the dark had made his move. Whoosh! At the same time, the Devil Seal tablet that was just a foot away from Zhao Ji and was about to kill him seemed to have sensed something. It paused in the air for a moment as though inertia did not exist to it. However, after pausing for a moment, it did not change its target. It continued to charge toward Zhao Ji. At this moment, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, a graceful figure appeared in his field of vision like a bolt of lightning. As soon as the figure appeared, it charged toward Duan Lingtian as fast as it could. It's her. The graceful figure grew larger and larger in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. At the same time, the person's face was clearly seen by Duan Lingtian. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that he would see this woman here. Although the woman's appearance had changed slightly after so many years, he still recognized her with just a glance. This woman was none other than the uneducated eldest young miss he had met in the 9 Sect Alliances district, Ouyang Rua, the eldest young miss of the Ouyang clan in Han River City. Because of Ouyang Rua, he had a huge conflict with the Ouyang clan. However, he heard that the Ouyang clan had been annihilated. Initially, he thought Ouyang Rua was done for. He did not expect her to be alive and standing in front of him. Moreover, after so many years, Ouyang Rua's strength seemed to be even more powerful than his. No. Not only was she more powerful than him, but even Zhao Ji was no match for her. In fact, Ouyang Rua was far weaker than him back then. This Ouyang Rua. What kind of fortuitous encounter did she have? A few years ago, she was no match for me, but today, her cultivation base is even stronger than the intermediate divine saint stage. At this moment, many thoughts appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Duan Lingtian, you've caused the annihilation of my Ouyang clan and my brother's tragic death. Today, I'll kill you to avenge my brother and the Ouyang clan. At the same time, a cold woman's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Ouyang Rua's voice. In just a blink of an eye, before Duan Lingtian could react, Ouyang Rua had already arrived in front of him. She was only a foot away from him as she stared at him with bloodshot eyes. A vast energy rose from her body along with the monstrous devil qi, pressuring Duan Lingtian. She's a devil cultivator as well. At the same time that Duan Lingtian felt the danger, he secretly gasped. Whoosh! As though it had sensed the danger its master, Duan Lingtian, was in, the devil seal tablet that was supposed to continue killing Zhao Ji suddenly turned around and charged at Ouyang Rua when it was only a finger's distance away from Zhao Ji. Die! At the moment before the devil seal tablet turned around and charged toward Ouyang Rua, a narrow saber appeared in Ouyang Rua's hand out of thin air. The narrow saber contained a monstrous devil qi and a powerful force as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Ouyang Rua's eyes were filled with hatred. At this moment, she only had eyes for Duan Lingtian. She even ignored the devil seal tablet that was charging at her. It was obvious she wanted to kill Duan Lingtian even if she had to risk her life. In her opinion, if it was not for Duan Lingtian, her Ouyang clan would not have been annihilated, and her brother would not have been sent to that damned place to die. She would not have been tortured in that damned place and barely escaped death before she managed to obtain the inheritance from the primordial devil cultivator. It was precisely because she had obtained the inheritance from the primordial devil cultivator hidden in the nether ridge that Wang Fei Xian's cultivation base had soared in just a few years. Currently, she had already entered the Mastery Divine Saint stage. She was 2 levels stronger than Zhao Ji. As Ouyang Rua's saber charged at him, Duan Lingtian felt a great pressure. This pressure caused him to be on the verge of suffocating. After all, he had made the first move. Even though the Devil Seal tablet was fast, it would be difficult for it to suppress Ouyang Rua before her saber touched Duan Lingtian. For this reason, the Devil Seal tablet could not save Duan Lingtian. At the very least, it could not save him at this moment. Jasper Celestial Sword, it's all up to you now. When Ouyang Rua had appeared and revealed her strength at the intermediate Divine Saint stage, Duan Lingtian had already raised his guard. The 99 saint veins in his body had also circulated the Sun True Origin in his hand and was ready to attack. When Duan Lingtian saw Ouyang Rua's saber charging at him, he immediately circulated the Sun True Origin that he had been accumulating and channeled it into the Jasper Celestial Sword without any reservation. This was because his life was at stake. If he was not careful, he would be doomed eternally. For this reason, Duan Lingtian circulated the Sun True Origin that was channeled into the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was almost all of the Sun True Origin in his body. Duan Lingtian's Sun True Origin had completely merged with the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was as though a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage had channeled all of his true origin into the Jasper Celestial Sword. It caused the Jasper Celestial Sword to shine brightly and emit a terrifying aura. At the same time, streaks of solid golden sword energy appeared around the sword. Whoosh! Chapter 1829. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Although Ouyang Rua noticed the unusual sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, she did not think much of Duan Lingtian's sword. In her opinion, he was merely a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Even if he had the famous super saint weapon, the 9-cloud sword, on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, it would be impossible for him to block her attack. This was the confidence she had as a mastery divine saint stage devil cultivator. If it was not for the fact that she was afraid of the devil seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand, she would not have hidden in the dark and waited for an opportunity to make her move. It was only when Zhao Ji appeared and attracted the devil seal tablet's attention that she realized this was the best opportunity for her to make her move. Due to this reason, when she saw the devil seal tablet did not abandon Zhao Ji after she had tested its reaction with her attack, she seized the opportunity to make her move. She was prepared to perish together with Duan Lingtian. Wang! The saber in Ouyang Ruo's hand slashed across the sky like a silver moon before it collided with the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Both of them collided violently. Boom! 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 As the energy from the saber in Ouyang Ruo's hand collided with the energy from the Jasper Celestial Sword, the air trembled as a series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. Rolling airwaves swept out and set off violent winds. Impossible! When Ouyang Ruo discovered the energy from Duan Lingtian's sword was slightly stronger than the energy from the saber in her hand, horror dawned on her immediately. This was because she had never thought something like this would happen. Wasn't Duan Lingtian a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage? Since when was the strength of a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage strong enough to fight a mastery divine saint stage devil cultivator? At this moment, Ouyang Ruo did not even think about the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, Zhao Ji, who was abandoned by the devil seal tablet in the distance, did not even have the time to think or see what was going on. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared in the distance like a ghost, far away from the place where Duan Lingtian and Ouyang Ruo were fighting. Puchi! A crisp sound rang out. Duan Lingtian's Jasper Celestial Sword had broken the saber in Ouyang Ruo's hand. Then, like a venomous snake, it viciously bit towards Ouyang Ruo. After all, Ouyang Ruo was a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian's Jasper Celestial Sword was running out of energy, she managed to dodge the fatal attack from the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, even though she managed to dodge the Jasper Celestial Sword's fatal attack, the Devil Seal Tombstone had also arrived. Boom! The Devil Seal Tombstone shot through the air like a mountain and crashed down on Ouyang Ruo. It was as if it wanted to completely suppress her. No! Ouyang Ruo's eyes were filled with unwillingness when she saw the Devil Seal tablet that was charging at her and Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance with a pale face and tottering body. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. She exerted all her strength to activate the broken saber in her hand. She wanted to throw the saber out and kill Duan Lingtian before the Devil Seal Tombstone could suppress her. She was confident that once the broken saber in her hand was thrown out, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. This was her last chance. Unfortunately, just as Ouyang Ruo was about to activate the energy in her body and send it into the broken saber, the energy in her hand suddenly surged out. At this moment, the terrifying energy from the Devil Seal tombstone had already enveloped her body. The raging energy surged into her mind as though it was free of charge, directly destroying her soul. With her soul destroyed, Ouyang Ruo's body was, naturally, a walking corpse. The broken saber in her hand that was about to be thrown out fell from her hand. Huff, 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 in the distance, Duan Lingtian's tense nerves immediately relaxed when he saw Ouyang Ruo being killed by the Devil Seal tombstone. He panted heavily. Oh no! That Zhao Ji ran away. After taking a few deep breaths and recovering slightly, Duan Lingtian inadvertently glanced into the distance. When he saw that there was no one there, his expression changed drastically. The Devil Seal tombstone. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the Devil Seal tombstone. The Devil Seal tombstone seemed to be able to sense Duan Lingtian's emotions. The flashing black lightning around its body became even more intense and raging. Then, it started to spin in the air as if it was searching for something or confirming the direction. Whoosh! After a short moment, under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, the Devil Seal tablet suddenly shook before it seemed to have transformed into a meteor that soared through the sky and disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in just a blink of an eye. The Devil Seal tombstone was chasing in the direction that Zhao Ji had escaped. Zhao Ji. After putting away Ouyang Ruo's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian hurried on with his remaining son True Origin. Although his speed was not as fast as when he was at his peak, it was not slow either. However, as his son True Origin continued to deplete, his speed began to slow down. I hope the Devil Seal tombstone can catch up to Zhao Ji and kill him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only pray in his heart. In the distance, after Zhao Ji saw the Devil Seal tombstone had abandoned him, he fled as fast as he could. He did not dare to hold back at all. In the beginning, although he was running, he did not hear anything behind him. For this reason, he had a relieved expression on his face. However, when he heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him, horror dawned on him. The Devil Seal tombstone has caught up to me? While he was fleeing, Zhao Ji turned his head to look behind him. With just a glance, he saw something that looked like a black bolt of lightning charging toward him at an extremely fast speed. Its speed was even faster than a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. When Zhao Ji turned his head and saw the black bolt of lightning, a thought appeared in his mind. However, the black bolt of lightning had already arrived in front of him and was heading straight for his head. No! Zhao Ji only managed to cry out in grief before his body jolted and fell from the sky. Looking at his widened eyes, the spiritual light was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by a dull and lifeless gaze. It was apparent Zhao Ji's soul had been suppressed by the Devil Seal tombstone. After 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian finally arrived. When he saw the Devil Seal tombstone hovering in the air and Zhao Ji who was lying on the ground, he sighed in relief. It's a good thing I didn't let Zhao Ji escape. Otherwise, wouldn't the news of me being Duan Lingtian spread like wildfire? The Devil Seal tombstone is one of the famous 10 Great Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint land. Even in the upper province, it's an extraordinary existence. If news of this spread out, even if I have the protection of the Azure Cloud Mansion, nobody from the lower province would dare to snatch the Devil Seal tombstone from me. However, what about the upper province? Although the people from the lower province fear the Azure Cloud Mansion, the powerhouses from the upper province don't care about the Azure Cloud Mansion at all. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. However, with Zhao Ji's death, everything had come to an end. The news of him being Duan Lingtian would not spread. At the very least, it would not spread for now. After killing Zhao Ji, Duan Lingtian rested for a while before continuing on his journey to the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the Mystical Sky Mansion's main mansion. At this time, Ji should have killed Lingtian by now, right? Since Zhao Deng was restrained by Qian Pingsheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, he could not leave the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. He could only wait at home for news. Smack! All of a sudden, a clear sound resonated from nearby and attracted Zhao Deng's attention. Zhao Deng looked over and saw the 3 pearls enshrined on the table in the distance. The one on the right had shattered into pieces. Seeing this bead shatter, Zhao Deng's eyes suddenly widened, and a scarlet color appeared in his eyes. After a long while, he finally roared out loud. His voice was filled with anger and sorrow. That pearl belonged to his son, Zhao Ji, the soul pearl. The shattering of the soul pearl meant that Zhao Ji was killed and his soul was destroyed. Whoosh! Zhao Deng, who was filled with anger and sorrow, had completely forgotten about Qian Pingsheng. He immediately flew out of the mystical Sky Mansion to chase after Ling Tian. He wanted to know how his son had died. However, Qian Pingsheng did not know what Zhao Deng had gone through, so he directly stopped him. "Palace Master Qian, my son has been killed. Don't tell me you're going to stop me from finding the murderer? Perhaps, you're one of the accomplices in killing my son?" Zhao Deng stared at Qian Pingsheng with bloodshot eyes, causing Qian Pingsheng to feel chills running up his spine. "Zhao Ji has been killed?" Qian Pingsheng frowned. "Do you think I'll lie to you about this? Palace Master Qian, you better think this through. If I lose the best time to find the murderer because of your obstruction, you'll become an accomplice as well. At that time, you'll have to answer to my father yourself." When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, he even mentioned his father, Zhao Jin. His tone was filled with anger and impatience. When Qian Pingsheng heard this, he gasped. He could tell Zhao Deng did not seem to be lying. Due to this reason, he obediently moved aside. Since almost half of the 3 days had passed, Ling Tian must have left the mystical Sky Mansion. Even if Zhao Deng went after him, it would be impossible for him to catch up to him. When Zhao Ji left the mystical Sky Mansion's estate, he asked some of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. When he found out the direction Duan Ling Tian and the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples at the intermediate refined saint stage and above had left, he immediately rushed over. He knew his son must have gone in that direction as well. Soon after, Zhao Deng encountered the group of intermediate eminent saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan who were returning to the mystical Sky Mansion. He immediately stopped them and asked in a deep voice, "Did you see Lord Vice Mansion Master?" The group of Zhao clan's disciples bowed respectfully when they saw Zhao Deng. They nodded in response to his question. "Lord Vice Mansion Master, we met little junior brother earlier. However, little junior brother seemed to have used an escape Dao talisman and disappeared before our eyes." Many people said in unison. "Escape Dao talisman?" Zhao Deng frowned. However, when he extended his divine consciousness and probed the cultivation base of the group of Zhao clan's disciples, realization dawned on him. Chapter 1830. Due to this reason, it was normal for them to think his son had used an escape technique Dao talisman. Zhao Ji thought to himself. As far as I know, all the powerhouses at the intermediate eminent saint stage or above from our Zhao clan who are not in closed-door cultivation in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate have gone after Ling Tian. Why are all of you the only ones here? Where's Zhao Dong and the others? Zhao Deng looked at the group of intermediate eminent saint stage mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Lord Vice Mansion Master, Zhao Dong and the other senior brothers at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage were killed by Ling Tian. Soon after, someone replied to Zhao Deng's question. What? Upon hearing this, horror dawned on Zhao Deng's face as though he was struck by lightning. Zhao Dong was killed. Zhao Dong was a disciple from the Zhao clan who was ranked at the top of the mystical sky ranking. Not long ago, he had even entered the peak of the eminent saint stage. However, he was killed by Ling Tian today. Ling Tian. Zhao Deng's eyes were burning with rage as though it could burn everything. Ling Tian had actually killed Zhao Dong and the other mastery eminent saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan. This was undoubtedly destroying the foundation of the Zhao clan. Perhaps, Zhao Deng and the others were still unable to shoulder the burden of the Zhao clan. However, after a few decades or even 100 years, the Zhao clan would have to rely on them. But now, Zhao Deng and the others had died before they even had the chance to grow. They had died in Ling Tian's hands. How could Zhao Deng not be furious? At this moment, Zhao Deng seemed to have forgotten something. If Zhao Dong and the others did not go after Ling Tian would not have been so ruthless. Of course, not to mention that Zhao Deng had forgotten about this matter. Even if he remembered, he wouldn't think so. In his opinion, it was only right for the people from the Zhao clan to kill others, but it was wrong for others to kill the people from the Zhao clan. When did all of you meet Zhao Deng took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart as he looked at the disciples from the Zhao clan. He asked the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. After Ling Tian killed Zhao Deng and the others and left, little junior brother arrived. Someone was the first to respond. You were there too? Zhao Deng's face darkened. Why didn't Ling Tian kill you? Maybe it's because we were too slow and didn't get close to him in time, so we didn't provoke him. Or maybe it's because he disdained to kill us. Many people smiled bitterly. Must have gone after Ling Tian. Could it be that he was killed by Ling Tian? Impossible. That Ling Tian is merely a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. It's impossible for him to kill Zhao Deng had thousands of thoughts in his mind. At the same time, he moved in the direction that Duan Ling Tian had left. He was certain that his son had gone after that Ling Tian. Therefore, if he wanted to find clues about his son's murder, he had to take this route. Vice Mansion Master's expression doesn't look too good. The group of intermediate eminent saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan looked at each other when they saw Zhao Deng leaving in such a hurry. They could see that Zhao Deng's expression was grave and he seemed to have encountered something urgent. Don't tell me something happened to little junior brother? It was unknown who said this, but the entire crowd fell silent again. That's possible. Many people agreed after a few moments. However, no matter what, this was only their speculation. For this reason, they quickly stopped discussing this matter. If news of their speculation spread out and reached the ears of the Vice Mansion Master or the Guardian, they would definitely be in deep trouble. Zhao Deng carefully searched everywhere he passed by. Soon after, he discovered the bodies of Zhao Dong and the others. Although he had heard that Zhao Dong and the others had been killed by Ling Tian, when he saw the corpses of Zhao Dong and the others, Zhao Deng was filled with anger again. Ling Tian, our Zhao family is absolutely irreconcilable with you. I, Zhao Deng, swear that I'm not human if I don't kill you. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian was bound to not be able to hear his hysteria. Even if he heard it, Duan Ling Tian would only snort in disdain. Irreconcilable? Could it be that the Zhao clan was not irreconcilable with him before this? If that was not the case, why would so many people from the Zhao clan try so hard to kill him? Since he was in a hurry to find out the cause of his son's death and the culprit who killed his son, he took a few more glances at Zhao Dong and the others' bodies before he stepped into the air again and continued to move forward. Not long after, he found a corpse. Who's this woman? The body Zhao Deng discovered belonged to Ouyang Ruo. To be more precise, it was Ouyang Ruo who was killed by the Devil Seal tablet. However, Zhao Deng did not recognize her. Although Zhao Deng did not know Ouyang Ruo, he still checked her body. After checking her body, he could not help but gasp. There's no external injury on her body at all. It seems like she was killed by a soul attack. The person who killed her must be a powerhouse who mainly cultivates divine consciousness attacks. In the Tao martial saint land, whether it was martial or Tao cultivators, there were a small number of people who mainly cultivated divine consciousness attacks. When these people attacked with their divine consciousness, they would usually be able to catch their opponents off guard and kill them without leaving a trace. After all, it was the body of a woman he did not know. Zhao Deng did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he began to observe his surroundings. In the end, he really found some traces. Traces of Zhao Ji running for his life. Naturally, Zhao Deng only found some traces. He did not know they were traces of his son running for his life. However, he still followed the traces. An hour later, Zhao Deng found Zhao Ji's body. Although he had killed many people before, his eyes still turned red when he saw his son's body. Who's that? Who killed you? At this moment, Zhao Deng had completely lost his mind. As time passed by, Zhao Deng seemed to know it was useless for him to continue acting like this. He began to calm down and observe his son's body. As soon as he began to observe, he found some clues. He discovered there were no external injuries on Zhao Ji's body at all. There were not even any bruises on his body. Doesn't have any external injuries as well. He must have died from his soul being destroyed. Don't tell me he was killed by the same person as the woman I saw who died a long time ago. Who's the person who killed my son? Zhao Deng was about to go crazy when he realized the clues stopped here. He tried his best to search for traces in his surroundings, but he did not find anything. With speed, he must have caught up with Ling Tian before he came here. However, up until now, I still haven't found Ling Tian's body. I'll head in the direction Ling Tian went after he left the mystical sky mansion. Perhaps, I'll be able to find some clues. The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, he decided to continue chasing after Ling Tian. Naturally, he had also stored Zhao Ji's body in his spatial ring for safekeeping. At this moment, apart from sadness, there was only anger on his face. It was an uncontrollable anger. Due to Zhao Ji's death, Zhao Deng left the mystical sky mansion. After he collected Zhao Ji's body, he continued to chase after Ling Tian in the direction of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian, who was making his way to the Azure Cloud Mansion, was unaware of all this. Although he was unaware, he was still very careful. After he killed Zhao Ji, he changed into a set of grey robes. Not only that, but his appearance had also undergone a drastic change with the help of the disguising secret tactic. It was so ordinary that it could not be any more ordinary. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian's mother, Li Ro, was standing in front of him, she might not be able to recognize him, let alone other people. After traveling for a while, Duan Lingtian could clearly hear the sound of wind whistling behind him. The sound of wind whistling was getting closer and closer. It was obvious it was a powerhouse who was traveling. What a fast speed! This person's cultivation base must be at the Mastery Divine Saint stage at least. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, he did not turn around and continued to travel. Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a loud shout behind him. Then, he felt as though he was being targeted by someone. Zhao Deng? Duan Lingtian instantly recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than Zhao Deng, one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion. He was not surprised by Zhao Deng's appearance. Since he had already killed Zhao Ji, as long as Zhao Ji left a soul pearl in the Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng would definitely find out about Zhao Ji's death and leave the Mystical Sky Mansion to chase after him. As for the powerhouse whom Gu Li had hired to stop Zhao Deng, he might help Gu Li for the sake of Gu Li's father, Gu Xiayun. However, it was impossible for him to offend the other guardian, Zhao Jin. After learning that Zhao Jin's most beloved grandson, Zhao Ji, had been killed, how would he dare to stop Zhao Deng? Duanling Tian was not surprised when Zhao Deng called out his name. Although he had disguised himself, his back remained the same. It was still the same as before. Just by looking at his back, he was still him. "Senior, are you talking to me?" Duanling Tian asked, feigning ignorance as he turned around and looked at Zhao Deng, who was staring at him with a burning gaze. He had a confused expression on his face. When Zhao Deng saw Duanling Tian's ordinary face, he could not help but frown. How was this possible? How could this person who had the same back as Ling Tian have a different face? To be more precise, how could he not be Ling Tian? Zhao Deng extended his divine consciousness and discovered there were no traces of disguise on Zhao Deng's face. He was greatly disappointed. However, Zhao Deng completely ignored Duanling Tian, who had disguised himself and feigned ignorance. With just a flash, he disappeared before Duanling Tian's eyes. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian could not help but heave a sigh of relief. His back was also drenched in sweat. It's a good thing I know the disguising secret tactic that can't be detected by divine consciousness. Otherwise, I would have died today. The moment Duanling Tian thought about this, he could not help but feel relieved. Let's continue on our journey. With my current speed, I should be able to reach the Azure Cloud Mansion in a few days. Chapter 1831. Zhao Deng searched for a few days, but he did not find any clues about Duanling Tian's whereabouts at all. In the end, he could only return helplessly. I hope father won't come back so soon. Otherwise, I don't know how to tell him about this. He dotes on to the point of spoiling him. If he finds out is dead, he won't be able to accept it. Zhao Deng prayed inwardly as he made his way back. However, this was only his wishful thinking. When he returned, he discovered his father was already back. I heard is back. Where is he? This was the first thing Zhao Jin said when he saw Zhao Deng. Plop. Upon hearing Zhao Jin's words, Zhao Deng kneeled in front of Zhao Jin with a distressed expression on his face. He lowered his head and said, "Father, is dead." Boom. Zhao Deng's words were like a bolt from the blue when they entered Zhao Jin's ears. His eyes widened as horror dawned on him. Then, he looked at Zhao Deng and asked sternly, "What happened? I've only left not long ago. How did this happen?" "Father, it's like this." Following that, Zhao Deng began to tell Zhao Jin everything that had happened. He told Zhao Jin about how he had obtained the ancient devil beast's inheritance and how his cultivation base had entered the early divine saint stage. When Zhao Jin found out his grandson had entered the early divine saint stage before the age of 40, he should have been overjoyed. However, before he could rejoice, he found out his grandson who had such a great fortuitous encounter was dead. His soul was destroyed by a divine consciousness attack. At some point, Zhao Deng took out Zhao Ji's body. Tears streamed down Zhao Jin's face as he looked at Zhao Ji's body. He gently caressed Zhao Ji's face before his gaze turned cold. So, even if wasn't killed by Ling Tian, he was indirectly killed by him? Yes. Zhao Deng nodded and said angrily, if it wasn't for Ling Tian leaving the mystical sky mansion, wouldn't have chased after him. If didn't chase after him, he wouldn't have died. For this reason, Ling Tian is an indirect accomplice in death. Is there a possibility that the Gu clan fellow also found an expert skilled in divine sense attacks to protect Ling Tian as he left? That person used a divine sense attack to kill Zhao Jin guessed with a sullen face. That's possible. If not for Zhao Jin's reminder, Zhao Deng wouldn't have thought of this. Go. Follow me to find Gu Li. After Zhao Jin finished speaking, he brought Zhao Ji along to look for Gu Li. Gu Li made use of Gu Xiayun's connections to find a group of powerhouses to restrict the powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above from the Zhao clan. This was done to protect his friend. Zhao Jin couldn't do anything to him because of this, because the Zhao clan was in the wrong. However, if the person Gu Li hired to protect Ling Tian killed his grandson, then, it would be a completely different matter. However, when they looked for Gu Li denied it. I only found someone to restrict the powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above from the Zhao clan. I didn't find a powerhouse skilled in divine sense attacks to protect junior brother Ling Tian. When junior brother Ling Tian left, he was alone. If you don't believe me, I can swear on the lightning penalty oath. After Gu Li swore on the lightning penalty oath, Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng finally realized they had guessed wrongly. Gu Li did not find anyone to protect Ling Tian. Then, who was the person who killed their grandson and son? After Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng left, Gu Xiayun could not help but sigh. I can't believe Zhao Ji actually died outside. However, what's a refined saint stage martial cultivator like him doing? Is he going to hunt little Tian down? Humph. With his strength, he's just seeking death if he chased after junior brother Ling Tian. Gu Li snorted coldly and said disdainfully, in my opinion, Gu Li must have died in the hands of junior brother Ling Tian. I don't think it's little Tian. Earlier, they also said Gu Li was killed by a powerhouse skilled in divine sense attacks. There were no external injuries on his body at all. As far as I know, little Tian isn't skilled in divine sense attacks. Gu Xiayun shook his head. He had a different opinion. No matter what, Zhao Ji deserved to die. Now that he's dead, there's one less disaster in the mystical sky mansion. Gu Li said nonchalantly. Not only did he not sympathize with Zhao Ji's death, but he even took pleasure in his misfortune. It's fine if you say these words here, but if word of this spreads out, I'm afraid Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng won't let this matter rest. To them, Zhao Ji is their lifeblood. Even if Zhao Deng finds another woman to give birth to a son, it'll take at least a few decades for him to become like Zhao Ji. Gu Xiayun understood Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng's feelings very well. If something had happened to Gu Li, he would definitely have reacted the same way as Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng. In fact, he might have even lost his composure. Yes, father. Gu Li knew Gu Xiayun was doing this for his own good, so he agreed without hesitation. Where did little Tian go? Didn't he say he would go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land with you after you've broken through to the Divine Saint stage? Don't tell me he abandoned you and went to the upper province? Gu Xiayun asked curiously. Currently, Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng were not around. For this reason, Gu Li could tell his father everything he knew. However, he did not plan to reveal his identity as Duan Ling Tian immediately. Instead, he decided to take things one step at a time. Father, junior brother Ling Tian's surname is not Ling, isn't his name Ling Tian? Why is his surname not Ling? Gu Xiayun was puzzled. Ling Tian is his name. As for his surname. Father, can you guess what his surname is? When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, he purposely asked. The world is so big, and there are so many surnames. How would I know what his surname is? Gu Xiayun said snappily, all right. Stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me, what's little Tian's surname? He has the same surname as the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Gu Li smiled. The current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Duan Rufeng? Little Tian's surname is Duan? Gu Xiayun was a little surprised. In that case, his full name is not Ling Tian but Duan Ling Tian. Wait, no. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. However, I can't recall it at this moment. Devil Seal Tablet. Gu Li reminded him in a timely manner. Devil Seal Tablet. Upon hearing Gu Li's reminder, the fog in Gu Xiaoyun's mind cleared up, and he was suddenly enlightened. I remember now. That lucky kid who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet that caused a commotion back then was called Duanling Tian. I can't believe little Tian has the same name as Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. This name is rare. Gu Xiaoyun smiled. The reason he did not associate the Duanling Tian he was familiar with Duanling Tian was because he was certain Duanling Tian did not disguise himself. He had also seen the portrait of Duanling Tian before. Although both of them were very handsome, they were two completely different people. Father, junior brother Ling Tian is the Duanling Tian who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. Gu Li was speechless when he saw Gu Xiaoyun still had the wrong idea even after his reminder. What? Gu Xiaoyun was, naturally, taken aback by Gu Li's words. However, he quickly shook his head. Impossible. I've seen the portrait of Duanling Tian with my own eyes. He's not the same person as little Tian. I'm certain little Tian didn't disguise himself. Unless the portrait of Duanling Tian was drawn after little Tian disguised himself. Gu Li sighed. He knew his father would not be able to figure it out if he did not explain. As for what he was going to tell Gu Xiaoyun, he had already asked for Duanling Tian's opinion. If he only told Gu Xiaoyun this, Duanling Tian would not have any objections. As Gu Li explained, Gu Xiaoyun was so shocked that he could not close his mouth for a long time. Li Feng, the monstrous genius who appeared briefly in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, was not Duanling Tian's senior brother. Instead, he was Duanling Tian in disguise. As for Ling Tian, he was also Duanling Tian in disguise. Duanling Tian's real appearance was exactly the same as the portrait that was circulated that year. Not only had Gu Xiaoyun seen it before, but he also had a portrait of Duanling Tian in his hand. Swoosh! Gu Xiaoyun opened the portrait and looked at the handsome young man in it. He sighed emotionally. So this is little Tian's true appearance. However, little Tian's luck is really good. He was actually able to obtain the renowned Super Saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapon rankings, the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet is a Super Saint weapon that's capable of restraining devil cultivators. Gu Xiaoyun's expression suddenly turned solemn as he stared at Gu Li. You must remember not to tell anyone about little Tian's true identity. If news of this spreads out, he'll definitely become the target of everyone again. At that time, his enemy won't just be the Zhao clan, but the entire Debussy subterranean and the entire Dao Martial Saint land. Gu Xiaoyun knew how tempting the Devil Seal Tablet was. If it was not for the fact that he already regarded Duanling Tian as one of his own, he would have thought of killing him to snatch the treasure away. This was because the temptation of the Devil Seal Tablet was too great. I know. Gu Li nodded. I've only told you this after asking junior brother Ling Tian's opinion. As for the others, I won't tell them before I get junior brother Ling Tian's permission. That's good. Gu Xiaoyun nodded in satisfaction before he continued to ask, You haven't told me if little Tian left in a hurry and didn't wait for you. Did he go to the upper province first? No. Gu Li shook his head. He went to the Azure Cloud Mansion. As for me, I stayed behind to inform you. In a few days, I'll also go to the Azure Cloud Mansion to look for junior brother Ling Tian and leave the lower province with him to the upper province. Azure Cloud Mansion? Why did he go to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Chapter 1832. Father, junior brother Ling Tian has already decided to go to the upper province. Why is he joining the Azure Cloud Mansion for no reason? Gu Li was speechless when he heard Gu Xiaoyun's words. That's true. However, why is he going to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Gu Xiaoyun nodded. Indeed, since he had already decided to head to the upper province, there was no need for that little fellow to join the Azure Cloud Mansion since it would not benefit him at all. The Azure Cloud Mansion is his home. What can he do when he returns? Of course, it's to reunite with his family. Gu Li sighed. What? Gu Xiaoyun's eyes widened. The Azure Cloud Mansion is little Tian's home? What do you mean by that? What's the relationship between little Tian and the Azure Cloud Mansion? That's not right either. If he's related to the Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he come to our mystical sky mansion for no reason? Moreover, if he's really from the Azure Cloud Mansion, with his innate talent, he's definitely not someone who has no achievements. I've never heard of a person called Duan Ling Tian in the Azure Cloud Mansion before this. Gu Xiaoyun shook his head as he spoke. Father, do you still remember Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Gu Li asked. Although Gu Xiaoyun did not know why his son suddenly asked this question, he still nodded. Of course I remember. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, is a martial cultivator from the mortal continent. He's also the only person in the history of the Debussy subterranean who came from the mortal continent to control a peak force. Then what if I said? Junior brother Ling Tian is also a martial cultivator from the mortal continent? Gu Li asked again. What? Little Tian is also a martial cultivator from the mortal continent? Gu Xiaoyun was instantly petrified. After a long while, he muttered in astonishment, when did the martial cultivators from the mortal continent become so abnormal? Father, junior brother Ling Tian is the only son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Gu Li continued. His words were like a heavy bomb, and Gu Xiaoyun was dumbstruck. He only regained his senses after a while, and looked at Gu Li in shock. Li, is what you said true? Little Tian is the only son of Mansion Master Duan of the Azure Cloud Mansion? Absolutely. Gu Li nodded. However, since he's the only son of Mansion Master Duan of the Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he come to our mystical sky mansion? Gu Xiaoyun could not figure it out. However, after Gu Li's explanation, he came to a realization. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian did not go to the Azure Cloud Mansion immediately after he arrived in the Dao Martial Saint Land because he had lost the clue his father had left for him. It was only recently when he heard about some of the deeds of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and his name that he was certain of it. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was his father. He immediately rushed to the Azure Cloud Mansion to reunite with his family. It's fortunate that Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng didn't know about little Tian's background. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to make a move on little Tian even if they were given 100 guts. Gu Xiaoyun said as his eyes gleamed. Father, junior brother Ling Tian's identity is special, and it's not good to expose it. Not only is he the son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, but he's also the one who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. If news of him possessing the Devil Seal Tablet spreads out, I'm afraid even the Azure Cloud Mansion won't be able to protect him. Even the powerhouses from the upper province will be attracted by the Devil Seal Tablet. Gu Li said with a worried expression on his face. That's right. The temptation of the Devil Seal Tablet is too great. Gu Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. Then, he looked at Gu Li and continued to say, for this reason, it's all the more reason we can't expose little Tian's background. Otherwise, what awaits him and the Azure Cloud Mansion is a disaster. After all, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Understood. Gu Li said solemnly. On the other hand, after Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng left, they felt even more frustrated. Up until now, they still had no clue how their grandson and son had died. They had a lot of strength, but there was nothing they could do about it. If we want to find Jier's murderer, there's only one way to go now. Zhao Jin said in a deep voice. Father, are you referring to Ling Tian? Zhao Deng asked. That's right. Zhao Jin nodded before he continued to say, as far as I know, Ling Tian had made an appointment with that lad from Gu clan to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, he has left on his own. Although that lad from Gu clan has broken through to the Divine Saint stage, he still hasn't left with Ling Tian. I have a feeling that Ling Tian hasn't gone to the upper province yet. Moreover, based on what you said, he didn't leave in the direction of the upper province. Zhao Jin said in one breath. Father, where did Ling Tian go? Why don't we ask Guli about it? Zhao Deng said as his eyes flashed fiercely. Humph. Do you think Guli will tell you? Zhao Jin snorted coldly as he looked at Zhao Deng as though he was looking at an idiot. If it was someone else who looked at him like that, Zhao Deng would have long gone berserk. However, the person who looked at him like that was his father. Even if he was unhappy, he did not dare to show it. Father, what do you think we should do? Zhao Deng asked again. Keep an eye on that lad from Gu clan. He's the most important clue if we want to find Ling Tian. It's fine if he doesn't leave the mystical sky mansion. However, once he leaves, follow him and see if he's going to look for Ling Tian, Zhao Jin said. His eyes lit up. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Zhao Deng's eyes lit up immediately. At the same time, he secretly admired his father. As expected, the older the wiser. Duan Lingtian was completely unaware of what was happening in the mystical sky mansion. Currently, he had already arrived at the vicinity of the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. The Azure Cloud Mansion's estate was located at the south of the Debussy subterranean. It was located above a vast and boundless lake. If one stood by the side of the lake, one would not be able to see the other side of the lake. It felt as though one was standing by the sea and looking at the endless ocean. This was the Crouching Dragon Lake that surrounded the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. The entire lake was like a divine dragon coiling around the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. That was how the Crouching Dragon Lake got its name. Azure Cloud Mansion. Mother, Tian, will be able to see you soon. Little Fei, I'm here. I'm here to see you and our child. Father, I'm here. Outside the Crouching Dragon Lake, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked in the direction of the Crouching Dragon Lake. His emotions were surging. After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down before he stepped into the air and entered the Crouching Dragon Lake. The instant Duan Lingtian entered the Crouching Dragon Lake, the calm surface of the Crouching Dragon Lake suddenly began to ripple. In the end, a loud bang reverberated in the air. Bang! 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 After the loud bang reverberated in the air, a series of loud bangs reverberated in the air. One after another, gigantic figures emerged from the Crouching Dragon Lake, breaking the calm surface of the Crouching Dragon Lake. Who's there? How dare you trespass into the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate? At the same time, a thunderous voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. As soon as Duan Lingtian stepped onto the surface of the Crouching Dragon Lake, 10 gigantic figures emerged from the Crouching Dragon Lake. They rose into the air and surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. Wild beasts? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the 10 gigantic figures around him. He discovered they were 10 gigantic wild beasts. There was a black figure standing on the backs of these wild beasts. They were all soldiers dressed in black armor with cold expressions on their faces. These soldiers seemed to emit waves of coldness, giving people a bone-chilling feeling. Black armored guards? During his journey here, Duan Lingtian had deliberately asked around about the Azure Cloud Mansion. He knew the black armored guards were the most elite guards in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The weakest black armored guards were at the early Eminent Saint stage. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, only those who were at the early Eminent Saint stage and above were qualified to become a black armored guard. Due to the fact that the black armored guards were the elites of the Azure Cloud Mansion, there were only 1,000 of them. They were collectively known as the Black Armored Army. It was said that the Black Armored Army of the Azure Cloud Mansion consisted of 1 Chiliarch, 10 Centurions, and 100 Decurions. The Chiliarch was also the commander of the Black Armored Army. He was one of the exemplary Saint Stage powerhouses in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The 10 Centurions below him were all at the Mastery Divine Saint Stage or the peak of the Divine Saint Stage. As for the 100 Decurions, the weakest one was at the peak of the Eminent Saint Stage. No wonder people say the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountainshade Black Market are much stronger than the other quasi-third-rate forces. Put aside the Mountainshade Black Market, just the strength of the Azure Cloud Mansion alone is far from what the mystical Sky Mansion can compare to. Among the 1,000 Black Armored Guards, there are 10 Mastery Divine Saint Stage powerhouses and even those at the peak of the Divine Saint Stage. The commander of the Black Armored Army is even an exemplary Saint Stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. However, this force that shocked him was the force under his father's command. It has only been 20 years since my cheapskate father disappeared and reappeared on Cloud Continent. In just 20 years, not only did he make a name for himself in the Debussy Subterranean, but he even became the new Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only that, but he also led the Azure Cloud Mansion to become a top force in the lower province that's comparable to the Mountainshade Black Market. Duan Lingtian could not figure out how his cheapskate father managed to achieve this in such a short time. If it was him, he would not have been able to do it. Leave the Crouching Dragon Lake in 10 breaths. Otherwise, die. One of the 10 Black Armored Guards said coldly when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring them. He was riding on a wild beast when he emerged from the Crouching Dragon Lake. The one who spoke just now was also this person. He was clearly the leader of the dozen or so Black Armored Guards. Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye and instantly probed his cultivation base. It was at the peak of the Eminent Saint Stage. It seems like he's a Decurion. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Decurion, the reason I came to the Azure Cloud Mansion is to see Mansion Master Duan. Duan Lingtian did not reveal his identity and say he was their young Mansion Master. He only said he wanted to see the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Who are you? Why do you want to see our Lord Mansion Master? Chapter 1833. As for the details, I'll have to meet Mansion Master Duan before I can tell you. Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke to the Decurion. Even before they arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate, Duan Lingtian was still very cautious. He was not in a hurry to reveal his identity. Moreover, even if he did reveal his identity, he would need others to believe him. Before this, most of the people in the Azure Cloud Mansion did not know their Mansion Master had a son. If he said he was the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the other party would most likely think he was a liar and throw him out. Duan Lingtian, who missed his family dearly, was, naturally, unwilling to create unnecessary trouble. Due to this reason, he was so cautious. If that's the case, I'll send someone to inform the Mansion Master of your arrival. However, you'll have to state your identity when you do so. Who are you? Which force are you from? The Decurion nodded before he asked again. When the Decurion saw Duan Lingtian remained silent for a long time, his expression turned grave immediately. What's wrong? Is it not convenient for you to state your identity? Decurion, I have a keepsake here. You can ask your man to bring it to the Mansion Master of your mansion. If the Mansion Master of your mansion is unwilling to see me, you can send me away. What do you think? As Duan Lingtian spoke, he took out the exquisite jade box that his cheapskate father had given him. Naturally, the exquisite jade box was empty. He had already taken out the item inside. When the decurion of the Black Armored Army and the other 9 Black Armored Guards saw Duan Lingtian taking out his keepsake, their cold faces could not help but tremble. A person who could take out a keepsake, as long as he was not joking with them, must have a close relationship with the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Such a person was not someone they could afford to offend. "Please wait a moment, mister." When the decurion spoke again, his tone was much more polite. In his opinion, based on this person's behavior, it did not seem like he was joking with them. Moreover, who was it that dared to make a joke out of the Azure Cloud Mansion? After receiving the exquisite jade box with both hands politely, the decurion carefully passed the jade box to one of his Black Armored Guards. "Bring this token to see Lord Mansion Master immediately. Tell him that this is a token brought by a guest from afar and that the guest wants to see him." "Yes, Sir Decurion." The Black Armored Guard who received the jade box accepted the order respectfully. Then, he urged the savage beast under his feet to go deeper into the crouching dragon lake. For a moment, only Duan Lingtian and the 9 Black Armored Guards were left. Duan Lingtian stood where he was and closed his eyes to rest. He quietly waited for the messenger to return. Meanwhile, the decurion and the other 8 Black Armored Guards stood to the side, not daring to even breathe loudly. Based on the calm expression on this person's face, they could see how mysterious he was. They were even more certain that this person had a close relationship with the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. For this reason, they became even more cautious. In their eyes, their Lord Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was the person they respected the most. He was also their faith. Someone who had a close relationship with their Lord Mansion Master was not someone they could neglect. On the other hand, the Black Armored Guard brought Duan Lingtian's exquisite jade box to see the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Everything went smoothly. Naturally, he did not see the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only that, but he had never seen the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion before. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, only the Azure Cloud Mansion's high-ranking officials had seen their Lord Mansion Master before. Among the 1,000 Black Armored Guards, only 11 of them who were centurions or above were qualified to see their Lord Mansion Master. To the people below him, the Manor Lord was an elusive existence. For this reason, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was mysterious and lofty in the eyes of the people below the Azure Cloud Mansion's high-ranking officials. Elder Rong. At the entrance of the central main hall on the floating island, the Black Armored Guard bowed respectfully to an old man. This old man was the right-hand man of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. His position in the Azure Cloud Mansion was only second to the Mansion Master. Even the captain of the Black Armored Army, the Lord Commander, would have to bow respectfully when he saw this old man. "Someone wants to see Lord Mansion Master?" Elder Rong was Rong Yuan. He looked at the Black Armored Guard and asked with a smile. Everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion knew that Elder Rong was a kind old man. No matter who he was facing, he would not put on airs. Even so, the Black Armored Guard was still flattered. "Elder Rong, a young man entered the Crouching Dragon Lake today. He happened to be in the area that our team was guarding. For this reason, our Lord Decurion led us to stop him. However, he said he knows Lord Mansion Master. Not only that, but he even took out a token and said he'd show it to Lord Mansion Master so Lord Mansion Master would summon him." As the Black Armored Guard spoke, he took out the exquisite jade box that Duan Lingtian had given him. When Rong Yuan saw this ordinary-looking exquisite jade box, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. After taking the jade box, he studied it again and again, but he did not find anything special about it. "Wait here for a moment. I'll bring this jade box to Lord Mansion Master." After informing the Black Armored Guard, Rong Yuan walked into the main hall with the jade box in his hand. The Black Armored Guard stood upright outside and waited quietly. Time continued to pass by quietly. About a quarter of an hour later, Rong Yuan came out with an ugly expression on his face. When the black-armored guard saw Rong Yuan's grave expression, his heart jolted as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Don't tell me that person is really toying with us and the Lord Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Is he not afraid of death? Lord Mansion Master doesn't recognize that lousy jade box. Moreover, that person must be a liar who pretends to be Lord Mansion Master's old friend. Inform your decurion about this. He should know what to do. After Rong Yuan finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and left in anger. That fellow. Not only did he toy with us, but he even dared to toy with Lord Mansion Master. Damn it! The black-armored guard's expression was extremely grave. When he returned, it was as though he was on steroids as he traveled at full speed. Soon after, he arrived at the edge of the crouching dragon lake. I'm back. When Duan Lingtian heard the commotion, he immediately opened his eyes with a smile on his face. When he thought about how he would be able to see his mother, his fiancée, his child, and his cheapskate father, he was elated. However, when he saw the black-armored guard's grave expression and the anger in his eyes, he could not help but feel his heart jolt again. Something's not right. This doesn't make sense. That exquisite jade box was given to me by my cheapskate father on Cloud Continent. He must have recognized it with just a glance. At the same time, the decurion also learned about how he had been deceived by the black-armored guard. His expression turned grave immediately. How dare you come to our Azure Cloud Mansion to deceive us? You're seeking death. When the decurion looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were cold. There was no longer any trace of politeness in his eyes. It was as though he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Deceive? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. He had deceived them? What was going on? Decurion, is this a misunderstanding? I'm sure there's no problem with the token I gave you. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion must recognize it. I'd like to ask you if you're certain you personally handed the jade box I gave you to the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Duan Lingtian asked the black-armored guard who went to report to him as he explained to the decurion. Humph. I was the one who personally handed that jade box to Elder Rong, and he passed it to Lord Mansion Master. Elder Rong has already said that Lord Mansion Master doesn't recognize that lousy jade box. You're just a liar who pretends to be Lord Mansion Master. The black-armored guard who went to report to Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. Elder Rong? Duan Lingtian frowned before his expression eased up. That's right. There must be something wrong with Elder Rong. How about this? Bring me to the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. As long as I meet him, the truth will be revealed. What do you think? If there's something wrong with me, there's no need for all of you. Your Mansion Master will personally execute me. There's something wrong with Elder Rong? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the 10 black-armored guards, including the decurion, looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Killing intent could be seen in their eyes. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, who did not know that Elder Rong was the Mansion Master spokesperson? However, this person actually dared to say there was something wrong with Elder Rong? Was this something that someone who knew their Mansion Master would say? Kill! As the decurion shouted coldly, the other 9 black-armored guards who had been waiting for a long time made their move. They were like hungry wolves who had not eaten or drunk for 10 days. They pounced on their prey without any hesitation. 9 black figures charged out in unison. From afar, it looked like a black torrent that swept across the sky. Boom! 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 As the sound of explosions reverberated in the air, the 9 black-armored guards left the wild beasts under their feet one after another and launched all kinds of attacks. The 5-colored energy blended together and swept toward Duan Lingtian in unison. Every attack was aimed at Duan Lingtian's vital points. It was as though all of them wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with just one strike. Duan Lingtian did not expect these black armored guards would be so barbaric. He had merely voiced out his speculation, but they pounced on him like mad dogs as though they wanted to tear him into pieces. He was rendered speechless. Was that Elder Rong their father? Could he not even say a word? One must admit that this 10-man squad of black armored guards was quite strong. Apart from the Decurion who did not make a move, the weakest among the 9 black armored guards was at the intermediate eminent saint stage. There were a total of 6 intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses and 3 mastery eminent saint stage powerhouses. However, such a combination was not a threat to him at all. Due to this reason, he easily dodged their joint attacks. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. He did not feel any pressure at all. The peak of the eminent saint stage. Chapter 1834. One must admit that as a member of the Black Armored Guards, none of them were afraid of death. Although they knew the person in front of them was much stronger than them, they had no intention of retreating. Instead, they continued to surround him. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but have a hint of respect in his eyes when he saw this. If it was someone else, they would have fled or begged for mercy when they saw how much stronger he was. However, the 9 black armored guards before him still charged forward and surrounded him even though they knew they were no match for him. It was as though they were not afraid of death. This ruthless scene caused the blood in Duan Lingtian's body to boil. It was as though he had returned to the days when he was in the underground world in his past life. The 9 black armored guards had obtained his respect. As expected of the Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored army. They really live up to their reputation. Duan Lingtian could not help but praise them. You're quite strong, sir. However, you've deceived us and even our Lord Mansion Master. In the end, you even suspected Elder Rong. Your crimes are unforgivable. If we let you leave the Azure Cloud Mansion alive today, it'll be because the Black Armored Army is useless. Finally, the Decurion made his move. He charged into the encirclement of the Black Armored Guards and charged toward Duan Lingtian. As a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage, the Decurion's strength was, naturally, extraordinary. At the instant the Decurion charged toward him, Duan Lingtian was certain the Decurion's strength was much stronger than Zhao Dong, the disciple from the mystical Sky Mansion's Zhao clan whom he had killed earlier. Moreover, the Decurion could even force him to use some of his techniques. So, the Decurion's weapon was a 7-foot-long spear. When it shot out, it was like a dragon coming out of its cave, causing the air to stagnate for a moment. Around the 7-foot-long spear, a vast amount of true origin had formed into a spiraling force. When the spear shot out, it was similar to the impact drill on Earth in Duan Lingtian's past life. It was as though it could pierce through everything. Earth Dragon Drill. At the same time, the Decurion shouted loudly. The energy on the 7-foot-long spear in his hand rose again, and the spiral force became even stronger. A spear shot out, aiming for Duan Lingtian's heart, faster than lightning. Why don't you try taking one of my attacks? As soon as the Decurion shouted, Duan Lingtian also shouted. Immediately afterward, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword completely condensed from the sun's true essence. Whoosh! The sword seemed simple, but it was actually a simple move that contained the profundity of the second realm of the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was so fast that it was even faster than the Decurion's 7-foot-long spear. Puchi! 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 The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the tip of the Decurion's 7-foot-long spear accurately. Both of them had infused their weapons with power, and this was the first time they had clashed. This was also a probing exchange. However, the Decurion was slightly inferior after the exchange of blows. This caused the Decurion to immediately activate the true yuan in his body and pour it into the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. The true yuan on the 7-foot-long spear instantly skyrocketed. However, when it came to making a last-minute effort, how could the Decurion compare to Duan Ling Tian, who had 99 saint veins? With just a thought, the vast Sun True Yuan in Duan Ling Tian's body immediately surged into the sword in his hand through the 99 saint veins. A crisp sword cry rang in the air. "Don't say that I'm bullying you. The true yuan I'm using now is equivalent to the true yuan you're using." At the same time, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. The strength of the true yuan on the sword in his hand was indeed equivalent to the Decurion's long spear. The Decurion was furious when he heard Duan Ling Tian's provocative words. He shook his arm, and the 7-foot-long spear moved forward. However, he did not increase the true yuan on the long spear. As a member of the Black Armored Army, he was an unyielding man. Since Duan Ling Tian had already said so, if he continued to use his true yuan, it would only make him look inferior. Moreover, he could see that the speed at which Duan Ling Tian used his true yuan was much faster than his. Moreover, judging from Duan Ling Tian's calm expression, it was obvious he still had a backup plan. Wang! 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 The 7-foot-long spear trembled as the spiraling force formed by the true yuan around it spun at an extremely fast speed. At the very least, the other 9 black armored guards could not see the trajectory of the spiraling force at all. From this, one could see how fast it was spinning. Whoosh! On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian still casually pointed his sword at the Decurion. The simple sword move looked like a simple stab to an outsider. At the very least, that was the case in the eyes of the 9 black armored guards. How dare you underestimate the Decurion? You're courting death. You're seeking death. The 9 black armored guards all felt that Duan Ling Tian was too careless and would definitely lose. Only the Decurion himself felt threatened by Duan Ling Tian's seemingly simple sword move. He felt as if he was being targeted by a sharp aura. At that moment, the Decurion's expression turned solemn. History repeated itself once again. The tip of the sword and the spear collided once again. The true yuan clashed with each other. If they were only talking about true yuan, they were indeed evenly matched. However, when the two of them exchanged blows, it was not just a clash of true yuan. It also contained the profundity of martial arts techniques. The Decurion's earthen dragon drill was derived from the profundity of the second stage of Duan Ling Tian's sovereign heart sword. The outcome was beyond the expectations of the 9 black armored guards. Bang! Following a loud bang, the person whom they thought would definitely lose stood motionless in the air. Their Decurion, on the other hand, had been sent flying. His face was pale, and there was a trace of dazzling blood at the corner of his mouth. Sir Decurion. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on the 9 black armored guards. They immediately flew out and stood in front of their Decurion. All of them stared at Duan Ling Tian warily as though they were afraid Duan Ling Tian would seize the opportunity to attack them. At the same time, their hearts were filled with shock. His opponent's sword move was clearly the simplest direct thrust. How was it possible for it to crush their Decurion's earthen dragon drill with such force? The spear technique, the earth dragon drill, that their Decurion had performed earlier, was an offensive technique from an earth-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic. Not only that, but their Decurion had already cultivated it to the highest stage. Even then, their Decurion was still defeated. You're very strong. However, no one who dares to make fun of the Azure Cloud Mansion will leave this place alive. The Decurion healed his injuries slightly before he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a piercing gaze. With a raise of his hand, a jade token rose into the air before it exploded. A sharp and unpleasant sound resonated in the air immediately. Almost at the same time, the surface of the lake in the distance began to ripple. Boom. 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 One after another, silhouettes riding on wild beasts broke out of the water and surrounded Duan Ling Tian. The people on the backs of these savage beasts were also black armored guards. Meanwhile, high up in the sky where no one was paying attention to, two figures stood behind the clouds, one in front of the other. Their eyes easily pierced through the clouds and looked at the surface of the sea. Lord Mansion Master, is that the young Mansion Master? The old man standing behind was none other than Rong Yuan, Elder Rong. He was also the one who had instigated the conflict below. Naturally, if one were to get to the bottom of it, he was merely acting on orders. Judging from his figure, he seems to be. However, his face isn't. However, the aura on his body is clearly my son's aura. The person standing in front was none other than the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng. This is strange. He didn't disguise himself. Rong Yuan found it strange as well. Whether it was Duan Rufeng or Rong Yuan, they had never heard of a secret tactic that could conceal one's appearance using one's own strength and not be seen through by divine consciousness. Due to this reason, they did not think about it at all. However, this little fellow's strength is not bad. He can be considered as one of the best among the martial cultivators at the peak of the eminent saint stage. I'm afraid there aren't many people below the divine saint stage who's a match for him, Rong Yuan continued to say. Rong Yuan continued. He was not stingy with his compliments. Elder Rong, bring him to the main hall. He must be my son, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Rufeng said to Rong Yuan before disappearing into the sky. It was as though he had never appeared. But there's no sign of disguise on his face. Rong Yuan smiled wryly. He had seen the portrait of his young Mansion Master before. This ordinary-looking young man before him was completely different. Why would his Lord Mansion Master say that this was his young Mansion Master? What Rong Yuan did not know was that Duan Rufeng was Duan Lingtian's father no matter what. Although they had not known each other for a long time, as a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he was very sensitive to certain auras. Although Duan Ling Tian had changed his face, he was still very confident that this was his son. 3 small teams of black armored soldiers appeared in the sky above the crouching dragon lake. Together with the original small team, there were a total of 40 people. Huh. Feng Ping, you're actually injured by someone. This is rare. The leader of one of the small teams was also a Decurion. He looked at the Decurion who was injured by Duan Ling Tian and laughed. His tone was filled with a hint of gloating. Humph. You can go and try it yourself. Upon hearing this, Feng Ping's expression turned grave as he snorted coldly. Everyone in the other 3 small teams shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian. A battle was about to break out. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, an old figure appeared before everyone's eyes. When the 40 black armored soldiers saw this figure, they bowed and greeted him. Elder Rong. The person who appeared was an old man. He nodded his head nonchalantly before he shifted his attention to Duan Ling Tian. You're the one who wants to see our Lord Mansion Master? Old man, did you not pass my jade box to your Mansion Master? Chapter 1835. Old man. When the 40 black armored guards heard Duan Ling Tian's way of addressing Rong Yuan and his tone that was close to interrogating him, they felt a chill run down their spines. They shuddered even though it was not cold. This fellow actually addressed Elder Rong as old man. Moreover, he even used such an interrogative tone to speak to Elder Rong. Did he have a death wish? In the Azure Cloud Mansion, everyone knew that Rong Yuan was a kind person. However, he was only kind to his own people. In front of his enemies, Rong Yuan was an Azura. In the Debussy subterranean, Rong Yuan was also known as the Smiling Azura. This fellow. He's dead meat. The 40 black armored guards looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. Naturally, I've already passed the jade box to Lord Mansion Master. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself when you meet him later. Rong Yuan still could not believe the young man before him was his young Mansion Master. Due to this reason, although he did not fly into a rage because of the other party's rudeness, he did not bow to him because he thought the other party might be his young Mansion Master. He would have to wait until he had confirmed everything. Upon hearing Rong Yuan's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Based on this old fellow's words, he could finally meet the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The 40 black armored guards who were prepared to watch a good show were dumbfounded. Not only did the person whom they thought was going to be in trouble not only did he not suffer, but he even had a chance to meet Lord Mansion Master. They could not accept the sudden turn of events. When they saw Rong Yuan bringing Duan Lingtian away, the scene fell silent for a moment before it burst into an uproar again. Heavens! What's going on? Who's that guy? Not only was Elder Rong not angry when he addressed Elder Rong as old man, but he even brought him to meet Lord Mansion Master. Even our Lord Decurion has never met Lord Mansion Master before. Don't tell me that fellow has something to do with Lord Mansion Master? The 3 small teams of black armored guards who had just arrived discussed among themselves. Their hearts were filled with confusion. However, their eyes soon landed on the 10 people in the He Army's small team led by Decurion Feng Ping. Feng Ping, what's going on? Exactly. King released an emergency rescue signal, and I thought it was an enemy invasion. In the end, that person seems to be Lord Manorhead's guest. If Lord Manorhead pursues this matter, I won't let you off. Francis, who is that young man? Elder Rong seems to be very polite to him. The other Decurions of the other 3 squads asked Francis one after another. Their expressions were not very good. How could it be pretty? Although they did not do anything out of line to that person, when Elder Rong appeared, they happened to be surrounding him and were caught red-handed by him. According to Elder Rong, the other party could even meet their Mansion Master. Could they afford to offend such a person? In fact, when he saw how courteous Elder Rong was to that young man, Francis was also somewhat dumbfounded. Because the reason why he attacked the other party was also because of Elder Rong's instructions. According to Elder Rong's words, that young man was a swindler. However, judging from Elder Rong's attitude earlier, the other party seemed to really be acquainted with their prefecture lord. Are you sure you didn't exaggerate what you said earlier? Soon after, Francis looked at the black armored guard who brought the Duan Lingtian's token and asked in a deep voice. Lord Decurion, even if I had the guts, I wouldn't dare to joke about this matter. The black armored guard who was being stared at by Francis felt wronged. If he could turn back time, he would definitely reject the mission given to him by the Decurion. Whoever was willing to bring that person's token to the Mansion Master was free to do so. In any case, he would not go. Francis believed the black armored guard's words. After all, he was one of his subordinates, and they had known each other for many years. Due to this reason, Francis felt wronged when faced with the other 3 Decurions' questions. However, he still told the other 3 Decurions everything that had happened. That person is here to meet Lord Mansion Master? He even brought a token with him? Elder Rong said Lord Mansion Master doesn't recognize the token. Is that person a swindler? Are you sure Elder Rong said he's a swindler? If he's a swindler, why would Elder Rong personally bring him to meet Lord Mansion Master? The expressions of the 3 Decurions turned even graver. Since that person brought a token to meet the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he must have a close relationship with the Mansion Master. How could they surround such a person? At once, they felt chills running down their spines as they broke out in cold sweat. That's the truth. Don't worry, I'm the one who made a move. If anything happens, I, Francis, will bear all the consequences. Francis said to the other 3 decurions. You'll bear all the consequences? Can you bear all the consequences? How unlucky. The decurion who had mocked Francis as soon as he appeared sneered before he left with his men. The other 2 decurions looked at Francis deeply before they left with their men as well. At this moment, only the decurion, Francis, and the small team of black armored guards were left at the scene. Lord Decurion, I really didn't exaggerate or lie. I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath. The black armored guard who brought Duan Lingtian's token to the mansion master immediately swore on the lightning penalty oath when he saw Francis' expression turning grave. Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the air as the lightning penalty oath was fulfilled. The black armored guard used his oath to prove that he was not lying. What are you doing? Francis' expression changed as he glared at the black armored guard who swore on the lightning penalty oath. You're my man. How can I not trust you? You swore on the lightning penalty oath in front of me. You're slapping me in the face. Do you understand? Lord Decurion, the black armored guard had a guilty expression on his face. Enough. All of you don't have to think too much about this matter. We didn't do anything wrong, so we're not afraid of being punished, Francis said as he waved his hand. Following that, he brought the group of people back to the Crouching Dragon Lake. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian followed behind Rong Yuan as they made their way to the depths of the Crouching Dragon Lake. There were many vast islands in the depths of the Crouching Dragon Lake. The islands were shrouded in fog. If one was not close enough, one would not be able to see what was behind the fog. However, Rong Yuan did not bring Duan Lingtian to any of the islands in front of him. After Rong Yuan brought Duan Lingtian to the sky above the islands, the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly as he rose up into the sky like a rocket. Duan Lingtian followed suit and rose up into the sky as well. After passing through the clouds, he finally saw a huge island hovering in the sky. The island hovering in the sky was shrouded in clouds and mist. It was like a jade palace in a celestial paradise. It was visually stunning. Compared to the main mansion of the mystical sky mansion, this island was undoubtedly much bigger. Elder Rong. Elder Rong. Along the way, Duan Lingtian could see many black armored guards hiding in the dark. They bowed respectfully at Rong Yuan who was leading the way. Some of the black armored guards had a hint of surprise and confusion in their eyes when they looked at him. This old man seems to have quite a high position in the Azure Cloud Mansion. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he thought to himself, no wonder those black armored guards looked at me as though they were looking at a dead person when I called him old man and questioned him. However, what does he mean by that? He said I'm a liar and wants to bring me to see the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Duan Lingtian was 100% certain the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was his cheapskate father, he could not help but feel puzzled. Do you think there's any disguising technique in this world that can hide from the detection of one's divine consciousness? Rong Yuan finally spoke when they arrived at the floating island. He did not turn around. It was as though he was talking to the air or to Duan Lingtian. There's nothing too strange in this world. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. His tone was calm, completely ignoring Rong Yuan's probing. Rong Yuan no longer said anything as he brought Duan Lingtian deeper into the floating island. In the end, they arrived at the central area of the floating island. This area was even more heavily guarded. Black armored guards could be seen patrolling everywhere. Soon after, a standalone palace appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. This palace was located in the central area of the floating island. It occupied a vast area. From afar, it looked as though a gigantic beast was crouching there. This was the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. The floating island that Duan Lingtian was currently on was the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion. The door of the central main hall was tightly shut. After Rong Yuan brought Duan Lingtian to the entrance, he said respectfully, "Lord Mansion Master, I've brought him here." Upon hearing Rong Yuan's words, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened immediately. He stared at the door of the central main hall intently. He couldn't wait to kick the door open and see what kind of people were inside. At the same time, he was also looking forward to hearing the voice that would come from inside. Although he had not spent a long time with his cheapskate father, he still remembered his cheapskate father's voice. "Come in." At the same time, a majestic voice resonated from inside. Although the voice sounded majestic, Duan Lingtian could tell it was his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng's voice. At this moment, he finally felt relieved. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was indeed his cheapskate father. No matter how certain he was that his cheapskate father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, it was not as convincing as hearing this voice. Rumble. As the voice resonated from inside, the thick and heavy doors of the central main hall slowly opened to both sides, revealing everything inside to Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw 3 people standing inside. The person standing in the middle was none other than his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. At this moment, Duan Rufeng was looking at him with a smile on his face. Duan Rufeng was hugging a cute little boy in his arms. The little boy was looking at him with his big watery eyes. Chapter 1836. When he saw the 2 women standing next to Duan Rufeng, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, and his body began to tremble violently from the excitement. Li Ro, his mother. Li Fei, his fiancée. These 2 women were 2 of the most important women in his life. However, Duan Lingtian soon discovered that no matter if it was his mother, Li Ro, or his fiancée, Li Fei, their eyes were filled with hesitation when they looked at him. They did not seem to be overjoyed at reuniting with him after such a long time. "I almost forgot. I haven't changed back to my original appearance." At the same time, Duan Lingtian finally remembered that he had changed his appearance and was not his original appearance. It was no wonder that his mother and fiancé were hesitating. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian moved. In the next moment, it was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that blew in front of Duan Rufeng and the others. When Duan Lingtian regained his footing, the muscles on his face began to tremble. It was only when he had completely calmed down that he regained his original appearance. Mother. After regaining his original appearance, Duan Lingtian knelt in front of Li Ro with a thud sound. He had a guilty expression on his face. As a son, not only was he unable to be by his parents' side, but he had also disappeared for many years. He was unfilial. Of course, it was only in front of his mother, Li Ro, that he would feel guilty. This was because Li Ro had sacrificed too much for him. This was something that his cheap father, Duan Rufeng, could not compare to. Tian Tian My Tian Mother isn't dreaming, right? When she saw Duan Lingtian revealing his true appearance, the hesitation in Li Ro's eyes disappeared and was replaced with excitement. At the same time, she helped Duan Lingtian up and hugged Duan Lingtian tightly with both hands. She did not let go for a long time. It was as if she was deeply afraid that if she let go, her son would leave her again. Unknowingly, 2 lines of tears fell from Li Ro's face. Those were tears of excitement. "Mother, you're not dreaming. It's me." Duan Lingtian's eyes were also wet. He hugged his mother tightly, and his heart was unprecedentedly calm. His mother's embrace was like a harbor, calming his heart in an instant. "Scoundrel," a familiar and pleasant voice sounded, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. Unknowingly, a person had appeared beside him. It was his fiancée, Li Fei. Although Li Ro was reluctant to let go of her son, she knew that the rest of the time should be given to the young couple. Therefore, she simply let go of Duan Lingtian and signaled to Duan Rufeng with her eyes, letting Duan Rufeng carry the little boy and walk out of the hall with her. When Elder Rong saw this, he naturally followed them out. The central hall suddenly became Duan Lingtian and Li Fei's two-person world. Outside the hall, the little boy in Duan Rufeng's arms blinked his big eyes as he looked at Li Ro and asked, "Grandmother, is he the amazing father that mother always tells me about?" "That's right. Nian, he's your father. When he comes out later, remember to call him father, okay?" Li Ro said with a smile as she reached out and patted the little boy's little head. The little boy nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you, grandmother." That boy. He didn't even greet me, his father, and he's already in a hurry to date Fei. What an unfilial son. Duan Rufeng scolded with a smile. There was no lack of jealousy in his tone. "Isn't it because you left for so many years? Otherwise, why would Tian, treat you like this?" Li Ro said snappily. When Duan Rufeng heard this, he immediately shut his mouth. This was because he knew that if he continued to speak, he would be in the wrong. He also knew that he was in the wrong. After all, he had left for so many years, and there was no news of him at all. In fact, he was just casually saying that earlier. He was not really unhappy because of this. Lord Mansion Master, the young Mansion Master's disguise technique is really brilliant. When Rong Yuan saw that Duan Rufeng and his wife had stopped speaking, his tone was filled with emotion. "Yes. Even my divine consciousness can't detect that he's in disguise. I wonder where he learned this disguise technique from. It's actually so brilliant." Duan Rufeng deeply agreed with Rong Yuan's words. No matter what, he was also a great evil in the Debussy subterranean. However, he had never seen or heard of Duan Lingtian's disguise technique before. It seems like Tian has indeed had a fortuitous encounter all these years. Young Mansion Master is so young, but he already has a cultivation base at the peak of the eminent saint stage. How amazing! Rong Yuan sighed emotionally. The peak of the eminent saint stage? Upon hearing Rong Yuan's words, Duan Rufeng shook his head. His expression turned solemn as though he had a lot on his mind. If he did not remember wrongly, the 5-year agreement he made with the Dragon Clan would be up in 10 months. At that time, his son would have to fight with the dragon's 5-clawed golden dragon. If he won, he would have the opportunity to enter the dragon's dragon cleansing pool. He had made these arrangements according to the Oracle Man's instructions. However, it was only 10 months away from the 5-year pact, and his son was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage. It would be impossible for him to defeat Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, in 10 months. Even if Diju did not make any progress in the past 5 years, he was still at the peak of the divine saint stage. Would a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage fight with a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage in 10 months? Moreover, after 5 years, it was very likely that Diju had made a breakthrough to the exemplary saint stage. Is it possible for Tian, to win? If this was before he reunited with his son, Duan Lingtian, Duan Rufeng would not have such doubts due to his trust in the Oracle Man. However, now that he had reunited with his son and learned that his son was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage, he could not help but have such doubts in his mind. In the main hall, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were hugging each other. Neither of them spoke as they hugged each other quietly. At this moment, both of them seemed to have merged into one, and there was no longer any distinction between them. As he hugged Li Fei, Duan Lingtian wished this moment would last forever. There were no worries and no worries. Just like that, he quietly hugged the person he loved until the end of time, until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. However, He knew this was destined to be an extravagant wish. He still had many things that he had to do. On the other hand, Li Fei hugged Duan Lingtian. Her feelings were similar to Duan Lingtian's. How she wished she could hug her man like this forever. She did not want to think about anything and just hugged him quietly until the end of time. Finally, after about half an hour, Duan Lingtian spoke first. Little Fei, is the boy father is carrying our child? Yes. Li Fei nodded with a smile. He's called Nian Tian. He's our son. Nian Tian? Upon hearing his son's name, Duan Lingtian's heart could not help but tremble. At the same time, he hugged Li Fei even tighter. Naturally, he knew what his son's name meant. If Sister Kerr and her child are safe, her child must be as old as Nian. I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. Li Fei's voice trembled slightly when she mentioned Kerr. She had long regarded that kind-hearted woman as her sister. They'll definitely be safe. They'll definitely be safe. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he said with certainty. He did not want anything to happen to his woman and his child. After coming to the Azure Cloud Mansion and reuniting with his family, he had fulfilled one of his wishes in the lower province. It was time for him to go to the upper province to look for Kerr. After cuddling with Li Fei for a while, Li Fei slowly pushed Duan Lingtian away. Scoundrel! Shouldn't you go and greet father? I know you're still holding a grudge over the fact that father left you and your son for so many years. However, he's still your father after all. Moreover, he's been very good to Nian all these years. He's so good that even I, as his mother, feel ashamed of myself. I know. He must be trying to make it up to you. That's why he gave Nian the love and care that he couldn't give you in time back then. Li Fei said softly. She was a smart woman. She knew that she could only give advice on these matters and not make decisions for her man. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded before he left the main hall with Li Fei. Father, I've troubled little Fei, and Nian, during this period of time. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Duan Rufeng. Tian, remember that I'm your father. Your matters are nothing to me. Moreover, Fei, is my daughter-in-law, and Nian, is my grandson. It's only right for me to take care of them. Duan Rufeng said as he shook his head. However, I really didn't expect father to be the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian still could not accept this. It's quite a coincidence. If you're willing to listen, I'll tell you about it later. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you that I'm able to become the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Rufeng said as he looked at Duan Lingtian deeply. Me? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He did not know what his father meant. There's no need to rush. I'll tell you about it later. Duan Rufeng shook his head before he looked at the little boy in his arms and said with a smile, Nian, have you forgotten what grandmother told you earlier? Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with his big watery eyes. He was not afraid of strangers at all. Instead, he studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe before he finally said, You're my father? The amazing father that mother mentioned? Amazing father? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, everyone including Duan Lingtian laughed. Duan Lingtian carried Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, That's right. I'm your amazing father. You're called Nian, right? My name is Duan Lingtian. Nian, is just my nickname. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression as he corrected him. His serious expression made Duan Lingtian laugh. He felt warm in his heart. It was a wonderful feeling. I, Duan Lingtian, have a son as well. Chapter 1837. In the next few days, apart from spending some time with his mother, Li Ro, every morning, Duan Ling Tian spent the rest of his time with his wife and son. With Duan Ling Tian in his arms and Li Fei by his side, sometimes, Duan Ling Tian felt he was the happiest person in the world. Naturally, it would be even better if Kerr and their child were here as well. Currently, I've already found father, mother, and little Fei. The only regret I have in the Debussy subterranean is that I didn't manage to find Tian Wu. Logically speaking, if Tian Wu is still in the lower province and is not in closed-door cultivation, she should have heard about the genius martial cultivator, Ling Tian, appearing in the mystical sky mansion. At the very least, she should have come to the mystical sky mansion to confirm if it's me or not. However, there's still no news from her. Although Duan Ling Tian had already decided to go to the upper province to look for Kerr and their child, he still could not let go of Feng Tianwu. He discovered that although he and Tian Wu were not husband and wife yet, and there was no love between them, the concern he had for Tian Wu was not inferior to the concern he had for Kerr. In the past, he was only touched by Tian Wu's sacrifice for him. However, at this moment, it had all turned into love. It's time to look for father and tell him. When Duan Ling Tian remembered Tian Wu might still be in the lower province, he spent some time with his wife and son before he went to look for his father, Duan Rufeng. Father, I'd like to ask you to help me look for someone. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush when he saw Duan Rufeng. Oh? Who is it? Duan Rufeng asked. Feng Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian replied. Tian Wu? I've heard Fei mention that girl before. She's a good girl who's loyal and affectionate. Moreover, she didn't hesitate to sacrifice her life for you. However, as far as I know, the two of you were separated in the mortal continent. Could it be that you still haven't found her until now? Duan Rufeng had heard Li Fei mention Feng Tianwu before, so when he heard this name, he immediately reacted. I found her in the sixth-rate Saint Nation, Windfall Nation, in the Debussy subterranean. However, after the Devil Seal tablet was exposed, I left Windfall Nation. And because she was worried about my safety, she followed me and came looking for me. At this point, Duan Lingtian's expression was heavy. After that, I made a trip back to the Windfall Nation, but she did not return to the Windfall Nation. Even until now, I still don't have any news about her. Duan Lingtian said with a heavy heart. What an infatuated girl, Duan Rufeng sighed. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, Tian, there are things you should and shouldn't do in this world. This Feng girl is so devoted to you, so you must not let her down. In this world where the strong are revered and the weak are prey to the strong, it's not easy to meet someone who's willing to sacrifice so much for you. Father, I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since the day he decided to accept Feng Tianwu, he had already decided to have a happy ending with Feng Tianwu. He would never let her down in this life. All right. Draw a portrait of Feng girl. I'll pass down the order and ask all the Azure Cloud Mansion's bases to search for her. Duan Rufeng said again. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately drew a portrait of Feng Tianwu. His understanding of Feng Tianwu was in no way inferior to his understanding of Kerr and Li Fei. Due to this reason, not only did the portrait of Feng Tianwu look exactly the same, but even the expression between her brows and the aura she exuded was no different from the real person. Duan Rufeng could not help but shake his head and sigh as he looked at the portrait in his hand. I really don't know where you get your charm from. Such an outstanding woman is actually so devoted to you that she's even willing to give up her life for you. You're much better than your father in this regard. When he heard the first half of Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian did not think much of it. However, when he heard the second half of his father's sentence, he could hear a hint of jealousy in his father's voice. He could not help but feel amused. Father, don't tell me you're looking for another confidant? Do you want me to tell Mother so she can help you look for one? Duan Lingtian chuckled as he asked. Are you looking for a beating? When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Rufeng's expression changed slightly. He then glared at Duan Lingtian. After a while, he coughed lightly. I was just kidding. There's no need to tell your mother about this. What do you mean there's no need to tell me? Tian, what's the matter? Just as Duan Rufeng's words left his mouth, Li Ro came in without him noticing. As soon as she entered the room, she heard Duan Rufeng's last sentence. She immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. When Duan Lingtian saw his cheapskate father looking at him nervously, he found it funny. However, he did not expose him. Mother, it's nothing. I just asked father to help me look for Tian Wu. He felt that there was no need to tell you about this so you wouldn't worry. Why can't you tell me about this? I also like that girl, Tian Wu. It's rare to see such a loyal girl nowadays. Li Ro had heard about Feng Tianwu from Li Fei a long time ago. She had also asked Duan Lingtian about it recently. She also liked Feng Tianwu very much. In this world, the men she cared about the most were her husband, Duan Rufeng, and her son, Duan Lingtian. She was also willing to sacrifice her life for her husband and son. For this reason, she liked the woman who was also willing to sacrifice herself for her son from the bottom of her heart. This is Tian Wu. Soon after, Li Ro also saw the portrait in Duan Rufeng's hand. Her eyes were instantly attracted by the woman in the portrait. After a long while, she could not help but praise, what a devastatingly beautiful woman. She's so beautiful. If she gives birth to a granddaughter for me, I'm sure she'll also be a devastatingly beautiful woman when she grows up. After having a grandson, Li Ro also wanted a granddaughter very much. Although she knew Kerr was also pregnant with her son's child, she was not sure if it was a grandson or a granddaughter. Upon hearing Li Ro's words, Duan Lingtian felt a little awkward. They had not even found her yet. However, since the old lady was happy, he did not say anything. Tian, you asked your father to help you look for Tian Wu. Are you planning to go to the upper province? Li Ro asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, I'll probably stay in the lower province for a while. I'll only go to the upper province after I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation base. Before he went to the upper province, he would have to temper the golden crow's wings to the second form and break through to the early eminent saint stage. At that time, not only would his strength be comparable to an early divine saint stage powerhouse, but he would also be able to officially cultivate and master all kinds of divine abilities. Apart from the golden crow's wings, he also had 3 other divine abilities with extraordinary power. They were the elementary devouring tactic, the otherworldly celestial, and the 6 harmonies golden body. Offensive divine ability, defensive divine ability, movement divine ability, and assistive divine ability. He had everything. Naturally, the defensive divine ability, the 6 harmonies golden body, was a medium-grade divine ability. I'll just make do with it for now. If I can find a more advanced defensive divine ability in the future, I'll change it. If other people heard the words in Duan Lingtian's heart, they would be so angry that they would throw up 3 liters of blood. Other people would be overjoyed for a long time if they managed to obtain a medium-grade divine ability. However, Duan Lingtian was different. He had to make do with the medium-grade divine ability and was ready to change it at any time. Although Duan Lingtian said so, Li Ro could feel that her son would not be staying in the lower province for long. The reluctance in her eyes intensified. If it was possible, she wished that her son could stay by her side. However, she knew that was destined to be an extravagant wish. Her son, a 7-foot-tall man, had his own responsibilities and things that he had to do. Ro, you can leave first. I have something to say to Tian, in private. Duan Rufeng said as he looked at Li Ro. Upon hearing her husband's words, Li Ro knew what her husband was going to say to her son was something she did not want to hear. Due to this reason, she turned around and left directly. She knew that her son was going to take a risk again. This was the only reason why her husband would ask her to leave temporarily. It was because he did not want her to worry. "Father, what do you have to say that even mother can't listen to?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "What your mother hates the most is for you to take a risk. What I'm going to say next is something that will make you take a risk." Duan Rufeng sighed. "What is it?" Duan Lingtian was puzzled. "Do you still remember the five-clawed golden dragon that went to the Half-Moon Island that you occupied and massacred and destroyed your Ling Tian sect?" Duan Rufeng asked. "Did you?" Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Waves of killing intent could not help but emanate from his body. Although it had been a long time since that incident, he still could not let go of that incident. So many people from his Ling Tian sect had died in Diju's hands. He had always remembered this enmity in his heart, and he had never forgotten it. Moreover, many times in the middle of the night, he would dream of many familiar faces from the past asking him to kill Diju to avenge them. "That's right. It's that Diju." Duan Rufeng nodded. Then, he told Duan Lingtian about how he had gone to the dragon sect and made the 5-year pact with the dragons. "The 5-year pact will be up in 10 months. At that time, you'll have to fight with Diju for the chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool." Dragon cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. This was his first time hearing about the dragon cleansing pool. The dragon cleansing pool is the holy land of the dragons in the lower province. It opens once every 5,000 years. It contains the heaven and earth essence that has been nurtured by the dragon cleansing pool for 5,000 years. Any young dragon who enters it will be able to obtain a monstrous improvement. Chapter 1838. The dragons were one of the quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussy subterranean. Duan Lingtian had learned about this when he was still in the mystical sky mansion. At the same time, he also knew that Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon who annihilated his Ling Tian sect, was the successor of the dragon's clan leader. Currently, there were only 2 5-clawed golden dragons. One of them was the current clan leader of the dragons while the other one was Diju. Diju was also widely acknowledged as the successor of the dragon's clan leader. When Duan Lingtian learned about this, he also knew that if he wanted to avenge the high-ranking officials and disciples of Ling Tian's sect who had died, he would have to face the entire dragons. This was because Diju was a 5-clawed golden dragon. All the dragons would risk their lives to protect him. At that time, Duan Lingtian knew he would have to wait for some time before he could avenge the high-ranking officials and disciples of Ling Tian's sect. At the very least, he would have to raise his strength to the point where he could fight the entire dragons. 5-year pact, the dragon cleansing pool, Diju. Currently, Duan Lingtian had learned from his father that his father had made a 5-year pact with the dragons for him. As long as he could defeat Diju 10 months later, he would be able to enter the dragon's dragon cleansing pool. As the saint land of the dragons, the dragon cleansing pool was also an amazing place. At the very least, it was not something the mystical sky mansion's spirit pool could compare to. After all, the few spirit pools in the mystical sky mansion would open once in a while. The dragon cleansing pool, on the other hand, would only open once every 5,000 years. What kind of concept was 5,000 years? 5,000 years was equivalent to an ordinary person's lifespan of 50 lifetimes. Based on the fact that the dragon cleansing pool would be passed down every 30 years, it could even pass down 10,000 generations. The dragon cleansing pool had existed for 5,000 years and gathered the heaven and earth spirit energy to help the young dragon soar. "Father, do you mean if the current clan leader of the dragons had entered the dragon cleansing pool, the status of the dragons in the lower province would be on par with the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountainshade Black Market? Is the dragon cleansing pool really that miraculous? Hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised. It's that magical. Duan Rufeng nodded affirmatively. You should know that before this generation of dragons ascended to the position of clan leader, the dragons at that time were in no way inferior to the Mountainshade Black Market in terms of strength, even though the dragons were in seclusion. At that time, even the Mountainshade Black Market did not dare to provoke the dragons. As for now, whether it's the Mountainshade Black Market or our Azure Cloud Mansion, it's not impossible for us to annihilate the dragons, even though it'll take a lot of effort. Naturally, unless there's some irreconcilable enmity between us, we won't really annihilate the dragons. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, not only are there dragons in the lower province, but there are also dragons in the upper province as well. The dragons in the upper province are the truly terrifying existences. If we annihilate the dragons in the lower province, the dragons in the upper province will definitely know about it. At that time, it'll be difficult for us to escape death as well. Duan Rufeng continued. After saying so much, there were only 2 points that he wanted to express. First, the dragon cleansing pool was not simple. It could affect the rise and fall of the dragons in the lower province. Second, the dragons in the lower province had an extraordinary background. The dragons in the upper province were their backers. How powerful are the dragons in the upper province? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I don't know exactly how powerful they are. However, I heard from the watcher in charge of the lower province that if it's not necessary, even the 3 great sects in the upper province wouldn't recklessly offend the dragons in the upper province. Duan Rufeng said in one breath. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. So powerful? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Naturally, he knew what the 3 great sects in the upper province meant. According to the information he currently possessed, the 3 great sects were the 3 greatest forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land before it was divided into the upper province and the lower province. They were the top forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. After the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2, the powerful forces led by the 3 great sects went to the upper province. In the upper province, not only did the 3 great sects successfully pass down their legacy, but they even continued to write the legends of the past and became the 3 most powerful forces in the upper province. The reason Duan Lingtian knew so much about the 3 great sects was because he wanted to know more about them. His fiancée, Kerr, was taken away by one of the 3 great sects, the Zoroastrianism. If Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, obtains the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool, he'll definitely be able to lead the dragons to a new era when he grows stronger in the future. At that time, even our Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountainshade Black Market won't be able to suppress him. Duan Rufeng said solemnly. I think. Whether it's to avenge the high-ranking officials and disciples of the Lingtian sect or for the benefits of the dragon cleansing pool, I'm sure you don't want Diju to enter the dragon cleansing pool. Duan Rufeng said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, he did not want Diju to enter the dragon cleansing pool from the bottom of his heart. Father, according to what you said earlier, those who entered the dragon cleansing pool in the past were all young dragons. Is there a precedent of humans entering the dragon cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian asked immediately when he suddenly thought of this. As far as I know, there's no precedent of humans entering the dragon cleansing pool. Naturally, what I know is only from a period of time ago. I don't know if humans have entered the dragon cleansing pool before that as well. Duan Rufeng replied. Then, does this mean nobody can be sure if humans will be able to obtain the same benefits as young dragons if they enter the dragon cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian asked again. That's right. This time, Duan Rufeng hesitated for a moment before he nodded in the end. However, regardless of whether humans will be able to obtain any benefits from entering the dragon cleansing pool, if you're able to snatch the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool, it'll be equivalent to cutting off the five-clawed golden dragon, Diju's path of advancement. All in all, if you're able to defeat Diju in this 5-year pact and obtain the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool, regardless of whether you'll be able to obtain any benefits from it or not, it'll still be beneficial to you. Duan Rufeng said. Indeed. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled faintly. It seems like there's no way I can avoid this 5-year pact. However, Father, how did you come up with this 5-year pact? Do you have so much confidence in me? Duan Lingtian changed the topic and looked at Duan Rufeng curiously. Of course. Don't you know whose son you are? Although Duan Rufeng felt a little guilty, he was still very stubborn. To be honest, let alone the past, even now, he still did not have any confidence in his son. Currently, there were only 10 months left until the 5-year pact, but his son's cultivation base was still at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Although it was rare for his son to have such a cultivation base at his age, he was still lacking compared to Diju. In fact, when he had made the 5-year pact with the dragons, Diju was already at the peak of the divine saint stage. After 5 years, he might have already broken through to the exemplary saint stage. Right now, I can only hope that Senior Prophet isn't speaking without thinking. After all, he's the one who asked me to bring up this 5-year pact to the dragons. However, is Senior Prophet so confident in Tian, or that he's not worried he's not a match for Diju at all? Naturally, these were the words that Duan Rufeng thought to himself. Due to the fact that the Oracle Man had instructed him beforehand, he did not mention the matter about the Oracle Man to Duan Lingtian. Then, what's Diju's cultivation base? Although Duan Lingtian had interacted with Diju before, due to his low cultivation base, he could not tell what Diju's cultivation base was at all. However, he knew Diju's cultivation base was definitely not low. At the very least, it was definitely not below the divine saint stage. When I made the 5-year pact with the dragons, he was at the peak of the divine saint stage. Duan Rufeng replied. Back then? The peak of the divine saint stage? Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. Although he had already guessed Diju's cultivation base was not below the divine saint stage, he did not expect it to be at the peak of the divine saint stage. A powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage would be considered a top powerhouse in any quasi-third-rate force. I can't believe Diju, who I tricked back then, actually has such a terrifying cultivation base. When Duan Lingtian recalled how he had tricked Diju into entering the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and seized the opportunity to escape, he could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. As it turned out, Diju was actually a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage. Since Diju's cultivation base is at the peak of the divine saint stage, then how high is the cultivation base of that Chi Mei who took her away? Someone who could make Diju afraid must be even more powerful than him. Exemplary saint stage? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but gasp inwardly. That Chi Mei claimed to be Ku Er's older sister, which meant that she was about the same age as Ku Er. Her cultivation base had already entered the exemplary saint stage at such a young age? Are all the people from the upper provinces Zoroastrianism so terrifying? Duan Lingtian did not know when he discovered his heart was beating so fast. He was completely shocked by Chi Mei's innate talent. Compared to Chi Mei, even the best young geniuses in the lower province were nothing but trash. Chi Mei, a young disciple from the Zoroastrianism, has such a terrifying strength. How terrifying are the high-ranking officials in the Zoroastrianism? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart sank. The reason he wanted to go to the upper province was to rescue his wife and child so that they could escape from the evil clutches of Zoroastrianism. At this moment, he finally realized how powerful Zoroastrianism was. It had completely exceeded his imagination. At this moment, the pressure Duan Lingtian felt was unprecedentedly great. Tian, if you don't have the confidence, you don't have to fulfill the 5-year promise. When Duan Rufeng saw the grave expression on Duan Lingtian's face, he thought he was shocked after hearing about Di Zhu's cultivation base. Chapter 1839. After all, Di Zhu, the 5-clawed golden dragon, had lived for many years, but how old was his son? When Duan Rufeng discovered Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage, he had already thought of persuading Duan Lingtian not to fulfill the 5-year promise. This was because the disparity between Duan Lingtian and Di Zhu's cultivation base was too big. When he mentioned the 5-year promise to Duan Lingtian earlier, Duan Rufeng was merely following the oracle man's instructions. If his son did not want to fulfill the 5-year promise, he would not force him at all. Not only that, but deep in his heart, he did not want his son to fulfill the 5-year promise. This was because if his son fought with Di Zhu and Di Zhu had already broken through to the exemplary saint stage, he would not be able to guarantee his son's safety even if he was by his side. If something happened to his son, let alone his wife who would blame him, he would not be able to forgive himself. Father, it's not that I don't want to fulfill the 5-year promise. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He knew his father had misunderstood him, so he quickly said, I was just thinking about something else earlier. As for the 5-year promise, I'll fulfill it. Put aside the fact that Di Zhu is at the peak of the divine saint stage, even if he has broken through to the exemplary saint stage, I'll still fulfill it. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes shone with determination. But you're only at the peak of the eminent saint stage now. Duan Rufeng shook his head. With only 10 months, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for you to raise your cultivation base to the point where you can fight with Di Zhu, let alone defeat him. Father, weren't you very confident in me earlier? Why did you suddenly change? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly bewildered when he saw Duan Rufeng's attitude suddenly take a 180-degree turn. He felt that his father's change was too quick, and it caused him to be slightly unaccustomed to it. When Duan Rufeng heard this, he naturally felt a little awkward. He had confidence in Duan Lingtian because he trusted the oracle man. However, after seeing the ugly expression on Duan Lingtian's face, his trust in the oracle man was shaken again. That was why his attitude changed so quickly. Tian, are you really confident? Duan Rufeng asked with a serious face, this is not a joke. If we are not careful, we may be doomed eternally. Don't worry, father. Duan Lingtian gave Duan Rufeng a reassuring look, exuding a strong sense of confidence. 10 months later, he had already tempered the golden crow's wings to the 2nd form, and his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the early eminent saint stage. Moreover, with the help of the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he had a chance to break through to the intermediate eminent saint stage. Once he entered the intermediate eminent saint stage, his strength would be comparable to an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse. At the very least, the Sun true origin in his body would not be any weaker than the energy in an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse's body. Apart from that, he could also comprehend the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, during this period of time. He had witnessed the power of the elementary devouring tactic with his own eyes. He still remembered the last trial in the divine ability relic where he obtained the elementary devouring tactic. The old man's cultivation base was maintained at the early refined saint stage. With the help of the elementary devouring tactic, his strength was comparable to the peak of the refined saint stage. Although it did not last long, it was enough. If I can comprehend the elementary devouring tactic, even if I'm only at the early eminent saint stage and my strength is only comparable to an early divine saint stage powerhouse after 10 months, I'll be able to display the strength at the peak of the divine saint stage for a short period of time with the help of the elementary devouring tactic. If I can break through to the intermediate eminent saint stage in 10 months, I might be able to fight Diju even if he has broken through to the early exemplary saint stage with the help of the elementary devouring tactic. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was filled with confidence. Apart from that, I still have the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. As long as I break through to the early eminent saint stage, I'll be able to master the Golden Crow's wings. With the second form of the Golden Crow's wings and the elementary devouring tactic, I might be able to fight Diju even if I'm only at the early eminent saint stage. Moreover, even without the divine ability, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of Diju at all. The biggest reliance he had was the Celestial Sword Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. He knew very well how powerful the Jasper Celestial Sword was. Putting aside the distant incidents, just recently, he had used the Jasper Celestial Sword to block the full-force attack of a Mastery Divine Saint Stage Devil Cultivator. Although he had nearly exhausted all of the Sun True Origin in his body, he only had about 60% of the Sun True Origin left in his body at the time. Before that, when he used the Demon Sealing Tombstone, it greedily absorbed a portion of the Sun True Origin in his body. The activation of the Devil Seal Tablet required the support of the True Origin as well. With my current Sun True Origin that's comparable to the true origin of a powerhouse at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage, I might even be able to kill a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage with the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword. If I break through to the early Eminent Saint stage, the Sun True Origin will transform as well. At that time, I might even be able to kill a powerhouse at the early exemplary saint stage after exhausting all the Sun True Origin in my body. Naturally, the Jasper Celestial Sword was Duan Lingtian's biggest trump card. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. Moreover, if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword right from the beginning, it would hinder his cultivation. If he relied too much on the Jasper Celestial Sword, it would only harm his cultivation in the future. Due to this reason, he would not use the Jasper Celestial Sword unless it was absolutely necessary. Although I don't know where you get your confidence from, I still believe in you. In the next 10 months, if you need anything, just let me know. All the resources in the Azure Cloud Mansion will be available to you unconditionally. Duan Rufeng said to Duan Lingtian. In the end, he was influenced by Duan Lingtian's confidence and chose to believe in Duan Lingtian. Father, I don't need anything else. However, I'd like you to help me look for some materials. When Duan Lingtian found out his cheapskate father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he had thought of asking his father to help him look for the materials he needed to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. With the Azure Cloud Mansion's influence in the lower province, it would be more efficient than the Mystical Sky Mansion to look for the materials. What materials? Duan Rufeng asked. When Duan Rufeng took the blueprint from Duan Lingtian and saw the materials on it, he could not help but be stunned. Aren't these the materials that the Mystical Sky Mansion has been searching for in recent years? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm the one who asked the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion to help me look for these materials. You asked the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion to help you look for these materials? Duan Rufeng had a surprised expression on his face. As far as I know, Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion is very diligent in looking for these materials. Moreover, he even promised many rewards. You actually made him work so hard? Don't tell me he owes you a favor? You can say that. Duan Lingtian nodded. As far as I know, a monstrous genius appeared in the Mystical Sky Mansion a few years ago. His name is Ling Tian. Tian, he. Don't tell me you're him? Duan Rufeng asked. If it was before, he would not have linked the Mystical Sky Mansion's genius, Ling Tian, to his son. This was because he had asked Elder Ku to go to the Mystical Sky Mansion before. Elder Ku had confirmed that Ling Tian did not disguise himself. Moreover, that Ling Tian's appearance was different from his son's. However, after witnessing his son's miraculous disguising technique, he had no choice but to link his son to Ling Tian again. "That's right, it's me." Ling Tian nodded with a smile. "Speaking of which, before I came to the Azure Cloud Mansion, I've been staying in the Mystical Sky Mansion." "Oh right, father, if someone reports his identity and says he's the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, Guli, please ask someone to invite him to the main mansion. He's my friend in the Mystical Sky Mansion, and he's the only one who knows my true identity." When he mentioned the Mystical Sky Mansion, Ling Tian could not help but think of Guli. Previously, he had told Guli that once Guli was done dealing with the matters in the Mystical Sky Mansion, he would come to the Azure Cloud Mansion to look for him and they would head to the upper province together. When he calculated the time, Guli should be here soon. Guli? The son of Guardian Gu Xiayun of Mystical Sky Mansion, the strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking? Duan Rufeng raised an eyebrow. It was obvious he had heard of this genius disciple in the Mystical Sky Mansion. "That's him." Ling Tian nodded. "Since you told him your true identity, it means he's a trustworthy person. Since he's your friend, he's naturally a friend of the Azure Cloud Mansion as well. Don't worry, as long as he comes, I'll personally entertain him," Duan Rufeng said. "Also, I heard that the genius Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district is the senior brother of the Mystical Sky Mansion's genius disciple, Ling Tian." Duan Rufeng looked at Ling Tian again with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, that Li Feng is also your disguise, right? The surname Li happens to be your mother's surname. Feng happens to be one of the characters in my name. I don't think this is a coincidence, right?" "That's right. That Li Feng is also me." Ling Tian nodded. There was no need to hide this in front of his father. "Huh. To think I was wondering when such a young genius appeared in the lower province. I even wanted to recruit him to the Azure Cloud Mansion. It didn't cross my mind that he's actually my son." Duan Rufeng laughed loudly, and his laughter was filled with pride. He, Duan Rufeng, could not help but feel proud of his son for being so capable. "All right. I'll order Elder Rong to arrange for his men to search for these materials. Even if I have to turn the entire lower province upside down, I'll try my best to gather these materials and pass them to you," Duan Rufeng said confidently as he looked at the drawing in his hand again. "Father, you told me before that it's all thanks to me that you're able to become the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. What do you mean by that?" Ling Tian suddenly recalled the words that Duan Rufeng had said to him a few days ago. "If I'm not mistaken, the Devil Seal tablet in your hand should be something you obtained from the Swamp of Death in our hometown, right?" Chapter 1840. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Ling Tian's eyes turned misty. His thoughts returned to the past for a moment. Back then, when he was still in his hometown on the mortal continent's Cloud Continent, he had entered the Swamp of Death and discovered the Devil Seal tablet in an underground palace. Initially, an extremely powerful soul had come out of the Devil Seal tablet with the intention of seizing his body. Unfortunately, at the most critical moment, that soul was annihilated. The situation at that time was similar to when the Reincarnation Emperor Wu had tried to seize his body. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu's soul had been destroyed on the spot. "You're not from this world." He still remembered that before the soul of the Rebirth Martial Emperor was annihilated, he had once shouted these words. When the soul that was countless times more powerful than the Rebirth Martial Emperors had rushed out of the demon's sealing tombstone and dissipated in a puff of smoke due to its impact on his soul, he knew that his soul from his previous life on Earth seemed to be protected by some kind of law in the purest clash of souls. However, until now, he still did not know what the reason was. Huo Lao. If there was a problem, he would look for Huo Lao. This was basically the best way for Ling Tian to solve problems. Huo Lao, After my soul from my previous life on earth transmigrated to this world, I possessed this body. At that time, a top powerhouse from this world's mortal continent tried to seize this body and used his powerful soul to attack my soul. In the end, I was fine. On the contrary, he was destroyed. What's going on? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly. Before Huolao could answer, he added, "Oh, right." Before he turned into ashes, he said something about me not being from this world. This is the restriction of the mundane realm's law. Huolao said, the two mundane realms have different laws. The souls born in this mundane realm are naturally tainted with the aura of the mundane realm's law. On the other hand, the souls born in the other mundane realm are also tainted with the aura of the mundane realm's law. Based on what you said, I'm almost certain that planet Yen Huang, the Earth you mentioned, is not from the same mundane realm as the mundane planet we're standing on. Huolao continued to say, because your soul came from planet Yen Huang, it's tainted with the law of another mundane realm. For this reason, it's almost impossible for a being from this mundane realm to destroy your soul and occupy your body. Of course, this doesn't mean that your soul is indestructible in this mundane realm. If it isn't someone without a body attacking your soul with pure soul, but someone with a body attacking your soul with soul attacks, your soul can still be wiped out. Hua's soul. Although Elder Hua had said so much, Duan Lingtian did not hear it clearly. However, he had finally sorted out 2 points. First, in this mundane realm, no matter how strong a soul was, it would be impossible for it to destroy his soul and occupy his body. Secondly, if the soul that originally had a body launched a soul attack against him, his soul would no longer have a shield to shield him. Tian, what are you thinking about? At the same time, Duan Rufeng woke Duan Lingtian up when he saw his son was distracted again. Father. Duan Lingtian shuddered and regained his senses. He asked again, where were we? If it was someone else, Duan Rufeng would definitely be unhappy if they were distracted while talking to him. However, this person was Duan Lingtian, his son. Naturally, it was different. Duan Rufeng patiently repeated his question, I asked you earlier, did you find the Devil Seal tablet in the Swamp of Death in our hometown? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There was nothing to hide. He was not surprised that his father knew he had the Devil Seal tablet. After all, the news of him obtaining the Devil Seal tablet had spread throughout the Debussy subterranean. Even now, there were still many people looking for him. The reason they were looking for him was naturally because of the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. Did you encounter anything strange when you obtained the Devil Seal tablet? For example, was there a soul that was strong enough to leave the Devil Seal tablet and try to occupy your body? Duan Rufeng asked again. This was what he was most curious about. If he remembered correctly, Black Nether's main soul had always been in the Devil Seal tablet. If he wanted to obtain the Devil Seal tablet, he would have to go through Black Nether first. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At that time, there was a powerful soul that tried to occupy my body. However, for some reason, a powerful energy suddenly surged out of the Devil Seal tablet and destroyed the soul. When that soul tried to occupy your body, did he say anything? Duan Rufeng asked again. I think he said I was unlucky or something. Also, he said that as long as he destroyed my soul, he would be able to occupy my body and look for his main soul. He also seemed to say that once his main soul returns, he will completely annihilate that stubborn guy. Duan Lingtian recalled what the soul had told him before he finally relayed the words of the soul. Other than the truth about the soul being destroyed, he told him everything else. After all, the truth was related to his previous life. He didn't know if this cheap father of his could accept it, and he didn't know if his mother could accept it either. In his opinion, if he did not tell the truth, it would be the most well-intentioned lie in the world. Stubborn? What a stubborn fool. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Duan Rufeng smirked coldly. Then, as though he was talking to himself, he said, "Black Nether, I'm afraid you didn't expect that your main soul would be destroyed by my son. Your main soul has been occupying my body for almost 20 years, and I'm the one who won in the end." "Father. What do you mean by that? Don't tell me the stubborn fellow that fellow was talking about is you?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? As Duan Rufeng explained, Duan Lingtian also realized that there was indeed such a coincidence in the world. As it turned out, his father had left the mortal continent and came to the Dao Martial Saint Land because Black Nether's main soul had invaded his body and temporarily occupied his body. As for the improvement in his cultivation base, it was also because of Black Nether. From the beginning, although his father's soul was not destroyed, he was merely a spectator. In the end, due to Black Nether's greed, he accidentally damaged his main soul. This gave Duan Rufeng's main soul an opportunity to seize control of his body for a period of time until Black Nether's main soul regained control of his body again. From then on, Duan Rufeng and Black Nether took turns to occupy the same body. As his strength rose rapidly, Black Nether took control of his body and killed the original Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion before taking over his body. In the beginning, there were many complaints in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although they were intimidated by Black Nether's strength, not many people acknowledged him as the Mansion Master. It was only when Duan Rufeng took over the body that he began to show kindness to the people in the Azure Cloud Mansion that he managed to win over many people's hearts. Coupled with the fact that he and Black Nether took turns to control the body, with his powerful strength, he led the Azure Cloud Mansion to become a top quasi-third-rate force that was on par with the Mountainshade Black Market. At that time, everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion finally acknowledged him as the Mansion Master. Finally, one day, Black Nether's main soul was destroyed, and his main soul was destroyed as well. It was only then that Duan Rufeng regained complete control of his body. It was also at that time that Duan Rufeng immediately returned to his hometown, Cloud Continent. Cloud Continent was where his wife and son, whom he missed the most, were. "I can't believe the soul that wanted to occupy my body was actually the main soul of the devil cultivator who occupied your body, father. As it turns out, it's all thanks to me that you were able to return to Cloud Continent to look for mother and me." Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh as he looked at Duan Rufeng. "Father. Although Black Nether's main soul did not manage to occupy my body, I can still sense that his soul is extremely powerful. Do you know his background?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "All I know is that he was a famous powerhouse in the upper province when he was at his peak. As for his background, I've never heard him mention anything about it. However, I've heard him mumbling about the Heaven Divination sect, one of the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. I'm guessing his origin must be related to the Heaven Divination sect." Duan Rufeng told his father everything he knew. The Heaven Divination sect, one of the 3 great sects in the upper province? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Since the Heaven Divination sect was one of the 3 great sects in the upper province, it was undoubtedly as famous as Zoroastrianism. The powerful soul that wanted to occupy his body but was destroyed by the mundane realm's law was actually a devil cultivator from the Heaven Divination sect, one of the 3 great sects in the upper province. Just as Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng were chatting, a voice suddenly rang out. In the faraway mystical Sky Mansion's estate, Guli had finally settled all the matters in his hands. After bidding farewell to his father, Gu Xiayun, he left the mystical Sky Mansion's estate and headed south. He's heading in the same direction as Ling Tian. This isn't the direction to the upper province. Not long after Guli left the mystical Sky Mansion's estate, a figure appeared at the spot he had just passed. In the eyes of those with a lower cultivation base, it seemed as though the figure had appeared out of thin air. "It seems like he's going to look for Ling Tian." If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized the figure with just a glance. Chapter 1841. Although Guli had never been to the Azure Cloud Mansion before, he still knew where the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate was. However, he did not notice someone was tailing him all the way to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Guli had already entered the Divine Saint stage, he was only at the early Divine Saint stage. Naturally, it was difficult for a Mastery Divine Saint stage martial cultivator like Xiao Deng to notice him. Due to this reason, Guli did not notice Xiao Deng at all even though he was tailing Guli. I'd like to see where Ling Tian is going. Xiao Deng muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly as he tailed Guli from afar. A few days later, Xiao Deng who was tailing Guli could not help but frown. The Crouching Dragon Lake where the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate is located is right in front of us. Why is Guli here? Although the Azure Cloud Mansion was a quasi-third-rate force like the Mystical Sky Mansion, its strength and status were far above the Mystical Sky Mansion. Although Xiao Deng was the Vice-Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he could not help but feel wary in front of such a force. Naturally, from the beginning until the end, it did not cross Xiao Deng's mind that Guli's destination was the Azure Cloud Mansion. This was because he had never heard of any relationship between Guli and the Azure Cloud Mansion. Similarly, he had never heard of any relationship between Ling Tian and the Azure Cloud Mansion. He thought Guli was just passing by the Crouching Dragon Lake and had nothing to do with the Azure Cloud Mansion. As long as he did not enter the Crouching Dragon Lake, the black armored guards of the Azure Cloud Mansion would not be alerted. However, Xiao Deng soon discovered that things were completely different from what he had imagined. Guli was not passing by the Crouching Dragon Lake where the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate was located. He actually entered the Crouching Dragon Lake. Outside the Crouching Dragon Lake, Xiao Deng watched with his own eyes as Guli flew into the Crouching Dragon Lake. And the expected scene also happened. As soon as Guli entered the Crouching Dragon Lake, he was surrounded by 10 black armored guards who broke out from the bottom of the Crouching Dragon Lake. What's Guli trying to do? What's he doing in the Azure Cloud Mansion? Xiao Deng frowned, unable to understand. He naturally wouldn't think that Guli was here to die. Then, there must be something behind this that he didn't know. Why did these black armored guards, who were originally so aggressive, suddenly change their attitude? Although they were far apart, Xiao Deng could clearly see that the 10 black armored guards surrounding Guli suddenly opened up a path for Guli. There was even a black armored guard leading the way for Guli, politely inviting Guli into the Crouching Dragon Lake. What's going on? I've never heard of Gu Xiayun having such a relationship with any important high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Xiao Deng didn't come back to his senses until Gu Li's figure disappeared from his sight. The first thing that came to his mind was that their Mystical Sky Mansion's guardian, Gu Xiayun, had a good relationship with some high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Apart from that, the high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion must have a high position in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Otherwise, the black armored guards would not have been so polite to Gu Xiayun's son, Gu Li. From the beginning until the end, it did not cross his mind that Gu Li had a good relationship with some high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion. He subconsciously felt that Gu Li was not a person of that level and was not qualified to be acquainted with some high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion. At this moment, Xiao Deng had completely forgotten about Ling Tian. To be more precise, he had completely forgotten about Duan Ling Tian. Not even in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the reason the black armored guards were so polite to Gu Li was because of the order from Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The reason Duan Rufeng gave such an order was all because of Duan Ling Tian. If someone who claims to be a Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, Gu Li, comes to visit in the future, don't be negligent. Although Duan Rufeng's words were simple, it was like an imperial edict to the black armored guards. How could they dare to be negligent when Lord Mansion Master personally gave an order to treat him with respect? Should I go and ask around or return first? Zhao Deng thought about leaving just like that. However, when he thought about how Ling Tian might have been hidden in the Azure Cloud Mansion by Gu Li, he felt a little unwilling. That Ling Tian must have been hidden in the Azure Cloud Mansion by Gu Li through his father's connections in the Azure Cloud Mansion. It seems like they're planning to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion and go to the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land soon. Does that Ling Tian think our Zhao clan can't do anything to him just because he's hiding in the Azure Cloud Mansion? When Zhao Deng reached the end of his speculation, his eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. At this moment, what Zhao Deng wanted to do the most was to find Ling Tian. Whether it was him or his father, both of them felt they had to start with Ling Tian if they wanted to find the culprit who killed their son. Forget it, I'll just go and ask around. When I think about it, as long as I announce my identity as the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, these black armored guards from the Azure Cloud Mansion won't dare to be negligent. I'm sure they won't refuse to answer my questions as well. In the end, Zhao Deng could not help but ask around. When he thought about his identity as the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, his confidence was boosted. So, with just a flash, Zhao Deng seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he appeared in the sky above the crouching dragon lake before the other 9 black armored guards could even enter the lake. Who's there? Zhao Deng's appearance had, naturally, alerted the 9 black armored guards. At once, Zhao Deng was surrounded by the 9 black armored guards. I'm Zhao Deng, the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Faced with the 9 black armored guards, Zhao Deng raised his head arrogantly and said. At the same time, waves of terrifying aura emanated from his body, pressuring the 9 black armored guards to the point their expressions turned grave. No matter what, Zhao Deng was a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse. Naturally, the aura he emitted was not something a group of eminent saint stage powerhouses could withstand. However, Zhao Deng did not dare to go too far. Soon after, he withdrew the aura he was emitting. No matter what, these black armored guards were still from the Azure Cloud Mansion. As the saying went, before you beat a dog, you have to look at its master. He did not want to offend the Azure Cloud Mansion because of these black armored guards. Even his father in the Mystical Sky Mansion behind them did not dare to offend the Azure Cloud Mansion, let alone him. He had only done that to show the 9 black armored guards his strength so they would not dare to underestimate him. So it's Vice Mansion Master Zhao from the Mystical Sky Mansion. Soon after, one of the 9 black armored guards stepped forward and cupped his hands at Zhao Deng. Greetings, Vice Mansion Master Zhao. I'm Lu Chuan, the Decurion of the 73rd Platoon of the Azure Cloud Mansion's Black Armored Army. Greetings, Vice Mansion Master Zhao. The remaining 9 black armored guards said in unison as they bowed at Zhao Deng. When Zhao Deng saw how courteous the 9 black armored guards were, he raised his head even higher. He thought that his display of strength, just now had worked. You're the Decurion? Zhao Deng looked at Lu Chuan. When he saw the latter nodding, he nodded as well. Very good, I have a question for you. Earlier, Vice Mansion Master Zhao. Before Zhao Deng could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Chuan. When Zhao Deng's expression darkened, Lu Chuan continued to say, Our Lord Mansion Master has instructed that if Vice Mansion Master Zhao comes, we must treat him with respect. Moreover, Lord Mansion Master has instructed us to invite Vice Mansion Master Zhao to the central main hall. Lord Mansion Master has said that he'll personally welcome Vice Mansion Master Zhao. When Zhao Deng heard Lu Chuan's words, the grave expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a surprised and delighted expression. Mansion Master Duan of your Azure Cloud Mansion will personally receive me? At this moment, Zhao Deng thought he had misheard. Yes. However, he soon received confirmation from Lu Chuan. He did not mishear. At this moment, Zhao Deng felt a warm current rising from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head, causing his head to heat up. This was the feeling of excitement. Zhao Deng did not care about the black armored guards in front of him, since the strongest one among them was only a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. However, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was different. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was someone whom even the Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion had to look up to. However, he was actually going to personally receive him? At this moment, Zhao Deng felt like he was floating in the air. However, after a while, Zhao Deng calmed down. He felt something was amiss. He did not know the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and he had never heard his father mention that he was friends with the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. If that was the case, why would the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, one of the two overlords of the Debussy Subterranean, order his subordinates to personally receive him? Moreover, why did the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion know he would come? There must be something fishy going on. After Zhao Deng calmed down, he did not let his excitement get to his head. After taking a deep breath, he said to the 9 black armored guards in front of him, "Please thank your Mansion Master for me. However, I still have something to attend to, so I'll have to return first." Zhao Deng, who realized something was amiss, had completely forgotten about Gu Li and Ling Tian. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to get as far away from the Azure Cloud Mansion as possible. The moment Zhao Deng finished speaking, he did not wait for the 9 black armored guards to reply before he turned around and flew out of the Crouching Dragon Lake. At the same time, a vast amount of energy surged out of Zhao Deng's body. He wanted to leave the area around the Azure Cloud Mansion as soon as possible. For some reason, he felt something was amiss. The reception from the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion sounded more like a trap. "Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Before Zhao Deng could mobilize his energy to increase his speed, a cold voice that was filled with killing intent resonated in front of him. When he stopped in time, he realized that a person had appeared in front of him without him noticing. This person was also wearing black armor, but the black armor on his body was clearly more exquisite, and much lighter. This was a black armored guard who had the appearance of a young man. His face was cold, and there was a hideous scar that ran from top to bottom across his left eye. It added a hint of ruthlessness to his face. "You're the centurion of the black armored army, Tong Zhong?" When Zhao Deng saw the young man's scarred face, horror dawned on him as though he had recalled something. Tong Zhong was the strongest person in the black armored army under the commander. Chapter 1842. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, some high-ranking officials were famous because of their strength. One of them was Tong Zhong, one of the 10 great centurions of the Black Armored Army. Apart from being the strongest person below the commander in the Black Armored Army, Tong Zhong was also the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage in the Azure Cloud Mansion and the entire Debussy Subterranean. As for Tong Zhong's titles, they were all publicly acknowledged. Not only that, but he had even said anyone below the exemplary saint stage in the Debussy Subterranean could challenge him to a duel if they were unconvinced. No matter who it was, as long as they could defeat him, they would become the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage in the Debussy Subterranean. Although there were many powerhouses below the exemplary saint stage who came to the Azure Cloud Mansion to challenge him, none of them could defeat him. In the Debussy Subterranean, Tong Zhong was also known as a legend at the Divine Saint stage. In the world of Divine Saint stage powerhouses, he was like a legend. Based on this, one could see how terrifying his strength was. Lord Centurion. After Tong Zhong appeared, the 9 black armored guards led by Decurion Lu Chuan bowed respectfully. If one took a closer look, they would see that Lu Chuan and the other 9 were looking at Tong Zhong with eyes full of worship and fanaticism. In the Black Armored Army, their captain, who was also the Black Armored Army's commander, was considered a powerhouse from the older generation. Due to this reason, they only had respect in front of the commander. However, in front of this young centurion Tong Zhong, apart from respect, they also worshipped him. They worshipped him like an idol. In the history of the Azure Cloud Mansion, Tong Zhong's innate talent was only second to their Lord Mansion Master. Tong Zhong was only in his early 50s this year. Centurion Tong Zhong, what do you mean by this? Although Zhao Deng felt guilty facing Tong Zhong, he suppressed his emotions and pretended to be angry as he asked in a deep voice. Let alone Tong Zhong, who was almost invincible among Divine Saint stage powerhouses. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage was not someone he could fight against. Currently, his cultivation base was only at the Mastery Divine Saint stage. Tong Zhong's face was incomparably cold to begin with, and he unconsciously exuded an icy aura. What do you mean? Hearing Zhao Deng's words, when he spoke again, the temperature around him seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. It's your good fortune that the Manor Lord is personally entertaining you. I'll give you two choices. 1. Die here. 2. Follow me to the central Great Hall. Tong Zhong's tone became increasingly cold, as if it came from an ice cave, so cold that it made one's hair stand on end. Upon hearing Tong Zhong's words, horror dawned on Zhao Deng's face as he shouted angrily, Tong Zhong, I'm the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. If you dare to touch me, the Mystical Sky Mansion won't let you go. At this moment, Zhao Deng could only use the Mystical Sky Mansion as a shield. Unfortunately, Tong Zhong did not seem to care about the Mystical Sky Mansion at all. His voice was cold as he added, I'll give you 3 breaths to make your decision. If you still haven't made your decision after 3 breaths, it'll mean that you've chosen the former. Now, a breath of time has passed. Horror dawned on Zhao Deng when he saw it was useless to bring up the Mystical Sky Mansion. It was as though he had found a straw to clutch at. My father is the guardian of the Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Jin. He's at the exemplary saint stage. When Zhao Deng saw it was useless to bring up the Mystical Sky Mansion, he brought up his father instead. You only have 1 breath of time left. However, Tong Zhong continued to say coldly as though he did not hear him at all. In just a blink of an eye, there was only 1 breath of time left. Zhao Deng's face was pale. He looked like a crestfallen rooster as he compromised. I choose to go to the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion. In the end, Zhao Deng made his choice. He could not muster up any thoughts of resistance in front of Tong Zhong. He could only compromise if he wanted to live. When the 9 black armored guards led by Lu Chuan saw Zhao Deng obediently leaving with Tong Zhong, a hint of disdain could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Zhao Deng again. This Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng, is really an embarrassment to the Mystical Sky Mansion. In front of Lord Centurion Tong, he actually cowered in less than 3 breaths. I really wonder how Zhao Deng became the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Is there no one else in the Mystical Sky Mansion? I heard that Zhao Deng's father is one of the 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. I think he only became the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion because of his connections. I see. At this moment, Zhao Deng had not gone far with Tong Zhong. He could clearly hear the 9 black armored guards' discussion as though there was no one else around. It made him so angry that he almost threw up blood. Did they not say that the Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored guards were well disciplined and had high standards? Why were they so sarcastic when they spoke? At this moment, Zhao Deng seemed to have completely forgotten how arrogant he was when he was facing the 9 black armored guards just now. In the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion. Go in. Tong Zhong glanced at Zhao Deng coldly. After Zhao Deng obediently entered the central main hall, he stood at the entrance of the central main hall like a door god. Who was inside the central main hall that made Tong Zhong, the black armored guard centurion, personally guard the entrance? After Zhao Deng entered, he only saw one person. Moreover, it was someone he was familiar with. Gu Li. In the huge central main hall, apart from Zhao Deng who had just entered, Gu Li was the only one left. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, why are you here? When Gu Li saw Zhao Deng, he could not help but frown. Based on Gu Li's expression, it was obvious he did not know Zhao Deng would appear here. Zhao Deng remained silent. What could he say? Could he tell him that he had followed Zhao Deng here? However, Gu Li was not stupid. Soon after, he figured out the reason Zhao Deng appeared here. Why you followed me? I just want to know where that Ling Tian is. The direction you went after leaving the mystical sky mansion is the same as the direction he left. Do you dare to say you're not here to look for him? The moment Zhao Deng thought about that Ling Tian, he was furious. If it was not for that fellow, his son would not have died. If it was not for that fellow, he would not have followed Gu Li and would not have been trapped in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Apart from that, up until now, he still had no idea what the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was trying to do. How did he know he would come to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Why did he personally receive him? That's right. I'm here to look for junior brother Ling Tian. When Gu Li saw Zhao Deng still dared to act so arrogantly in his junior brother Ling Tian's territory even though he had already arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, Gu Li was inwardly amused. He did not bother to hide his intentions and replied straightforwardly. Since that's the case, why can't I follow you? Zhao Deng smirked. However, I really didn't expect your father, Gu Xiayun, would actually know a high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Since he's willing to take in Ling Tian for your father's sake, I'm sure he must have an extraordinary position in the Azure Cloud Mansion, right? Zhao Deng continued to say. His expression seemed to say, I've already guessed it. When Zhao Deng saw Gu Li did not reply for a long time, he thought he had admitted to it. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you speechless now that I've guessed correctly? At this moment, Zhao Deng seemed to have forgotten the reason he was here. Otherwise, he would not have said such a thing. Which high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion would dare to bring his guest to the central main hall? The central main hall was the place where the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion received his guests. The reason Gu Li did not respond was because he was shocked by Zhao Deng's words. However, when he thought about it, he felt relieved. After all, he still did not know the true identity of his junior brother Ling Tian. Yes. You've guessed correctly. I have nothing to say. In the face of Zhao Deng's overbearing words, Gu Li nodded his head numbly. His expression seemed to say, whatever you say is right. However, he was cursing him inwardly. However, when Zhao Deng saw Gu Li was so tactful, he did not feel smug at all. This was because he could see the abnormality in Gu Li's behavior. The current Gu Li was completely different from the Gu Li in his memory. Was Gu Li someone who would compromise so easily? Of course not. At this moment, Zhao Deng calmed down again. After he calmed down, he recalled where he was. The central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion is the place where the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion gathers the high-ranking officials for a meeting. Gu Li, don't tell me you're here as well. Just as Zhao Deng was about to ask Gu Li if he was invited by the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, a voice sounded from outside. Zhao Deng was no stranger to this voice. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, long time no see. As the voice sounded, a figure walked in from outside the central main hall. The person who entered was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Junior brother Ling Tian. When he finally saw Duan Ling Tian, a delighted expression appeared on Gu Li's face as he walked up to him. Senior brother Gu Li, you're here. Duan Ling Tian laughed when he saw Gu Li walking up to him. Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian and Gu Li were standing together, Zhao Deng's gloomy voice sounded in a timely manner. I can't believe you're still alive. Tell me, who killed my son that day? Zhao Deng's tone was filled with questions. Duan Lingtian nodded at Gu Li before he looked at Zhao Deng again. He smiled faintly as he said, "Vice Mansion Master Zhao, is there even a need to ask? Naturally, I'm the one who killed your son. You? You're not worthy." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only was Zhao Deng not enraged, but he had a disdainful expression on his face. His son was at the early divine saint stage. How could Duan Lingtian kill him? What? Vice Mansion Master Zhao, do you think I'm not capable of killing an early divine saint stage devil cultivator like your son? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he narrowed his eyes. Early divine saint stage devil cultivator. Before Zhao Deng could reply, Gu Li was shocked. Zhao Ji was an early divine saint stage devil cultivator. In his memory, Zhao Ji was only an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator 2 years ago. Chapter 1843. Isn't that so? Zhao Deng glanced at Duan Lingtian disdainfully and smirked. My son had a great fortuitous encounter and came across an ancient devil beast relic. He obtained the ancient devil beast's inheritance and broke through to the early divine saint stage from the intermediate refined saint stage in less than 2 years. Although your innate talent is great, your cultivation base is only at the peak of the eminent saint stage. You want to kill my son? You must be dreaming. Ancient devil beast relic. Early divine saint stage. Originally, Gu Li was already shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, when he heard Zhao Deng's words, he realized Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. He was shocked as well. Zhao Ji is so lucky. He actually came across an ancient devil beast relic and obtained the ancient devil beast's inheritance. He broke through from the intermediate refined saint stage to the early divine saint stage in less than 2 years. When Gu Li thought about how he had only recently broken through to the early divine saint stage despite all his hard work, he felt a sense of injustice. Ancient devil beast relic? Ancient devil beast's inheritance? When Duan Lingtian heard Zhao Deng's words, he was stunned. However, he could not help but laugh. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, Zhao Ji told you he came across an ancient devil beast relic and obtained the ancient devil beast's inheritance? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Deng with a strange smile on his face. What are you laughing at? Zhao Deng's expression turned grave. He did not know why Duan Lingtian was laughing. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, it seems like your son isn't being honest in front of you. Well, if he didn't think I was going to die that day, he wouldn't have told me the truth about how his cultivation base had improved so quickly. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Deng deeply. The smile on his face widened when he reached the end of his sentence. What do you mean by that? What truth? Zhao Deng's expression turned grave. At this time, Gu Li also looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. He didn't know what Duan Lingtian wanted to say, but he was looking forward to what Lingtian was going to say next. The truth is, Zhao Ji didn't come across any relic of the ancient devil beast's divine ability, nor did he obtain any ancient devil beast's inheritance. The reason why his cultivation base rose so quickly was because he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, just like Palace Master Zhu from the Heavenly Palace. Duan Lingtian calmly replied to Zhao Deng's question. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Devouring dark devil technique. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Li's eyes narrowed. The way he looked at Zhao Deng changed completely. Zhao Deng. You actually allowed your son to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. You really have some guts. Nonsense. As Zhao Deng glared at Duan Lingtian, a vast energy surged out of his body. Lingtian, my son is already dead. I won't allow anyone to slander him. Slander? Duan Lingtian smiled. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, I didn't slander your good son. He admitted everything I know. Moreover, he even told me that he was the one who pulled the strings between Palace Master Zhu and Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Perhaps, if he didn't pull the strings, Palace Master Zhu might not have been able to reach an agreement with Su Jing. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes turned cold immediately. When Zhao Deng heard Duan Lingtian's words, he fell silent for a moment. He still remembered when he was keeping an eye on Su Jing, his son had gone to the secret underground chamber where Su Jing was imprisoned. He had even stood in front of Su Jing's bed for a long time. At that time, he thought his son had contacted Su Jing. However, his son said he had not. At that time, he did not suspect his son at all. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words today, he recalled the scene that day. He found it even stranger. Moreover, his originally determined heart was starting to waver. Don't tell me Ji really contacted Su Jing? He didn't tell me because he was afraid I wouldn't let him cultivate the devouring dark devil technique? The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, his heart sank. If I'm not mistaken, Zhao Ji must have found out that Palace Master Zhu was humiliated by Feng Bui, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market. He must have taken advantage of Palace Master Zhu's desire to seek revenge and persuaded Palace Master Zhu to rescue Su Jing. These were all Duan Lingtian's speculations. If I'm not mistaken, Zhao Ji shouldn't have been in the mystical sky mansion when the young women in the west were turned into dried corpses, right? Moreover, Zhao Ji must have returned to the mystical sky mansion after the matter there was exposed, right? Duan Lingtian asked word by word as he looked at Zhao Deng. When Zhao Deng heard this, he thought about it carefully and realized it was indeed the case. Stop slandering me if you don't have any evidence. Naturally, even if Zhao Deng had doubts in his heart, he would not admit it. Put aside the fact that his son was dead, even if his son was still alive, he would not admit to it even if he was 100% certain his son had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. In fact, those who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique were like rats on the street in the Dao Marshal Saint Land. Everyone wanted to beat them up. Evidence? Duan Lingtian smiled. Do you want me to swear on the lightning penalty oath? I want you to know I'm not lying. There's no need for that. I won't believe you anyway. Zhao Deng immediately rejected Duan Lingtian's words when he heard it. However, in the depths of his heart, he was almost certain his son had indeed cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Otherwise, Lingtian would not have dared to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Guli had the same thought as Zhao Deng. To think Zhao Ji cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. He deserved to die. Guli said coldly. He did not care about Zhao Deng's cold gaze at all. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. As for whether Zhao Ji cultivated the devouring dark devil technique or not, I'm sure you're very clear about it, Vice Mansion Master Zhao. Duan Lingtian said as he stared at Zhao Deng. Lingtian, I'll ask you one more time. Who killed my son? Is the person who killed my son related to you? Otherwise, why did he die instead of you? Zhao Deng asked coldly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, I've already told you the truth. I killed Zhao Ji. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Duan Lingtian shook his head in the face of Zhao Deng's repeated questions. When he reached the end of his sentence, he shrugged helplessly. All right. You said you killed him. Then, can you tell me how a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage like you managed to kill an early divine saint stage devil cultivator? Zhao Deng's expression turned grave immediately. He had almost lost his patience. If it was not for the fact that he wanted an answer from Duan Lingtian, he would have attacked and killed Duan Lingtian. Under normal circumstances, with my cultivation base, it's indeed difficult for me to kill Zhao Ji, Duan Lingtian nodded and confirmed Zhao Deng's words. Under Zhao Deng's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian continued to say, however, no matter how strong Zhao Ji is, he's only an early divine saint stage devil cultivator. Let alone an early divine saint stage devil cultivator, even a devil cultivator at the peak of the divine saint stage won't be able to survive in front of me. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his body emitted a strong sense of confidence. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, both Zhao Deng and Gu Li were stunned. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seemed like he could even kill a devil cultivator at the peak of the divine saint stage. That's right. Junior brother Lingtian has the devil seal tablet. When Gu Li heard Duan Lingtian's words, he also found it hard to believe. However, when he thought about it, he recalled the super saint weapon, the devil seal tablet, that Duan Lingtian had obtained in the past. With his junior brother Lingtian's true origin that was comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage, once he activated the devil seal tablet, he would indeed be able to kill all devil cultivators below the exemplary saint stage. It was not an exaggeration when he said he could kill a devil cultivator at the peak of the saint stage. Naturally, Gu Li felt at ease because he knew Duan Lingtian's true identity and Duan Lingtian possessed the devil seal tablet. Zhao Deng, on the other hand, was unaware of all this. What a joke! Zhao Deng regained his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. He said disdainfully, Lingtian, even if you want to boast, shouldn't you at least prepare a draft first? You're just a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Not only did you boast shamelessly that you can kill an early divine saint stage devil cultivator, but you even dare to say you can kill a devil cultivator at the peak of the divine saint stage. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Or perhaps, do you think I'm an idiot? When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, a smirk appeared on his face. Huh, Duan Lingtian laughed out loud. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. What are you laughing at? Zhao Deng was slightly angered. Don't tell me I'm wrong. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, I think you're an idiot. Under Zhao Deng's furious gaze, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, didn't you hear what I said earlier? I've said that under normal circumstances, it's indeed difficult for me to kill Zhao Ji with my cultivation base. However, what if I have something else to rely on? I wonder if you've heard of a super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Dao martial saint land that specializes in restraining devil cultivators. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he intentionally reminded Zhao Deng. 10 great saint weapons ranking? Super saint weapon? Or was it a super saint weapon that specialized in restraining devil cultivators? Devil seal tablet. A thought popped up in Zhao Deng's mind at the first moment. As far as he knew, the only super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking that could restrain a devil cultivator was the devil seal tablet. If he used the devil seal tablet, he could even kill a devil cultivator whose cultivation base was one stage higher than his. The devil seal tablet. Wasn't it rumored that a young man had obtained it a few years ago? That young man seems to be called Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, Lingtian. The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost as he cried out, "Why, you're Duan Lingtian?" No. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Zhao Deng shook his head and denied his speculation. Chapter 1844. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not look like his original appearance. In order to meet Zhao Deng, he had disguised himself as Lingtian. Something's not right? Upon hearing Zhao Deng's words, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, "Do you think I'm not Duan Lingtian because there are no traces of disguise on my face?" Before Zhao Deng could reply, he saw the muscles on Lingtian's face twitching. Soon after, a brand new face appeared before his eyes. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed such a miraculous disguise technique existed in this world. It was clearly a disguise, but his divine consciousness could not detect any traces of disguise at all. You're Duan Lingtian. After recovering from his shock, Zhao Deng studied Duan Lingtian for a while before he discovered Duan Lingtian's appearance was exactly the same as the person in the portrait he had seen a few years ago. The person in the portrait at that time was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had obtained the Devil Seal tablet. That's right. I'm Duan Lingtian. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, do you believe that I was the one who killed your son? Duan Lingtian asked mockingly. Zhao Deng's expression turned grave. When he saw Duan Lingtian's true appearance, he knew everything Duan Lingtian had said was true. His son was indeed killed by Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, Duan Lingtian had killed his son by activating the Devil Seal tablet. He still remembered his son's death was caused by his soul being destroyed. There were no traces of external injuries on his body at all. The Devil Seal tablet had directly destroyed the Devil Cultivator's soul when it killed him. All of his doubts were cleared up. He had finally found his son's murderer. Lingtian. No, I should call you Duan Lingtian. Apart from hatred, Zhao Deng's eyes were filled with greed for the Devil Seal tablet when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Thank you for telling me that you're the one who killed my son. If that's the case, I'll give you a quick death. Just as Zhao Deng finished his sentence, the power that he had been accumulating suddenly surged. He moved and was about to charge at Duan Lingtian. There was only one thought left in Zhao Deng's mind. Kill Duan Lingtian, avenge his son, and seize the Devil Seal tombstone. The Devil Seal tablet was one of the 10 Super Saint artifacts on the 10 Great Saint artifact ranking. It was something that everyone dreamed of obtaining. Naturally, Zhao Deng was tempted by it. At this moment, Zhao Deng had completely forgotten that he was in the Azure Cloud Mansion. He had never wondered why Duan Lingtian dared to reveal his true face in front of him and admit to killing his son. At this moment, Zhao Deng had completely lost himself due to his desire for revenge and greed. How dare you! Just as Zhao Deng's body was leaning forward slightly, a thunderous voice reverberated in the main hall. It was deafening. One could vaguely hear the voice belonged to an old man. Whoosh! At the same time, a ghostly figure blocked Zhao Deng's path. Bang! He did not seem to have made any movements, but Zhao Deng, who was charging out with the force of wind and thunder, was casually sent flying away. He fell on the ground in a wretched state. Barf! Zhao Deng was in a daze from the fall. He opened his mouth and threw up a mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand up, but due to his severe injuries, he could not stand up. When he opened his eyes and looked ahead, he saw an old figure standing in front of Duan Lingtian to protect him. Rong Yuan. Horror dawned on Zhao Deng when he saw the old man standing in front of Duan Lingtian. Rong Yuan was one of the right-hand men of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He was as famous as Kumi. In the entire Mystical Sky Mansion, his strength was only inferior to the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. He was even more powerful than the 2 great guardians of Mystical Sky Mansion. Young Mansion Master. However, when Zhao Deng saw Rong Yuan turning around and bowing respectfully at Duan Lingtian, his eyes widened in shock. Young Mansion Master? Only the son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion could be addressed as Young Mansion Master by Rong Yuan, right? However, he had never heard that the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion had a son. Moreover, this person was the murderer of his son. Duan Lingtian. Duan Rufeng. Both of them have the surname Duan. When Zhao Deng regained his senses, he muttered the names of Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Soon after, he realized they had the same surname. His heart sank again. Don't tell me this Duan Lingtian is really the son of Duan Rufeng, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? That's not right. If he's the son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he disguise himself as Ling Tian and come to our mystical sky mansion? Don't tell me it's because of the Saint Martial's secret zone? Zhao Deng could not figure it out. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect the lad whom his Zhao clan wanted to kill so badly was actually the son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Elder Rong. Duan Lingtian smiled in response to Rong Yuan's greeting. He did not dare to slight this old man who had been by his cheapskate father's side for many years. As for the misunderstanding previously, after his father explained it to him, he knew he had misunderstood the old man. Rong Yuan had indeed passed the exquisite jade box to his father, and it was his father who asked Rong Yuan to tell the black armored guard that he was a swindler. The reason his father did that was mainly for the sake of probing his cultivation. Since they had buried the hatchet, there was no longer any misunderstanding between him and Rong Yuan. Young mansion master, how should we deal with this person? Faced with Duan Lingtian, Rong Yuan was extremely humble. It was as though he treated Duan Lingtian as his most respected mansion master, Duan Rufeng. Love me, love my dog. Restrain him first. Leave the rest to me. Duan Lingtian said. Yes. Rong Yuan nodded respectfully before he turned around. With a raise of his hand, he restrained Zhao Deng who was trying to escape. The energy that belonged to an exemplary saint stage powerhouse transformed into an invisible energy and entered Zhao Deng's body, completely suppressing his strength. Zhao Deng instantly fell to the ground with a pale face. He had turned into an ordinary person in just a short time. Duan Lingtian strode forward and stood in front of Zhao Deng. He looked down at Zhao Deng who was lying on the ground and clicked his tongue as he asked, Vice Mansion Master Zhao, are you all right? Various expressions appeared on Zhao Deng's face as he lay on the ground. The hatred and greed in his eyes had disappeared at this moment and were replaced by panic and despair. His son's death and the Devil Seal tablet had all been tossed to the back of his mind at this moment. Currently, the most precious thing to him was undoubtedly his life. Only when he was alive would he be able to think about other things. If he was dead, he would lose everything. Young mansion master. At this moment, along with a respectful cry, a scene that exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations appeared. Zhao Deng who was temporarily reduced to an ordinary person after his strength was restrained by Rong Yuan, fell to his knees in front of Duan Lingtian after rolling on the ground. Young mansion master, Zhao Deng didn't know your identity beforehand. Please forgive me for offending you. Please spare my worthless life, young mansion master. I promise I won't offend you again in the future. If you don't believe me, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath. At this moment, Zhao Deng had abandoned his dignity as the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. There was only one thought left in his mind. Survive. I must find a way to survive. This was because he had not lived long enough. He did not want to die yet. As expected of father and son. You're indeed jackals of the same tribe. Zhao Deng, the way you're wagging your tail and begging for mercy is very similar to how your son looked before he died. He had also begged for mercy before. If Zhao Deng had a little backbone, perhaps, Duan Lingtian would have respected him a little. However, the way Zhao Deng was wagging his tail and begging for mercy made him feel disgusted. Zhao Deng had heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he was infuriated, he did not dare to show it on his face. He was as humble as he could be. Young mansion master, if you're willing to spare me, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to be your dog. From today onward, I'll bite wherever you point at without any hesitation. Zhao Deng's humility made Duan Lingtian frown. Was this really the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion? Guli who had been standing quietly at the side all this while also looked at Zhao Deng. He could not help but scold, Zhao Deng, you're not worthy to be the vice mansion master of our Mystical Sky Mansion. You've already embarrassed our Mystical Sky Mansion. However, Zhao Deng acted as though he did not hear Gu Li's scolding. He looked at Duan Lingtian pleadingly. At this moment, the only thing left in his mind was the desire to live. He did not care about anything else. At this moment, even Rong Yuan was frowning. It was obvious he was disgusted by Zhao Deng's cowardice. "Young mansion master, I beg of you, please spare me this time." Zhao Deng continued to beg for mercy. "Elder Rong, I don't want to see him again." A hint of disgust flashed in the depth of Duan Lingtian's eyes. He did not want to see Zhao Deng acting like this. No matter what, he's the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. I really have to hand it to him for being so cowardly in the face of death. No. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhao Deng's eyes widened. Horror dawned on his face as he rolled and struggled on the ground. With his strength sealed, he was destined to be a fish waiting to be slaughtered. After killing Zhao Deng, Rong Yuan also retreated from the central main hall. Senior Uncle Tong Zhong, the centurion of the Black Armored Army, had been standing outside the central main hall since a long time ago. When he saw Rong Yuan retreating, he immediately bowed at him respectfully. Tong Zhong's master was Ku Mi, who was as famous as Rong Yuan in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Rong Yuan and Ku Mi were not senior brothers, they had long regarded each other as brothers since they had been good friends for many years. For this reason, Rong Yuan's disciples would usually address Ku Mi as junior uncle. Ku Mi's disciples, on the other hand, would address Rong Yuan as senior uncle. In terms of age, Rong Yuan was slightly older than Ku Mi. After Rong Yuan retreated, only Duan Lingtian and Gu Li were left in the central main hall. Both of them looked at each other and smiled wryly. Senior brother Gu Li, in the end, it was Duan Lingtian who broke the silence. "I'm afraid I won't be able to go to the upper province in the near future. I think I'll have to wait for another year or so before I can go to the upper province." Chapter 1845. It doesn't matter. It's just a year. I'll wait for you. I can also use this time to consolidate my cultivation base. However, since you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and I'm in your territory, you'll have to find me a good place to cultivate. Gu Li nodded. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of a joke could be heard in his voice. Whoosh! As soon as Gu Li finished speaking, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. An object suddenly appeared in the air and shot toward Gu Li at high speed. However, this bit of speed was nothing in front of Gu Li. As Gu Li raised his hand, he grabbed the thing that broke through the air. When he looked at it, it was a light token that looked like it was made of wood. The word 9 was engraved on the front. When he flipped the token around, he saw a few floating stone platforms carved on the back. Each of the stone platforms had its own independent stone chamber. At the bottom right of the diagram, there were 3 small words carved on it. Azure Cloud Platform. This is the key to Azure Cloud Platform number 9. As though he had recalled something, Gu Li could not help but take a deep breath. The Azure Cloud Platform was an extremely good place to cultivate in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The spirit-gathering formation inside was directly connected to the quasi-third-grade Saint Stone Reserve in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Generally speaking, only some outstanding disciples in the Azure Cloud Mansion were allowed to enter the Azure Cloud Platform to cultivate. This was because one had to be strong enough to enter the Azure Cloud Platform to cultivate. There were a total of 81 Azure Cloud Platforms. It was said that all of them were suspended above the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion and were divided into different grades. At the highest point, there were a total of 9 Azure Cloud Platforms. They formed a circle and were respectively Azure Cloud Platform number 1, Azure Cloud Platform number 2, Azure Cloud Platform number 3, and Azure Cloud Platform number 9. It was said that in terms of cultivation environment, these 9 Azure Cloud platforms were not inferior to the cultivation place of the Azure Cloud Mansion's high-ranking officials. At this moment, the key to Azure Cloud Platform number 9 in Gu Li's hand was the key to open the Azure Cloud Platform number 9. Only those who had the key could enter the Azure Cloud Platform number 9 to cultivate. Below the 9 Azure Cloud platforms that formed a circle, there were a total of 18 Azure Cloud platforms that formed a circle. The cultivation environment of these 18 Azure Cloud platforms was slightly worse than the previous 9 platforms. Further down were the Azure Cloud platforms that formed a circle. There were a total of 54 of them. Although the cultivation environment here was slightly inferior to the Azure Cloud platforms on the upper 2 floors, it was not too bad. It was much better than the place where the disciples of the Azure Cloud Mansion usually cultivated. The cultivation environment of the 81 Azure Cloud platforms was extremely good. It was only natural that many Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples would want to cultivate there. However, in order to enter the Azure Cloud platform to cultivate, one also needed to have extraordinary strength. If one's strength was weak, even if one temporarily occupied an Azure Cloud platform, it would be taken away by another person in the blink of an eye. As expected of the son of the mystical Sky Mansion's guardian Gu. You actually know about our Azure Cloud Mansion's Azure Cloud Platform. This is indeed the key to the Azure Cloud Platform number 9. I've already spoken to the elder in charge of the Azure Cloud Platform. Once you enter the Azure Cloud Platform number 9 to cultivate, the disciples of our Azure Cloud Mansion won't fight with you for the Azure Cloud Platform number 9. Along with a voice, a ghost-like figure appeared in the central hall. This person was none other than the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng. As for the key to the Azure Cloud Platform number 9, he was also the one who gave it to Gu Li, father. When Duan Lingtian saw how Duan Rufeng had arranged everything, his heart was filled with warmth. Greetings, Mansion Master Duan. At the same time, Gu Li had also regained his senses and bowed at Duan Rufeng. I heard that when Tian was in the mystical Sky Mansion, you and your father took good care of him. I, Duan Rufeng, will remember this favor. Duan Rufeng nodded at Gu Li and said with a smile, however, since you're Tian's friend and he addressed your father as Uncle Gu, you can just call me Uncle Duan in the future. There's no need to call me Mansion Master Duan. Yes, Uncle Duan. Gu Li was not an inflexible person. He immediately changed the way he addressed Duan Rufeng. In the next instant, Gu Li returned the key to the Azure Cloud Platform number 9 to Duan Rufeng. Under Duan Rufeng's puzzled gaze, Gu Li said, Uncle Duan, I've long heard that the Azure Cloud Platform in your Azure Cloud Mansion is the best touchstone. For this reason, I'd like to compete for the Azure Cloud Platform as an Azure Cloud Mansion's disciple instead of sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Gu Li was not a law-abiding person by nature. If he was given special privileges directly, he would feel uncomfortable. It would be better for him to rely on his own strength to make a name for himself. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Rufeng looked at him with admiration before taking back the key to the Azure Cloud Platform number 9 without saying anything. Since you've said so, I'll agree to your request. However, I have to remind you that without the key to the Azure Cloud Mansion number 9, it'll be difficult for you to enter the 9 best Azure Cloud platforms to cultivate with your strength. In our Azure Cloud Mansion, due to the existence of the Black Armored Army, many disciples at the Divine Saint stage and above are unwilling to become ordinary elders in order to compete for the position of a centurion in the Black Armored Army. This is because once they become ordinary elders, they won't be able to enter the Black Armored Army anymore. Do you understand what I mean? Duan Rufeng asked when he reached the end of his sentence. I understand, Uncle Duan. Gu Li nodded. As for Duan Lingtian, who had returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion for a period of time, he, naturally, knew what his father meant. Due to the rule of the Azure Cloud Mansion's elders not being able to enter the Black Armored Army, many Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples at the Divine Saint stage and above were unwilling to become elders in the Azure Cloud Mansion. For this reason, they would rather give up the high-class cultivation environment where they could sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor and choose the Azure Cloud platform that was filled with unstable factors. All the elders in the Azure Cloud Mansion had their own cultivation place. The cultivation environment there was comparable to the best 9 Azure Cloud platforms. For this reason, among the Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples who competed for the Azure Cloud platform, apart from the group of eminent Saint stage powerhouses, there were also many powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above. At the very least, the best 9 Azure Cloud platforms were usually occupied by Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples at the Divine Saint stage. Based on Gu Li's current intention, it was clear that he wanted to challenge the Azure Cloud platform and compete for the best cultivation place. Perhaps, he would be able to gain something during this process. It was something that he could not obtain by sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Since Duan Rufeng respected Gu Li's opinion, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian would respect it as well. Senior brother Gu Li, you'll have to work hard then. As long as I'm free, I'll definitely visit you. Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at Gu Li. Why? Junior brother Lingtian, don't you want to challenge the Azure Cloud platform? Gu Li asked with a smile. With my current cultivation base, it's impossible for me to obtain the best 9 Azure Cloud platforms under normal circumstances. Moreover, I'll be pressed for time in the coming days. Duan Lingtian shook his head. If he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, it would be difficult for him to defeat Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples at the Divine Saint stage or above. However, it was impossible for him to use the Jasper Celestial Sword in the Azure Cloud platform. The Jasper Celestial Sword was his killing weapon. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, it would definitely draw blood. Those who cultivated in the Azure Cloud platform were all Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples. They were all on his side. Naturally, he would not use the Jasper Celestial Sword on them. In the next 10 months, Duan Lingtian would be pressed for time. He needed the best cultivation environment, so he would not have the time to challenge the Azure Cloud platform at all. Moreover, since he wanted to enter the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate, he needed an absolutely quiet and undisturbed cultivation environment. His father, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, could easily provide such a cultivation environment for him. All in all, he did not plan to cultivate in the Azure Cloud platform at all. Perhaps, he would go there in the future. However, that would be after he fulfilled the 5-year pact. Junior brother Lingtian, did something happen to you? Naturally, Gu Li knew Duan Lingtian was not someone who was afraid of trouble. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could faintly sense a dangerous aura. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he looked at Duan Rufeng as if asking for Duan Rufeng's opinion. Duan Rufeng nodded. Senior brother Gu Li, then, Duan Lingtian told him about the 5-year pact between him and Di Ju of the Dragons. Di Ju? The 5-clawed golden dragon from the dragons? After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, horror dawned on Gu Li's face as his eyes widened. He hastily said, Junior brother Lingtian, no. You can't fulfill the 5-year pact. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. At this moment, Gu Li seemed to have lost his composure. It was as though he was the one who was in danger and not Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, senior brother Gu Li. There's still 10 months left. I'm confident. Duan Lingtian smiled. How confident are you? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Li was non-committal. Di Ju is a 5-clawed golden dragon from the Imperial Dragons. Although he hasn't fully matured, his strength is already comparable to some of the weaker 5-clawed golden dragon elders. Moreover, you've also said that he was already at the peak of the Divine Saint stage 5 years ago. Now that 5 years have passed, it's very likely that he has already entered the Exemplary Saint stage. Even if he hasn't entered the exemplary saint stage and is still at the peak of the divine saint stage, he's still not someone you can deal with. Although you have the Devil Seal tablet, it can only deal with devil cultivators. Ju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, isn't a devil cultivator. Guli said with a hint of dread on his face. For this reason, junior brother Ling Tian, it doesn't matter if you don't fulfill the 5-year promise. Even if news of this spreads out, nobody will say that you're a coward. After all, you weren't even born when Ju became famous. Guli advised. Senior brother Guli, there's no need for you to advise me anymore. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I've already decided on this matter. Don't worry, I won't joke about my life. Moreover, you've known me for quite some time now. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would ask for trouble? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile when he reached the end of his sentence. Guli was stunned. Now that he thought about it, ever since they had known each other, this junior brother Ling Tian before him was indeed not the kind of person who would ask for trouble. During the death duel outside the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death, this junior brother Ling Tian had overpowered Zhao Kun, a disciple from the Zhao clan, and killed him even though most people did not think he would win. Junior brother Ling Tian, it's different this time. Chapter 1846. In the end, Guli did not manage to persuade Duan Lingtian. In fact, nobody could persuade Duan Lingtian since Duan Lingtian was confident he could defeat Ju and obtain the opportunity to enter the Saint Land of the Dragons, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. After Guli went to the Azure Cloud platform, Duan Lingtian returned to his father's mansion and went to the room his mother had prepared for him. In the entire Azure Cloud mansion, apart from those special spirit pools, Duan Rufeng's mansion was undoubtedly the best place to cultivate since it was directly connected to the quasi-grade 3 Saint Stone Reserve. This place was surrounded by the heaven and earth spirit energy all year round. However, with Duan Lingtian's current appetite, although the spirit pool was good, it did not suit him at all. This was because he could completely absorb the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool in a short period of time. At that time, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area would become thin and affect his cultivation. Moreover, even if all the spirit pools in the Azure Cloud Mansion were given to him, the supply would not be able to meet the demand. For this reason, it was better for him to stay in his father's mansion and cultivate obediently. However, although Duan Lingtian had been in the Azure Cloud Mansion for many days, news about him did not spread out at all. Even in the Azure Cloud Mansion, there were only a handful of people who knew he was the young mansion master. Up until now, only the few exemplary Saint Stage powerhouses under his father's command and those whom they could trust knew he was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. There were even fewer people who knew he was in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The reason he kept such a low profile was none other than the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. The Devil Seal tablet was one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even the powerhouses in the upper province would covet it. For this reason, for the sake of Duan Lingtian's safety and the Azure Cloud Mansion's safety, Duan Rufeng did not spread the news that his son was Duan Lingtian. This was because the name Duan Lingtian was a very sensitive topic in the Debussy subterranean. As long as this name was mentioned, everyone would immediately think of the Devil Seal tablet. The most important thing right now is to transform the Golden Crow's wings to the second form. At that time, I'll be able to break through to the Eminent Saint stage. After I've broken through to the Eminent Saint stage, if I can raise my cultivation base to the intermediate stage before the 5-year promise, there shouldn't be any problem. Although to encourage himself to break through to the heavens, he was to encourage himself. Was the elementary devouring technique something he could master just because he said so? How could he break through to the intermediate Eminent Saint stage just because he wanted to? If he could not master the high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and break through to the intermediate eminent saint stage. Other than using the Jasper celestial sword, what else could he use to fight Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon? If he did not have the elementary devouring tactic and his cultivation base had not broken through to the intermediate eminent saint stage, even if he had comprehended the third stage of the sovereign heart sword and relied on the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, he was not confident he could defeat Diju without using the Jasper celestial sword. As for his physical body, he had no advantage at all. Although his body was stronger than a six-clawed divine dragon with the same cultivation base, a five-clawed divine dragon could not be compared to him at all. However, even if he had broken through to the intermediate eminent saint stage, his body was only equivalent to a six-clawed divine dragon at the mastery eminent saint stage at most. Although a six-clawed divine dragon was stronger than a five-clawed divine dragon, how could a six-clawed divine dragon at the mastery eminent saint stage compare to a five-clawed golden dragon at the peak of the divine saint stage in terms of body strength? In fact, a five-clawed golden dragon was one of the best among the five-clawed divine dragons. No matter which aspect it was almost on par with a six-clawed divine dragon. I almost forgot. Diju's strength can't be compared to an ordinary human martial cultivator. When Duan Ling Tian thought about the powerful body of the dragons, his expression turned grave immediately. Previously, he was confident because he was facing an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the saint stage or early exemplary saint stage. Now, he finally remembered Diju was a five-clawed golden dragon. A five-clawed golden dragon at the peak of the divine saint stage had a monstrous body. Then, what about a five-clawed golden dragon at the early exemplary saint stage? Just the thought of it made Duan Lingtian's scalp go numb. For a time, Duan Ling Tian only felt an invisible pressure pressing down on him. It pressed down on him to the point he felt a little breathless and almost suffocated. In the face of this pressure, Duan Ling Tian immediately entered the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He greedily absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy and began to refine the golden crow's wings. The golden crow's wings were constantly changing. It would not take long before it would successfully transform into the second form. At that time, he would no longer have to suppress his cultivation base, and he would be able to break through to the early eminent saint stage in one go. While Duan Ling Tian was working hard to refine the golden crow's wings, the faraway mystical sky mansion was not peaceful as well. Dideng, Zhao Jin, the guardian of mystical sky mansion, stared at the shattered soul pearl in front of him with wide eyes. A bloody luster spread from his eyes before it completely covered his eyes. It was as though they had transformed into a pair of blood-red eyes. Bang! 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 As Zhao Jin's robe fluttered, the hairband on his head of grayish-white hair fluttered even though there was no wind. The tables and chairs in the huge side palace shook as well, emitting a series of crisp sounds. No matter who it is, I'll make you pay with your life for daring to kill my son. Zhao Jin's Adam's apple bobbed a few times as he spoke. Although his voice was not loud, it contained a ruthless killing intent. The shattered soul pearl belonged to Zhao Deng, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, who had died in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Naturally, Zhao Jin did not know Zhao Deng had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion, let alone the fact that he had died in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Faced with Rong Yuan who was so powerful, Zhao Deng could not send any message before he died. In less than a month, his grandson and son had died. This was a huge blow to Zhao Jin. While Zhao Jin was in a frenzy, the entire Mystical Sky Mansion was in an uproar. As the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng did not only leave behind a soul pearl in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Apart from the soul pearl in his residence, there was another soul pearl in the inner mansion of the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion as well. Today, when a Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple went to check his soul pearl, he discovered Zhao Deng's soul pearl had shattered. The Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple's expression turned grave immediately. He immediately reported this matter. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. When this matter was reported, the news quickly spread like a hurricane in the entire mystical sky mansion. Hey! Did you hear? Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng is dead. It can't be, right? Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng is very powerful. Moreover, his father is Guardian Zhao Jin. Who's capable of killing him? Who would dare to kill him? Did you receive fake news? It must be true. It's said that Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng's soul pearl has shattered. Who's so bold as to kill Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng? When the entire Mystical Sky Mansion was in an uproar, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, was, naturally, alerted as well. He immediately gathered the group of high-ranking officials in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. Among these high-ranking officials, there were elders from the Four Peaks with low positions, while those with high positions were Vice Mansion Masters and Guardians. When Guardian Gu Xiaoyun arrived, almost everyone was present except for Zhao Jin. However, after waiting for a while, Zhao Jin finally arrived. My condolences, Guardian Zhao. When Meng Qing saw Zhao Jin, he sighed and took the initiative to console him. My condolences, Guardian Zhao. After Meng Qing, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Gu Xiaoyun, began to console Zhao Jin as well. Naturally, some of them only consoled him verbally, but there was a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. It was obvious they did not mean what they said. Thank you, Mansion Master. Thank you, everyone. Zhao Jin's voice was slightly hoarse. His body faintly emitted a cold aura that kept others at a distance. Guardian Zhao, the reason I've gathered everyone here is to discuss Vice Mansion Master Zhao's death. No matter who it is, the Mystical Sky Mansion won't let them off for killing our Vice Mansion Master. Meng Qing said. Naturally, the most important thing right now is to find Vice Mansion Master Zhao's murderer. Does anyone here have any clues about Vice Mansion Master Zhao? Meng Qing swept his gaze across everyone present. Lord Mansion Master. As soon as Meng Qing finished speaking, one of the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders spoke up. A few days ago, I was patrolling the Earth Palace's perimeter when I saw Vice Mansion Master Zhao rushing south. Oh right, before him, Gu Li, the son of Guardian Gu, also went south. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces were located in the north, south, west, and east respectively. If one left the main mansion and headed south, they would have to pass by the Earth Palace's perimeter. South? Meng Qing frowned. Upon hearing this Mystical Sky Mansion's elder's words, horror dawned on Gu Xiaoyun's face as his heart jolted. Zhao Deng also went south as soon as my son left. It seems like he's planning to follow my son to find little Tian. As one of the Mystical Sky Mansion's guardians, Gu Xiaoyun was an experienced person. It was not difficult for him to figure this out. The moment he thought of this, he broke out in cold sweat for his son. However, when he thought about how Zhao Deng was dead and his son's soul pearl was still in his hands, he sighed in relief. At the same time, he could vaguely guess what was going on. That Zhao Deng actually dared to target little Tian. I think he must have died in the hands of a powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Gu Xiaoyun had guessed the cause of Zhao Deng's death, he did not say it out loud. Although he and Zhao Jin were both guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion, they did not have much of a relationship. Moreover, his son had been assassinated a few times in the past. He suspected Zhao Jin was the culprit, but he could not find any evidence. It was only when his son announced he was no longer interested in staying in the Mystical Sky Mansion and wanted to roam the upper province that he no longer encountered any assassinations. At that time, he had already confirmed that the person behind the assassination attempts was Zhao Jin. Chapter 1847. South. Gu Li. Upon hearing the mystical Sky Mansion's elder's words, Mansion Master Meng Qing frowned and looked at Gu Xiaoyun. Guardian Gu, do you know why Guli went to the south? My son went to look for a friend before heading to the upper province, Gu Xiaoyun replied. Meng Qing did not say anything. He didn't say that Guli was looking for Ling Tian, only that he was looking for a friend. Is Guli all right? Meng Qing asked. Thank you for your concern, Mansion Master. Guli is fine. Gu Xiaoyun shook his head. If something had happened to his son, he would not be so calm. Guardian Gu, can you tell everyone who your son went to look for? Zhao Jin asked in a deep voice as he looked at Gu Xiaoyun coldly. Guardian Zhao, the friend my son went to look for has nothing to do with you, right? Moreover, my son left before your son, Zhao Deng. Don't tell me you think my son hired someone to kill Zhao Deng? Gu Xiaoyun sneered. Zhao Jin's expression turned grave. He was rendered speechless. What could he say? Could he say his son had gone to follow Guli and that was why something had happened to him? However, as the expression on Zhao Jin's face changed, he gritted his teeth as though he had made up his mind. Zhao Jin looked at Meng Qing and said, Sect leader, a few days ago, my son left the mystical Sky Mansion to follow Guardian Gu's son, Guli. Whoosh! Nobody expected Zhao Jin to say such words. The entire place burst into an uproar. Zhao Deng had followed Guli. What was he trying to do? Most of the people present on the scene looked at Zhao Jin with a strange expression. As expected, Meng Qing's expression turned grave when he heard Zhao Jin's words. Guardian Zhao, do you mean something happened to Zhao Deng because he was following Guli? Yes. Zhao Jin nodded affirmatively. At the same time, he glanced at Gu Xiaoyun. What a joke! Gu Xiaoyun sneered. Zhao Jin, putting aside the fact that my son is not as strong as your son, Zhao Deng, it's impossible for him to kill Zhao Deng. Even if my son kills Zhao Deng, it's his own fault. I really don't know where you got the courage to admit that your son, Zhao Deng, was stalking my son. Don't tell me that Zhao Deng followed my son just to see his back from afar. My son's sexual orientation is very normal. He doesn't have that kind of hobby. The first half of Gu Xiaoyun's sentence was normal, but the second half of his sentence caused everyone to look at him strangely. They didn't expect that this protector Gu's mouth would be so poisonous. What did he mean by his son's sexual orientation was normal and he didn't have that kind of hobby? According to him, didn't he mean that Zhao Deng's orientation was abnormal and he had that kind of hobby? At the thought of this, they felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Gu Xiaoyun. Facing the strange gazes of the crowd, Zhao Jin was enraged. He roared, the dead should be respected. Don't you think it's too much to humiliate my son like this? Too much? Gu Xiaoyun sneered. Zhao Jin, are you kidding me? It seems like you're the one who's trying to smear my son's reputation. I've gone overboard, but aren't you going overboard? Enough. In the end, it was Meng Qing who spoke in a deep voice and calmed the situation down. Protector Zhao, why is Zhao Deng following Guli? Meng Qing's sharp gaze landed on Zhao Jin. Mansion Master, I'm sure you've heard about my grandson, Zhao Ji, being killed. Up until now, the clues that my son, Zhao Deng, and I have are all related to Ling Tian. We've tried to find him, but we haven't found any clues. For this reason, we can only target Guli at this time. Zhao Jin didn't hide some things anymore. After all, he did not have the intention to kill Guli. Perhaps, he did have the intention to kill Ling Tian, but he did not show it. We only want to find Ling Tian through Guli and ask Ling Tian if he knows who killed my son. Is that wrong? When Zhao Jin reached the end of his sentence, a hint of desolation could be heard from him. At this moment, even Gu Xiaoyun did not say anything. He did not add insult to injury. Although he felt that Zhao Jin's son and grandson deserved to die, at this time and place, it was obviously not the right time to say these words. Protector Gu, did Gu Li go to look for Ling Tian? Meng Qing looked at Gu Xiayun. Yes. Gu Xiayun nodded. When he saw Meng Qing was about to ask something, he beat him to it and said, however, I don't know where he went to look for Ling Tian. I only heard from him that he went to look for Ling Tian so that they could head to the upper province together. Perhaps, they have already left the lower province and arrived at the upper province. Meng Qing nodded before he continued to say, with Gu Li and Ling Tian's strength, even if they joined forces, it's impossible for them to be a match for Vice Mansion Master Zhao. In that case, the person who killed Vice Mansion Master Zhao must be someone else. Protector Zhao, you'll be in charge of investigating Vice Mansion Master Zhao's death. Search in the south. If there's anything you need, the entire Mystical Sky Mansion and I will do our best to help you. Meng Qing promised as he looked at Zhao Jin. What Meng Qing meant was that he wanted Zhao Jin to investigate without any worries since the Mystical Sky Mansion would back him up. The reason Zhao Jin appeared here today was, naturally, because of Meng Qing's words. Otherwise, he would have gone to investigate on his own. He was very clear about this. Let alone him, even if the entire Zhao clan were to investigate the cause of his son's death, it would not be as efficient as the entire Mystical Sky Mansion. After obtaining the promise from Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Jin immediately went to investigate in the south. Days passed by, and he soon arrived at the vicinity of the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. Mystical Sky Mansion's protector Zhao Jin seeks an audience with Mansion Master Duan of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Zhao Jin appeared in the sky above the crouching dragon lake alone. He cupped his hands together and bowed in the air. If one looked closely, one could see beads of sweat could be seen on Zhao Jin's forehead. It was apparent even Zhao Jin, the Mystical Sky Mansion's protector, was wary of a colossus like the Azure Cloud Mansion. In fact, Zhao Jin did not plan to come to the Azure Cloud Mansion at all. However, he did not manage to find any clues even after searching the surroundings of the Azure Cloud Mansion. When he recalled the Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored army was usually stationed at the Crouching Dragon Lake, he thought there might be some clues about his son, Zhao Deng. For this reason, he braced himself and entered the Crouching Dragon Lake to seek an audience with the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He wanted the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion to ask the black armored guards stationed at the Crouching Dragon Lake if they had seen his son, Zhao Deng. Mystical Sky Mansion's protector Zhao Jin seeks an audience with Mansion Master Duan on behalf of the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. When Zhao Jin recalled the promise his Mansion Master had made, he straightened his back and added, "Boom! Boom! 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 Boom!" Soon after, 10 black armored guards appeared. The Decurion in the lead immediately looked at Zhao Jin and asked, "Your protector Zhao Jin from the Mystical Sky Mansion?" "That's right." Zhao Jin nodded. "You must be the Decurion, right? I'm here to seek an audience with Mansion Master Duan on behalf of the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Please help me pass on the message." The Decurion nodded. "Please wait here for a moment." Zhao Jin replied. He did not dare to put on airs in front of the Decurion just because the other party was only an eminent saint stage martial cultivator. As the saying went, when you're under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to lower your head. Now that he had a favor to ask of the Azure Cloud Mansion, it would not be worth it if he infuriated the Azure Cloud Mansion over some trivial matter. Protector Zhao Jin of Mystical Sky Mansion? He's here to seek an audience with Lord Mansion Master on behalf of the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion? Even the Decurion of the Black Armored Army was not qualified to meet the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to this reason, the first person to learn about this was Rong Yuan. Isn't Zhao Jin Zhao Deng's father? His heart skipped a beat. Unknowingly, the corners of Rong Yuan's mouth had already curled up into a cold smile. Bring him to the central main hall and wait there. Rong Yuan left after he spoke to the decurion of the black armored army who came to report to him. When the decurion turned around and left, Rong Yuan's voice resonated again. This time, it was a voice transmission. Tell your subordinates to keep their mouths shut about Zhao Jin coming to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Yes. The decurion came to a halt in the air and replied respectfully before he left. Although Rong Yuan did not hold a position in the Black Armored Army, everyone in the Black Armored Army, from the commander to the ordinary soldiers, was respectful to him. Protector Zhao, this way please. After returning, the decurion looked at Zhao Jin and gestured for him to enter. Thank you. Zhao Jin nodded and followed the decurion to the main mansion of Azure Cloud Mansion. Under the decurion's signal, he entered the central main hall. At this moment, the huge central main hall was empty. Zhao Jin stood there without moving as he waited quietly. It was not that he did not want to move, but this was the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion. If he accidentally angered the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, his trip here would be in vain. 15 minutes went by. Half an hour went by. An hour went by. Zhao Jin still did not see the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, he did not dare to complain and continued to stand there obediently. Rumble. Approximately 2 hours went by before the door of the central main hall began to move. After a while, it closed. Bang! 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 At the same time, all the doors and windows in the central main hall closed one after another. At this moment, the entire central main hall was plunged into darkness. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. Is this how the Azure Cloud Mansion treats their guests? Zhao Jin's gloomy voice resonated from the darkness. His voice was slightly trembling, and it seemed like he was lacking in energy. Stop flattering yourself. Do you think someone like you is worthy of being a guest of the Azure Cloud Mansion? A second voice suddenly resonated from the darkness. This voice was slightly feminine. It was hard to tell if it was a man's voice or a woman's voice. Who are you? Zhao Jin's voice was slightly flustered. Following that, a dazzling light could be vaguely heard appearing in the dark central main hall. Zhao Jin's figure could be seen gradually appearing as well. You. Wu. Ing. Chapter 1848. As soon as the feminine voice left his mouth, the dazzling true origin that surged out of Zhao Jin's body disappeared before it could even appear on the surface of his body. Before the true origin on his body disappeared, one could vaguely see a bright moon appearing at his throat. As soon as the bright moon moved, the true origin on Zhao Jin's body disappeared completely. A mystical sky mansion's guardian is nothing much. The feminine voice sounded again before it disappeared. At the same time, the door of the central main hall opened. The windows and doors in the surroundings opened as well, and the entire main hall was lit up again. In the main hall that was lit up again, only a corpse was left lying on the ground. The owner of the corpse was none other than Guardian Zhao Jin of Mystical Sky Mansion. He was a powerhouse at the early exemplary saint stage. Currently, he was lying in a pool of blood. Blood was still gushing out of his slit throat. Apart from the fatal wound on his throat, one could vaguely see a small red dot between his brows. It was a drop of blood. If one used their divine consciousness to examine the spot between Zhao Jin's brows, one would definitely be able to see a bloody hole the size of a needle that went through his forehead to the back of his head. Swoosh! 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 As the central main hall was lit up again, 3 black armored guards entered the main hall at lightning speed. One of them brought Zhao Jin's corpse away while the other took away the blood-stained carpet. The last one replaced the carpet in the central main hall with a new one. After the smell of blood dissipated, the central main hall regained its peace. It was as though nothing had happened earlier. This person seems to be a guardian of mystical sky mansion. The black armored guard who was handling Zhao Jin's corpse told the black armored guard who was handling the blood-stained carpet. His name seems to be Zhao Jin. The latter nodded. It said that the two guardians of mystical sky mansion are both at the early exemplary saint stage. Earlier, from the moment the central main hall was closed to the moment it reopened, it only took a few breaths for Zhao Jin to die. Based on the marks on his corpse, it must be Lord Yu Wuing. The former said. When the name Yu Wuing was mentioned, his pupils shrunk. It said that in our Azure Cloud Mansion, apart from Lord Mansion Master, even Elder Rong, Elder Ku, and the Lord Commander have never seen Lord Yu Wuying's face. Lord Yu Wuing is indeed worthy of being Lord Mansion Master's shadow. He's really elusive. The latter said. On the same day, another piece of news came from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Guardian Zhao Jin of Mystical Sky Mansion was executed for infuriating the Azure Cloud Mansion. Once this news spread, it caused an enormous commotion. After all, he was a guardian of the Mystical Sky Mansion, a powerhouse at the early exemplary saint stage. The news quickly spread to the Mystical Sky Mansion. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, led by Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, gathered again. Coincidentally, the last time they had gathered was because of the death of Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng. Today, they had gathered again because of the death of Guardian Zhao Jin. The death of the Zhao clan's father and son caused a commotion in the Mystical Sky Mansion. I'm sure all of you already know about this matter. Guardian Zhao was executed by the Azure Cloud Mansion because he offended them. As Meng Qing spoke in a deep voice, his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. How could it be good-looking? Zhao Jin was one of the two great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. He was at the early exemplary saint stage and was one of the pillars of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Currently, Zhao Jin's death was no different from breaking one of the pillars of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Yes. Everyone nodded. What do all of you think about this matter? Meng Qing asked again. I don't think Guardian Zhao would be so rash. There must be some misunderstanding. One of the Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion was the first to speak. I think so too. Many people agreed. Guardian Gu, what do you think? Meng Qing asked as he looked at Gu Xiaoyun, who remained silent. I agree with them as well. Moreover, I don't think the Azure Cloud Mansion would kill Guardian Zhao for no reason, Gu Xiaoyun said. I think so too. I can't help but feel that something is amiss. I plan to make a trip to the Azure Cloud Mansion to find out what's going on. Meng Qing said in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed. Lord Mansion Master, you mustn't. Mansion Master, you mustn't. Upon hearing Meng Qing's words, many people present on the scene began to panic. What a joke. It was fine if Guardian Zhao died when he barged into the Azure Cloud Mansion. If their Mansion Master went to the Azure Cloud Mansion and followed in Guardian Zhao's footsteps, what would happen to the Mystical Sky Mansion in the future? What would happen to them? Without Meng Qing, the Mystical Sky Mansion would be like a toothless tiger. If the Mystical Sky Mansion declined, these people who relied on the Mystical Sky Mansion would be affected as well. For this reason, they would rather let this matter go than let Meng Qing take the risk. Meng Qing was not only the Mansion Master of the Mystical Sky Mansion, but he was also the pillar of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Don't tell me we're just going to let this matter go. If outsiders find out that the Mystical Sky Mansion is doing nothing about this matter, I wonder what they'll say about us. Meng Qing said in a deep voice. Many people fell silent immediately. Mansion Master. In the end, it was Gu Xiaoyun who broke the silence first. Let me go. If I can return safely from the Azure Cloud Mansion, it means the Azure Cloud Mansion has no intention of targeting the Mystical Sky Mansion or anyone in the Mystical Sky Mansion. If I can't return safely, it means the Azure Cloud Mansion has the intention of falling out with the Mystical Sky Mansion. Gu Xiaoyun stepped forward at the critical moment. In the end, under the persuasion of the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, Meng Qing could only dismiss the idea of personally going to the Azure Cloud Mansion. He would let Guardian Gu Xiaoyun go. It only took Gu Xiaoyun 10 days to go to the Azure Cloud Mansion before he returned. After his return, the group of high-ranking officials, including the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, gathered together again. Mansion Master, after I arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, I've been well behaved. The people in the Azure Cloud Mansion are very polite as well. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, even told me he'd visit the Mystical Sky Mansion if he's free. Mansion Master Duan even said he'd personally welcome you if you visit the Azure Cloud Mansion. Gu Xiaoyun said to Meng Qing in front of everyone. Meng Qing's expression softened immediately. I've long heard that although the Azure Cloud Mansion has risen rapidly, the people in the Azure Cloud Mansion are not as bossy and domineering as the people from the Mountainshade Black Market. It seems like it has something to do with the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion's humble character. Based on Guardian Gu's words, Mansion Master Duan isn't an unreasonable person. Even if Guardian Zhao had offended the Azure Cloud Mansion, he didn't vent his anger on Guardian Gu and the Mystical Sky Mansion because of Guardian Zhao. In my opinion, Guardian Zhao must have been unkind and offended the Azure Cloud Mansion previously. Moreover, I think it's not an ordinary offense. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials discussed among themselves. Based on their words, everyone was on the Azure Cloud Mansion's side and no one was on Zhao Jin's side. Protector Gu, have you asked about Protector Zhao? Meng Qing asked as he looked at Gu Xiaoyun. Yes. Gu Xiaoyun nodded. I've asked Mansion Master Duan. According to Mansion Master Duan, it was Guardian Zhao who entered the Crouching Dragon Lake and asked the black armored guards guarding the Crouching Dragon Lake if they had seen his son, Zhao Deng. The black armored guards said they had just taken over their shift, so they suggested Guardian Zhao to ask the black armored guards from the previous shift. After that, Protector Zhao asked the black armored guard to help look for the black armored guard from the previous shift. The black armored guard said that he couldn't leave his post and had to wait until the next shift to help Protector Zhao. However, Protector Zhao didn't listen. He felt that the black armored guard wasn't giving him face, so he attacked and killed him. Apart from the Decurion who managed to escape, the other 9 black armored guards were killed by Guardian Zhao. Due to this reason, the powerhouses from the Azure Cloud Mansion decided to kill Guardian Zhao. Gu Xiaoyun did not even bat an eyelid when he told the lie. However, he did not feel embarrassed at all even though he was lying. That's too much. Guardian Zhao is too much. That's right. If Guardian Zhao did not kill him, who would the Azure Cloud Mansion kill? Zhao Jin's actions had also aroused the wrath of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Even Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, frowned even though he did not say anything. He felt Zhao Jin had embarrassed the Mystical Sky Mansion. From the beginning until the end, nobody doubted Gu Xiaoyun's words. Not even in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Gu Xiaoyun had made up the rest of his story. Naturally, the first half of his story was true. He had indeed gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion and was warmly received. Duan Rufeng, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had even personally accompanied him. However, the reason he was treated so well was not because he was the guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion. It was because he was Gu Li's father and had taken care of Duan Lingtian in the past. Just like that, Zhao Jin's death came to an end. The Mystical Sky Mansion did not pursue the matter any further. It was worth mentioning that due to Zhao Deng and Zhao Jin's deaths, the Zhao clan that had lost its 2 pillars began to decline. In the end, it was even reorganized and returned to the mystical Sky Mansion. In the residence of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. At this moment, there was no one in the spacious and quiet room. In a small corner behind the bed, a tiny pagoda the size of a speck of dust stood there. Nobody could see it, let alone know that there was something else inside. The second form is a success. Laughter reverberated in the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. After many days of hard work, Duan Lingtian had finally tempered the golden crow's wings to the second form. I can finally break through my current cultivation base. After the golden crow's wings was tempered to the second form, this meant that Duan Lingtian no longer had to suppress his cultivation base. He could directly break through to the eminent saint stage. Subsequently, after spending 3 days and 3 nights, Duan Lingtian finally took the first step that he could have taken a long time ago. Early eminent saint stage. When Duan Lingtian sensed the qualitative change in the Sun True Origin in his body, he was filled with excitement. Chapter 1849. Due to the uniqueness of the Sun True Origin, although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the early eminent saint stage, his strength was comparable to an early divine saint stage powerhouse. Due to the fact that the Sun True Origin in his body was comparable to the energy in a divine saint stage powerhouse's body, he could cast his divine ability even though he was only at the eminent saint stage. Golden Crow's Wings. As Duan Lingtian called out in his heart, a pair of gigantic golden wings appeared on his back. This pair of wings was completely consolidated by the Sun True Origin. It shone with a dazzling golden light. From afar, it looked like 2 blazing suns hanging behind Duan Lingtian. According to Huolao, as long as I break through to the early eminent saint stage, with the help of the second form of the golden crow's wings, my speed is comparable to a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse. Let's give it a try. As soon as the thought left his mind, Duan Lingtian began to activate the golden crow's wings on his back. The golden crow's wings suddenly flapped before it transformed into 2 rays of golden light that shot out. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian had already shot out far away. He only came to a stop when he reached the edge of the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. How fast! At that moment, Duan Lingtian did not even have time to react before he discovered he had already reached the edge of the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. In fact, his speed earlier was only comparable to an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. However, with the help of the second form of the golden crow's wings, his speed was comparable to a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse. Naturally, he could not react in time since the difference between before and after was too great. It was like a newborn child who had suddenly become an adult. It would be difficult for him to adapt in such a short time. So this is the speed that's comparable to a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse? Duan Lingtian continued to flap his golden crow's wings as he flew around the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. In just a blink of an eye, he had already circled the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda a few times. Wherever he passed, a tornado seemed to have formed in the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian's figure was also hidden in the tornado. How fast! Too fast! This speed! Isn't it too exaggerated? Feeling the speed granted by the golden crow's wings, Duan Lingtian was excited for a long time before he gradually calmed down. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian retracted his golden crow's wings after he came to a stop. At this moment, the tornado was still raging. The current tornado was formed by the airflow created by Duan Lingtian when he swept past earlier. Without the power to continue, it gradually dissipated until it finally disappeared without a trace. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the void as vast and complex information appeared in his mind. This information was related to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. However, he was actually comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. After Duan Lingtian immersed his mind, it was as though he had transformed into a statue that sat cross-legged. He did not move at all and did not make a sound. Time passed quietly. A day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. After about 5 months, Duan Lingtian, who was originally in a calm state, finally showed signs of movement. If someone were to observe Duan Lingtian carefully, they would discover that the heaven and earth spirit energy within a 1-meter radius of Duan Lingtian's body was moving toward him at an exaggerated speed before it entered his body. In just a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit energy within a 1-meter radius was almost completely devoured. For a short period of time, the heaven and earth spirit energy within a 1-meter radius became empty. It was only when the heaven and earth spirit energy outside replenished it that it returned to its original state. What a refreshing feeling! Is this the elementary devouring tactic? At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had not blinked for half a month, opened his eyes. An excited expression could be seen on his face as his eyes shone faintly. After 5 months, I can be considered to have reached the entry level of the elementary devouring tactic. This is enough to show that the elementary devouring tactic is very suitable for me. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as though he was praising himself. He had comprehended the elementary devouring tactic in 5 months. If someone had comprehended a high-grade divine ability in 5 months, it would definitely shock many people. However, the elementary devouring tactic that Duan Lingtian had comprehended was not an ordinary high-grade divine ability. If news of this spread out, Duan Lingtian would definitely become famous again. 5 months in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was only 1 month in the outside world. Including the time I spent tempering the golden crow's wings and cultivating. After 8 months in the outside world, I'll have to go to the dragons to fulfill the 5-year pact. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a great deal of pressure. Although he had comprehended the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, the current elementary devouring tactic could only devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in a 1-meter radius. It was not very helpful to him. The principle of the elementary devouring tactic was to devour all the energy in the surroundings and fuse it with one's body, allowing one's strength to rise to its peak in a short period of time. The amount of energy one devoured would directly affect one's strength in the future. It was just like the old man he met at the last checkpoint of the Divine Ability Relic, where he obtained the elementary devouring technique. The elementary devouring technique that the old man used could devour all energy within a large area, directly reaching the limit of what his body could bear. When he cast the elementary devouring tactic with his early refined saint stage cultivation base, his strength was at the peak of the refined saint stage for a short period of time. This was the true power of the elementary devouring tactic. Currently, Duan Lingtian was still very far away from that level. The elementary devouring tactic's ability to devour energy in the surroundings will put a burden on one's body. My body is already stronger than a 6-clawed divine dragon of the same level. Coupled with the 99 saint veins in my body, the burden I can bear will definitely be stronger than that old man with the same cultivation base. Currently, Duan Lingtian already had a deep understanding of the basic information of the elementary devouring tactic. All that was left was for him to cultivate and comprehend it. If that old man's body is similar to mine. When he cast the elementary devouring tactic when he was at the early refined saint stage, he must have devoured more energy than that. Not only that, but he's also able to cast the elementary devouring tactic with a cultivation base at the early refined saint stage and possess the strength of an eminent saint stage powerhouse for a short period of time. Duan Lingtian, who had a deep understanding of the elementary devouring tactic, did not doubt this at all. It was precisely because of this that he had an advantage when he cast the elementary devouring tactic, since his foundation was much stronger than ordinary people. Not everyone's body was as monstrous as his. I'll definitely have to leave a few days earlier in the 8 months. In other words, I still have about 3 years left in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Would he be able to break through to the intermediate Eminent Saint stage in 3 years? Duan Lingtian was not certain. However, he knew he had to fight for it. Apart from that, although he had comprehended the elementary devouring tactic, it was only at the rudimentary stage. He still had a long way to go if he wanted to use it in a real battle. No matter how difficult it would be in the next 3 years, he would do his best to go as far as he could. Moreover, he could not neglect the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. If he could successfully comprehend the profundity of the third stage in 3 years, his strength would rise to another level. If I still have time, I'll try to comprehend the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial. The otherworldly celestial is a high-grade sword technique divine ability. Coupled with the profundity of the Sovereign Heart Sword, its power would definitely be extraordinary. After all, it's all about the sword. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. For this reason, Duan Lingtian would be very busy in the next 3 years. He would be so busy that he would not even have time to leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 3 years in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to more than 7 months in the outside world. For this reason, even if 3 years had passed in there, to the people outside, Duan Lingtian had only been in closed-door cultivation for less than a year. Due to the short time, many people who cared about Duan Lingtian felt a little anxious. Duan Rufeng was still fine. After all, the Oracle Man was the one who asked him to go to the dragons to make the 5-year pact. With his trust in the Oracle Man and the confidence his son had shown in front of him, although he was still a little worried, he believed his son would be able to defeat Diju of the dragons. Gu Li, who was wandering in the Azure Cloud platform, could not help but think about Duan Lingtian when he was free. He would break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. He did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Diju after 8 months. Due to the fact that he was worried about Duan Lingtian and wanted to help Duan Lingtian, he felt that he was too weak. Under the pressure, his cultivation base improved very quickly in the next period of time. This was something that he did not expect before this. There was only motivation when there was pressure. This saying was very suitable for Gu Li in the following period of time. Apart from Gu Li, there were many people who were worried about Duan Lingtian as well. For example, Li Ro and Li Fei. However, no matter if it was Duan Rufeng or Duan Lingtian, they did not mention this matter to them. However, as the 5-year pact that Duan Rufeng had made for his son, Duan Lingtian, and the dragon spread from the dragons as the 5-year pact approached. Naturally, it was not widely spread. However, as the wife of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Li Ro still received the news. Tian is going to fight with the 5-clawed golden dragon, Diju, in 8 months to fight for the chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool in the Saint Land of the Dragons? A 5-year pact? Brother Feng personally made a pact with the dragons? After learning about the strength of the 5-clawed golden dragon, Diju, Li Ro immediately went to look for Duan Rufeng. Li Fei was with her as well. Brother Feng, why did you make a 5-year pact with Tian? Diju was already at the peak of the Divine Saint stage 4 years ago. Currently, it's very likely that he has already broken through to the Exemplary Saint stage. Isn't asking Tian to fight for the dragon cleansing pool with him equivalent to sending Tian to his death? Li Ro said anxiously with a dissatisfied expression on her face when she saw Duan Rufeng. Chapter 1850. Although Li Fei did not say anything, she stared at Duan Rufeng intently. It was obvious she wanted to know how Duan Rufeng would reply to Li Ro. She had witnessed Diju's strength before. Back then, Diju had annihilated Ling Tian's sect with just the strength of one dragon. On Half Moon Island, countless people had died in his hands. She still could not help but feel a lingering fear when she thought about it. Senior prophet was the one who arranged the 5-year pact. Don't worry, Tian, we'll be fine. Duan Rufeng told Li Ro. Moreover, when the 5-year pact arrives and Tian, and Di Ju have their duel, I'll be by the side. I guarantee that if Tian, is in danger, I'll save him immediately. Duan Rufeng, who was already prepared, was able to deal with Li Ro easily. Senior prophet? Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Li Ro was shocked. Naturally, she knew the senior prophet her husband mentioned was the oracle man who was famous in both the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. When she thought about the oracle man and her husband's promise, she finally calmed down a little. Will he really be fine? Although she had calmed down a little, Li Ro was still worried. Don't worry. Duan Rufeng nodded and gave Li Ro a firm answer. At the same time, he looked at Li Fei. Fei, don't worry. Tian, is my son, and I won't let anyone hurt him. The opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool in the Saint Land of Dragons is very important to Tian, He wants to fight for it as well. Li Fei had come to the Azure Cloud Mansion a long time ago and had heard about the Oracle Man from Li Ro. When Duan Rufeng mentioned the Oracle Man, her heart, like Li Ro's, calmed down a little. Hearing Duan Rufeng's words, she nodded. Since it was her man's choice, she would support him unconditionally. It was fine if he was safe, but if something happened to him, she wouldn't live alone. If the ruler lives, the people live. If the ruler dies, the people die. This was Li Fei's love for Duan Lingtian. It was like a moth darting into a flame. Although it was small, it was heroic. Of course, Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. Less than or equal to. Right now, he was working hard in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At the Mountainshade Black Market's headquarters, leader Dugu had also received news about the 5-year pact between Duan Rufeng and the dragons. At the same time, he also found out that the 5-year pact would come in a few months. Didn't Duan Rufeng's son go missing? Will he be able to show up on time for the 5-year pact? Dugu was deeply skeptical about this. Back then, before the news of Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian, possessing the Devil Seal tablet spread out, he had already ordered his subordinates to search for Duan Lingtian. Although they managed to find some clues later on, Duan Lingtian still managed to escape. Since then, although their Mountainshade Black Market had never stopped searching for Duan Lingtian, they still did not find anything after so many years. Not only that, but there were also many capable subordinates that Dugu had specially sent out stationed around the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. These people were there to prevent Duan Lingtian from returning to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Unfortunately, several years had passed, and Duan Lingtian seemed to have vanished without a trace. He did not return to the Azure Cloud Mansion at all. At the very least, in the eyes of the powerhouses from the Mountainshade Black Market, Duan Lingtian did not return to the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, they did not know that not only had Duan Lingtian returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion, but he was also desperately raising his strength in the Azure Cloud Mansion in preparation for the 5-year pact that would take place in a few months' time at the Dragon's Mansion. Let alone them, even leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market would not expect Duan Lingtian to know the disguising secret tactic that even his divine consciousness could not see through. It was precisely because of this disguising secret tactic that Duan Lingtian was able to successfully return to the Azure Cloud Mansion under the watchful eyes of the powerhouses from the Mountainshade Black Market. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would have been captured and brought to the Mountainshade Black Market. Lord Leader, won't we know if Duan Lingtian will show up in a few months' time at the Dragon's Mansion? Feng Bui, the deputy leader of the Mountainshade Black Market, who was standing below Dugu, said respectfully to Dugu. He did not think highly of the leader in front of him just because he was much younger than him. He did not think highly of him at all. Although this leader was much older than him, in terms of strength, he would never be able to catch up to him. In his opinion, among the people of the same generation in the Debussy subterranean, only the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion was comparable to the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market in terms of innate talent. As for those rising stars, only Ling Tian from the mystical Sky Mansion could be compared to their mansion master. You're right. We'll go to the Dragon's Mansion to have a look. Dugu too narrowed his eyes as he muttered to himself, Duan Rufeng, I hope your son will be here. I really want to see if the son of someone as monstrous as you will be able to surprise me or not. According to Di Ju of the Dragon's Mansion, your son hadn't even entered the Saint stage 4 years ago. In the Debussy subterranean, as the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market and a rare monstrous genius in the lower province, Dugu had always been lonely and lonely. It was only until the rise of the Azure Cloud Mansion and the appearance of Duan Rufeng that his life became colorful. Although Duan Rufeng was his opponent, he and Duan Rufeng appreciated each other. At the very least, that was the case for him. Due to this reason, he did not spread the news even though he knew Duan Rufeng's son was Duan Lingtian who possessed the Devil Seal tablet in the lower province. Even though he knew Duan Rufeng and the Azure Cloud Mansion would be in trouble if this news spread out, he still did not spread the news. The Devil Seal tablet was enough to attract many powerhouses from the upper province to the lower province. In Dugu's opinion, whether it was defeating Duan Rufeng or destroying the Azure Cloud Mansion, he would have to rely on his own strength and the Mountainshade Black Market's strength. He, Dugu, did not want to rely on external forces. Dugu in the north, Rufeng in the south, the lower province. Duan Rufeng will have to fight it out eventually. I hope that day will come sooner, but at the same time, I don't want that day to come. If I defeat you and destroy the Azure Cloud Mansion, won't I be lonely again? Dugu thought to himself, Duan Rufeng, I hope you won't let me surpass you so quickly. At the very least, don't let me surpass you before I leave the lower province for the upper province. Otherwise, I won't be able to get used to the days without you. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the former site of the Seven Absolutes sect. Who would have thought that the once prosperous Seven Absolutes sect would fall to such a state? An old figure stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back as he looked at the ruins beneath his feet. If Duan Rufeng was here, he would be able to recognize the old man with just a glance. This old man was none other than the Oracle Man who was always elusive. The Seven Absolutes sect was divided into 7 Absolutes. The Oracle Man was the current successor of the Prophet Progeny, the second Absolute. He was also the current acting sect leader of the 7 Absolutes sect. He was someone the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land wanted to destroy even in their dreams. The 7 Absolutes sect once dominated the Dao Martial Saint Land due to the existence of the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. At that time, the Dao Martial Saint Land had yet to be divided into 2. There was no distinction between the upper province and the lower province. If someone asked, how powerful was the 7 Absolutes sect at that time? Answer, at that time, the 7 Absolutes sect was so powerful that it forced the 3 great sects to join forces for the first time before they managed to withstand the 7 Absolute sects' attack and survive. Otherwise, the 3 great sects would have ceased to exist in the Dao Martial Saint Land today. At that time, if one were to ask which sect was the main character, everyone would answer loudly. The 7 Absolute sect. At that time, if one were to ask who the main character was, everyone would give a thumbs up. The Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. At that time, the 7 Absolute sect was labeled as the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. However, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang did not need to rely on the 7 Absolute sect. He alone and with his sword, he swept through the Dao Martial Saint Land. During that era, the 3 great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land were 3 behemoths. They had to stick together in order to survive. At that time, the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, and the 7 Absolute sect belonged to them. It was only when the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, ascended to the Devata realm that the era finally came to an end. The end of the era was destined to be accompanied by bloodshed. The 3 great sects that had been suppressed in the past huddled together and endured hardships to survive. The moment they launched their counterattack, they were ferocious. The 7 Absolute sect was completely unprepared. Although they had many talented people, they could not withstand the desperate counterattack of the 3 great sections. After defending for a few months, the 7 Absolute sect was finally annihilated. Fortunately, although the 7 Absolute sect was annihilated, its legacy was not severed. Apart from the face-to-face teaching, the legacy of the 7 Absolute sect was all about fate. The current members of the sect had the habit of leaving their legacies in various places in the Tao Martial Saint Land, waiting for the fated ones in the future. Due to this reason, the 7 Absolute sect's foundation was not destroyed. When the 3 great sects learned about this, they were, naturally, terrified. They mobilized all their forces to search for the legacies left behind by the 7 Absolute sect. They were worried that someone like the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, would appear in the 7 Absolute sect again. For this reason, they had to do everything they could to destroy the 7 Absolute sect's foundation. The 7 Absolute sect was their mortal enemy. It was only when the Tao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2 and the 3 great sects went to the upper province that they finally stopped searching for the legacies left behind by the 7 Absolute sect in the lower province. However, as long as they found someone suspected to be a member of the 7 Absolute sect in the upper province, they would kill that person without hesitation. For example, the Oracle Man, the current successor of the Prophet progeny, the 2nd Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, was blacklisted by the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. No matter where he appeared, the 3 great sects would immediately send powerhouses to kill him as soon as they learned about it. The Dragon Cleansing Pool will be the place where the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the 1st Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, will transform into a dragon. Once the successor of the Fog Rain progeny transforms into a dragon, he'll be unstoppable. I can't wait. Chapter 1851. Time continued to pass by quietly. Very soon, there were only a few days left until the 5-year pact. Everyone, please search for the most complete version. Damn! Outside the dragon's residence, a few travel-worn figures flew over in the air. There were 3 young men and an old man. They were the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion led by Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Apart from Duan Rufeng, there was also Kumi, the guardian and revered elder of the Azure Cloud Mansion. As for the last 2 people, they were, naturally, Duan Lingtian and Guli junior brother Lingtian. Are you really confident? When Guli saw the dragon's residence was right in front of them, he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and asked, "The battle between you and Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, is not a joke. The slightest mistake might cost you your life." Senior brother Guli Duan Lingtian said helplessly, "Throughout the journey, you seem to have asked me the same question more than 10 times, right? Don't worry, no matter what, I only have one answer. Even if I'm no match for him, I'm confident I'll be able to escape in time. With my father around, don't tell me you're still worried about me." Guli turned to look at Duan Rufeng. When he saw Duan Rufeng nodding at him, he finally felt at ease. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and officially came out of closed-door cultivation. After he came out of closed-door cultivation, he accompanied his mother, wife, and son for a few days before he followed his father to the dragon's residence. There was only one purpose for him to come to the dragon's residence. He was here to fulfill the 5-year pact. The 5-year pact was a bet that Duan Rufeng made with Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragons, 5 years ago. 5 years later, his son, Duan Lingtian, would have a battle with the five-clawed golden dragon, Diju. The victor would be granted the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool, the holy land of dragons. One of the keys to open the dragon cleansing pond was something Duan Rufeng had obtained from Di Shan 5 years ago. Therefore, he was not worried that the dragons would go back on their words and open the dragon cleansing pond ahead of time. The dragon cleansing pool could only be opened with 2 keys. Soon, under the leadership of Duan Rufeng, the group arrived at the mountain forest where the dragons were. Without slowing down, they rushed straight in. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, several figures shot out from the dragon's encampment. They were the dragons in charge of patrolling. Duan Rufeng of Azure Cloud Mansion has brought my son here to fulfill the 5-year pact with the dragons. Before the few dragons could open their mouths, Duan Rufeng's voice resonated in the dragon's encampment like a clap of thunder. At the same time, it shocked the few dragons so much that their expressions changed drastically. Duan Rufeng? Was this not the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Mansion Master Duan, this way please. When they realized the group of people in front of them was the group of people from Azure Cloud Mansion who had come to fulfill the 5-year pact with Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the few dragons took a deep breath before they respectfully welcomed the group of people into the dragon's encampment. 5 years ago, Mansion Master Duan of Azure Cloud Mansion had some unpleasantness with the high-ranking dragons. However, even the high-ranking dragons had compromised and allowed Duan Rufeng's son to compete for the chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool. In front of Duan Rufeng, even the high-ranking dragons had to compromise, let alone them. If they offended Duan Rufeng, even if Duan Rufeng killed them, the dragons might not stand up for them. They did not doubt this at all. Dragons? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the few dragons members who were leading the way. Then, he secretly activated his divine eye. The divine eye was a secret tactic that Hualao had passed down to him. Not only could it detect other people's cultivation base, but it could also detect the true form of a saint beast who had transformed into a human. In this regard, it was similar to Sun Wukong's golden eyes, fiery eyes. Naturally, it could not be compared to Sun Wukong's golden eyes, fiery eyes. After activating his divine eye, Duan Lingtian saw faint silhouettes appearing above the heads of the few dragons members. To be more precise, they were silhouettes of divine dragons. 3-clawed divine dragons. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw their true forms. They were all 3-clawed divine dragons among dragons. They were considered low-ranking members among the dragons. Greetings, Mansion Master Duan. Greetings, Elder Ku. Under the guidance of the dragon's members, Duan Lingtian and the others had just entered the dragon's residence when they heard a voice resonating from afar. Along with the voice, a green figure appeared. It was a sturdy old man dressed in green. Elder Qing Yen. The few dragons members who were leading the way bowed respectfully when they saw the green-clad old man. At the same time, they stood behind the old man. Young Mansion Master, he's a 5-clawed green dragon. 5 years ago, he was at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. His strength is on par with Diju. However, now that 5 years have passed, I'm afraid he's no longer a match for Diju. An aged voice resounded by Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. The person who transmitted the voice transmission was none other than Ku Mi, Elder Ku. When they were in the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng had introduced Duan Lingtian to Elder Ku. Speaking of which, this was not his first time meeting Elder Ku. Previously, when he was still in the mystical Sky Mansion, he had met Elder Ku as soon as he came out of the Saint Martial's secret zone. Later on, he found out the reason Elder Ku had gone to the mystical Sky Mansion was to verify his identity. Unfortunately, due to his disguising secret tactic, even his divine consciousness could not see through his disguise. For this reason, even Elder Ku was fooled by him. Although Elder Ku was always expressionless and taciturn in front of others, when he was with the young mansion master, he would always be a man of few words. However, when he was with Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master, he would smile from time to time even though his smile was uglier than his crying face. Five-clawed green dragon, Qing Yan? Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not expect to see a five-clawed green dragon as soon as he entered the dragon's estate. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye in an attempt to probe Qing Yan's true form. Humph. However, before his divine consciousness could even get close, it was already discovered by Qing Yan. As Qing Yan snorted, a majestic divine consciousness swept out and directly destroyed Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness. Barf! Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face immediately. After suffering the backlash from his divine consciousness, he felt dizzy and could not help but throw up a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale as well. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, horror dawned on Duan Rufeng, Kumi, and Guli Bang. Kumi did not seem to have made any movements, but as soon as he disappeared from his spot, a loud sound reverberated in the air. The five-clawed divine dragon elder, Qing Yan, who was still in his human form, was sent flying like an arrow. Barf! Barf! Qing Yan, who was sent flying, kept throwing up blood along the way. His blood splattered in the air as though it had turned into black bloody roses. My young mansion master is giving you face by probing you. If you don't know what's good for you next time, you'll definitely die. At the same time, Kumi's figure reappeared next to Duan Rufeng. It seemed like he had only concealed himself for a moment. His voice that was as cold as ice resonated in the air, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. The few members of the dragons who were standing nearby were so frightened that their bodies began to tremble. Even their dragon clan's five-clawed divine dragon elder was easily sent flying, let alone them. At this moment, they could only hope that Kumi would not vent his anger on them. As it turns out, it's young mansion master. I didn't know your identity earlier, so please forgive me for my rudeness, young mansion master. Not only was Qing Yan not angry when he returned with injuries, but he even looked at Duan Lingtian apologetically. His words were filled with sincerity. Upon seeing this, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. In the end, he nodded under Qing Yan's expectant gaze. When Duan Lingtian saw Qing Yan heaving a sigh of relief, he could not help but feel a sense of guilt. The conflict earlier was caused by him probing Qing Yan with his divine eye. It could be said that he was at fault from the very beginning. It was reasonable to say that he was in the wrong even if his soul consciousness was destroyed by the other party's probing. However, just when he felt he was in the wrong, Kumi made his move. Not only did he injure Qing Yan, but he even made Qing Yan apologize to him. What the hell was going on? Junior brother Ling Tian, don't tell me you're not used to this after all this time. This is a world where the strong ones are respected. Fortunately, Uncle Duan and Elder Ku are here today. If it weren't for them and we were the only ones here, I'm afraid even if you don't die, you'd be skinned alive. Guli reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission when he saw the shock on Duan Lingtian's face. Look at this elder from the dragons, there's a ferocious gleam in the depths of his eyes, Guli continued to speak through voice transmission. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked at Qing Yan. As expected, he saw humiliation and anger in the depths of Qing Yan's eyes. There was even a hint of killing intent. It said that five-clawed divine dragons are prideful. I've learned something new today. However, this five-clawed divine dragon is really strong to be able to endure such humiliation. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Five-clawed divine dragon? When Guli heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, his voice was filled with shock. Junior brother Ling Tian, you're saying this elder from the dragons is a five-clawed divine dragon? Yes. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission, Elder Ku told me earlier that he's called Qing Yen or something. He's a five-clawed green dragon. Gu Li interrupted Duan Lingtian. His voice was filled with shock. I've heard of him before. He seems to be at the peak of the divine saint stage. Since his true form is a five-clawed divine dragon, his strength is considered one of the strongest among all the powerhouses at the peak of the divine saint stage in the lower province. Although our mystical sky mansion's former palace master of Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi, is known as the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage in the mystical sky mansion, he's still much weaker compared to this five-clawed divine dragon, Elder Qing Yen. When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, he sighed emotionally. Today, I've finally witnessed how awesome the Azure Cloud Mansion is. Elder Qing Yen, a five-clawed divine dragon, did not even dare to make a sound in front of Uncle Duan and Elder Ku even though he was greatly humiliated and wronged. Moreover, he even took the initiative to apologize to you. Chapter 1852. When Duan Lingtian heard Gu Li's words, he shook his head and smiled. However, he did not say anything else. That was right. Just like what Gu Li had said, if it was not for the fact that his father and Elder Ku were by his side, this five-clawed divine dragon elder would have cut him into pieces long ago. Naturally, it was also a little rude of him to use his divine eye to probe others. Due to the uniqueness of the Sun True Origin, my current strength is comparable to a divine saint stage powerhouse. However, the Sun True Origin can't affect my spiritual energy or divine consciousness. My divine consciousness is still at the eminent saint stage. At most, I can use my divine eye to probe the strength of an eminent saint stage powerhouse without them noticing. As for powerhouses above the divine saint stage, with my current divine consciousness, it's impossible for me to probe their strength without them noticing. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. No matter what, this matter had finally come to an end when the five-clawed divine dragon elder, Qing Yen, admitted defeat. Mansion Master Duan, young Mansion Master Duan, Elder Ku, and this brother. This way please. Qing Yen said to Duan Lingtian and the others after he took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face. At the same time, he gestured for them to move forward. Under Qing Yan's lead, Duan Lingtian and the other three arrived at a valley in the dragon's residence. The valley was filled with the fragrance of flowers and chirping birds. It was like a beautiful landscape painting. Apart from that, there were also 10 wooden houses. Although they were not big, they were very exquisite. Mansion Master Duan, the 5-year pact has been set for 3 days from now. For the next 3 days, please rest here. Please rest here for 3 days, Qing Yen said to Duan Rufeng with a smile before he left. All right. Duan Rufeng nodded nonchalantly and no longer bothered with Qing Yen. When Qing Yen turned to leave, his originally smiling face suddenly changed color and became incomparably gloomy. The Azure Cloud Mansion is really arrogant. If it wasn't for the fact that the clan leader didn't enter the dragon cleansing pool back then, the Azure Cloud Mansion wouldn't have the chance to act so arrogantly in the dragon's residence. Qing Yan's heart was filled with rage as he left. However, Qing Yan narrowed his eyes as though he had just recalled something. Previously, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion used his divine consciousness to probe me. His divine consciousness doesn't seem to be at the divine saint stage or above. It seems like his divine consciousness is only at the eminent saint stage. In other words, he's just a martial cultivator at the eminent saint stage. The moment he thought of this, a mocking smile appeared on Qing Yan's face. He wants to compete with Diju for the chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool in the saint land of the dragons with just this strength? What a fool's dream. He knew Diju's strength very well. 5 years ago, Diju was already at the peak of the divine saint stage. His strength was on par with him. Currently, 5 years had passed. With Diju's innate talent, he must have broken through to the exemplary saint stage. Even if he had not made a breakthrough, Diju's current ability had definitely surpassed his. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion can't even withstand my divine consciousness, but he actually dares to come to the dragons to fight with Diju? You are courting death. A cold light flashed in Qing Yan's eyes when he thought of this. Also, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion seems familiar. Qing Yan frowned as though he had recalled something. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up like the dazzling stars in the night sky. I remember now. Doesn't that Duan Lingtian who obtained the Devil Seal tablet look exactly the same as him? Moreover, according to Diju, the son of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, is also Duan Lingtian. In that case, they must be the same person. Qing Yan's eyes became even brighter. In the end, they seemed to have transformed into two blazing suns. After settling the group of people in the Azure Cloud Mansion, Qing Yan immediately went to look for the other main character of the 5-year pact 3 days later. It was Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon. Unfortunately, when he arrived at Diju's residence and cultivation place, he discovered Diju was still in closed-door cultivation. There are only 3 days left, and he still hasn't come out of closed-door cultivation. The time has already been set, and the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion have already been notified. Will he be able to make it in time? No. According to the clan leader, the time was only set after he discussed with Diju. Qing Yan could not help but frown when he reached the end of his sentence. What the hell is this Diju doing? Elder Qing Yan. Just as Qing Yan was about to leave while muttering to himself, a voice resonated behind him, causing him to come to a halt and turn around. After turning around, the person who appeared in front of Qing Yan was a middle-aged man with a sturdy body. The middle-aged man had a dignified expression on his face. He emitted an invisible pressure as he stood there. Diju, YUV made a breakthrough? Qing Yan's eyes lit up as he asked in surprise when he sensed the oppressive aura that was faintly emitted from the middle-aged man. Elder Qing Yan, it seems like you haven't made a breakthrough yet? Diju asked with a faint smile. I can't compare to you. You're a 5-clawed golden dragon, and you possess the imperial bloodline. Your innate talent is much higher than mine. I think I'll need at least 30 to 50 years to make a breakthrough. Qing Yan sighed and said. Elder Qing Yan, are you here to look for me? It was no wonder Diju would ask such a question when he saw Qing Yan standing at the entrance of his cultivation place as soon as he came out of his closed-door cultivation. Yes. Qing Yan nodded and smiled. Diju, you don't have to feel pressured about the 5-year pact that's going to happen 3 days later. 5 years ago, when I saw Duan Rufeng taking the initiative to propose the 5-year pact, I thought his son would be very powerful. Now that I think about it, he was merely looking for a way out for himself back then. What's wrong? Upon hearing Qing Yan's words, Diju was puzzled. He realized this elder Qing Yan before him must have known something. That was why he would say such a thing. Diju, Duan Rufeng brought his son here today, Qing Yan said. Before he could finish his words, he saw Diju's face turned grave right away. A cold gleam shot out of his eyes. Duan Ling Tian. Diju spat out these 3 words through gritted teeth. He would never forget how he was played by that ant who had not even entered the saint stage at the bottom of the sea. Moreover, he had even sworn to himself that if he had the chance, he would definitely kill that person. Right now, the chance had arrived. The 5-year pact would be the arena where he would fight that person. He would kill that person in the arena. Elder Qing Yan, I've lost my composure. Please continue. After a long while, Diju took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions before he told Qing Yan. Qing Yan nodded. Today, Duan Rufeng brought his son, Duan Ling Tian, here. After I've settled them down, I came to look for you immediately. The reason I came to look for you is to tell you that even if you haven't broken through to the exemplary saint stage, you'll still win the 5-year pact 3 days later. Although I haven't fought with that Duan Ling Tian before, I've confirmed his cultivation base through his divine consciousness. His cultivation base is only at the eminent saint stage. Qing Yan said. What? Eminent saint stage? Upon hearing Qing Yan's words, Di Ju did not show the surprise Qing Yan had expected. Instead, he was shocked. It has only been 5 years, and he has already entered the eminent saint stage? How on earth did he cultivate? It was no wonder Di Ju would lose his composure. In fact, when he first met Duan Ling Tian 5 years ago, Duan Ling Tian was only at the saint rudiment stage. He had not even entered the saint stage yet. However, today, he learned from Qing Yan that Duan Ling Tian was already at the eminent saint stage. How could he not be shocked? However, no matter how high his innate talent is, he's only at the eminent saint stage now. I'll definitely kill him 3 days later. After a long while, Di Ju finally regained his senses. His eyes gleamed coldly as he enunciated each and every word clearly. Di Ju, I know you want to kill that Duan Ling Tian, but don't forget that his father is Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Usually, Duan Rufeng doesn't dare to make a move on us dragons because he's afraid of the dragons in the upper province. However, once his son is killed, he'll definitely go crazy. Qing Yan shook his head and continued to say with a solemn expression, someone as strong as Duan Rufeng will definitely mobilize the entire Azure Cloud Mansion to deal with us dragons once he goes crazy. At that time, faced with the Azure Cloud Mansion that's willing to sacrifice everything, the dragons in the lower province might no longer exist. Although he also wanted to kill Duan Rufeng and his son, he did not hesitate to kill them. He knew the 5-year pact was definitely not a good time to kill Duan Ling Tian. But I want to kill him. Di Ju knew Qing Yan's words made sense, but he was still unwilling to accept it. Don't worry. You just won't kill that Duan Ling Tian in front of Duan Rufeng for the time being. Don't tell me that Duan Ling Tian will stay by Duan Rufeng's side forever and be protected by Duan Rufeng? Qing Yan said nonchalantly as his eyes gleamed sharply. Upon hearing Qing Yan's words, Di Ju nodded as well. He knew he could only wait for a good opportunity to kill that Duan Ling Tian. That's right. Have you heard about the appearance of the Devil Seal Tablet? Qing Yan suddenly asked Di Ju as though he had recalled something. Devil Seal Tablet? One of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking? The nemesis of devil cultivators? Di Ju had a surprised expression on his face. I've been in closed-door cultivation for the past 5 years, and I've been living in seclusion. I haven't heard anything about the Devil Seal Tablet at all. Based on your words, don't tell me the Devil Seal Tablet has appeared? Not only has it appeared, but it's in the hands of an acquaintance of yours as well. Qing Yan smiled. Who? Di Ju was shocked. Don't tell me one of the elders from the dragons has obtained it? Or perhaps, the clan leader has obtained it? It's not someone from the dragons. It's Duan Ling Tian. The Devil Seal Tablet is with him. When Qing Yan mentioned Duan Ling Tian, a murderous gleam flashed in his eyes again as though he was about to devour someone. He would never forget the humiliation he had suffered today for the rest of his life. If there was a chance, he would make a move before Di Ju and kill Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian? Chapter 1853. The Devil Seal Tablet was one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Even the powerhouses in the upper province would be tempted by it, let alone Di Ju. However, Di Ju also knew it was just as Elder Qing Yan had said. No matter how much he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he could not do it during the 5-year pact that would be held 3 days later. If he angered Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, it would not be a joke. At that time, let alone him, even the clan leader of the dragons and the entire dragons might not be able to withstand Duan Rufeng's wrath. Dugu in the north and Ru Feng in the south. In the Debussy subterranean, regardless of the watchers sent by the first-rate forces in the upper province, the strongest were none other than leader Dugu of Mountain Shade Black Market and Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. It was precisely because of their existence that the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion were able to possess such a transcendent status. Once Duan Rufeng led the Azure Cloud Mansion to attack the dragons would definitely die. Duan Lingtian, Di Ju's eyes gleamed coldly. I'll definitely find a chance to kill you and snatch the Devil Seal Tablet in your hands. If I obtain the Devil Seal Tablet, even a Devil Cultivator who's a stage higher than me won't be a match for me. Let alone Dugu of Mountain Shade Black Market and Duan Rufeng of Azure Cloud Mansion. Whether it was leader Dugu of Mountain Shade Black Market or Mansion Master Duan Rufeng of Azure Cloud Mansion, both of them were Devil Cultivators. Once Di Ju obtained the Devil Seal Tablet, he would even be able to kill a quintessential Saint Stage Devil Cultivator, let alone Dugu and Duan Rufeng who were at the peak of the exemplary Saint Stage. Qing Yen stood at the side. Although he also wanted to obtain the Devil Seal Tablet, he knew very well that he would not be able to keep it even if he obtained it. For this reason, he decided not to think about it anymore. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had already moved into a wooden house in the valley, was unaware that Di Ju had already come out of closed-door cultivation and had his eyes on the Devil Seal Tablet in his hands. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't feel anything. This was because when he decided to use the identity of Duan Lingtian, the son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, he knew his identity would be exposed. At that time, everyone would know that Duan Lingtian who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet was the same person as the son of Duan Rufeng in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Once the 5-year agreement is over and I come out of the Dragon Cleansing Pool, I'll head to the upper province. I can't stay in the lower province. This was also the solution that Duan Lingtian had thought of. After he left the Dragon Cleansing Pool and returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion, he would immediately bid farewell to his mother and wife before heading to the upper province to look for his other fiancée, Kerr. This was because he knew that if he continued to stay in the Azure Cloud Mansion, he would only bring disaster to the Azure Cloud Mansion. That was not something he wanted to see. Due to this reason, he chose to leave as soon as possible. I'll be able to see Di Ju in 3 days. Di Ju, you've annihilated my Ling Tian sect and killed my vice sect leaders, elders, and disciples. It's time for me to repay this debt. A debt of blood shall be paid with blood. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he sat cross-legged on the wooden bed in the wooden house. His eyes gleamed coldly as he muttered to himself. Soon after, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and began to meditate. He did not enter the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Instead, he stayed in the wooden house and waited for the 5-year agreement to come 3 days later. After the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion settled down, 2 travel-worn figures appeared outside the dragon's estate. The person in the lead was a young man dressed in black robes. His long hair fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. It looked like poisonous pythons that would attack at any time. Behind him, 2 old men followed closely behind him. Who's there? How dare you trespass on the dragon's estate? A few figures shot out from the dragon's estate and stopped the 3 travel-worn men. Mountain Shade Black Market, Dugu. The black-robed young man in the lead merely glanced at the few dragon's members who were blocking the way indifferently. It was enough to send chills down their spines as though they were being targeted by poisonous snakes. When they heard the black-robed young man's words, horror dawned on them as they regained their senses. Dugu? Wasn't that the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market? At once, the few dragons members gasped in unison before they respectfully welcomed Dugu and the other two old men in. "Leader Dugu, seniors, please come in." One of the dragon's members entered the dragon's estate first. After Dugu and the other two old men entered the dragon's estate, an old woman dressed in purple appeared before them. "Leader Dugu." The moment the old woman appeared, she looked at Dugu and bowed respectfully. Dugu merely nodded his head indifferently as a greeting. He was not interested in speaking to the old woman at all. He. Elder Amethyst, long time no see. The short fatty among the two old men behind Dugu chuckled before he took the initiative to greet Amethyst. "Fatty Wang, I can't believe you're still alive." The old woman was the five-clawed divine dragon elder, Amethyst. She was also a five-clawed purple dragon. When she heard the voice, she noticed the short fatty. She frowned slightly before greeting him. A hint of dread could be seen in the depth of Amethyst's eyes. It was dread toward the short fatty. This short fatty was called Zhong Qishan. He was one of the deputy leaders of the Mountain Shade Black Market. His strength was even stronger than hers. Deputy Leader Feng is here as well. Soon after, Amethyst's gaze landed on the other old man behind Dugu. She took the initiative to greet him. This old man was none other than the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bui. "Elder Amethyst, I'm sure you've already guessed the purpose of our visit. When is the date of the battle between the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, and the dragons?" Zhong Qishan asked without beating around the bush. "The 5-year battle is 3 days later," Amethyst replied. "Yes. Has Duan Rufeng, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, arrived?" Zhong Qishan asked again. "He arrived this morning." Amethyst replied again. "Where's his son?" At this moment Feng Bui could not help but ask. "He's here as well," Amethyst replied. Upon hearing Amethyst's words, Feng Bui and Zhong Qishan looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Duan Rufeng, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had really brought his son here? How did Duan Rufeng find his son? The people our Mountain Shade Black Market sent out are stationed near the Crouching Dragon Lake where the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate is located. By right, it's impossible for them not to inform the Mountain Shade Black Market about the appearance of Duan Rufeng's son. What's going on? Feng Bui and Zhong Qishan communicated with each other through voice transmission. Their voices were filled with shock and disbelief. However, it did not cross their minds even in their wildest dreams. The reason Duan Rufeng and his son were able to reunite under the noses of the Mountain Shade Black Market's powerhouses was because Duan Lingtian knew a very powerful disguising secret tactic. Once he cast the disguising secret tactic, no matter how powerful one's divine consciousness was, one would not be able to discover any traces of disguise. Naturally, they did not discover Duan Lingtian had returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion because Duan Lingtian had disguised himself. When he left the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate a few days ago, Duan Lingtian did not disguise himself. The Mountain Shade Black Market's powerhouses who were hiding in the dark also discovered Duan Lingtian immediately. However, due to the presence of Duan Rufeng, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, they did not dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian at all. They only dared to reveal themselves after Duan Rufeng and the others had left and returned to the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters to report the news. However, when they returned, the 3 people led by leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market had also left the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters. Just like Duan Rufeng and the others, they headed to the Dragon City. Unlike Duan Rufeng and the others who went to the Dragon City to fulfill the 5-year pact, they went to the Dragon City purely to watch the show and join in the fun. Due to this reason, Duan Rufeng and the other 2 people who were returning to the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters to report the news brushed past them. For this reason, they did not know Duan Rufeng's son had already appeared. It was precisely because they did not know that they were extremely surprised at this moment. Interesting. Unlike Feng Bui and Zhong Qi Shan who lost their composure, leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market merely smiled faintly when he heard Purple Crystal's words. As expected of the Mountain Shade Black Market's leader. In terms of composure, even Feng Bui and Zhong Qi Shan who were older than him could not compare to him. Naturally, Purple Crystal had appeared to entertain the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market. It was unknown if the Dragon City did this on purpose or not, but Purple Crystal led the three people led by leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market all the way to the valley where the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion were staying. There were more than 10 wooden houses in the valley, and 4 of them were occupied by the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only that, but their locations were better as well. The remaining ones were located in a more remote location. Leader Dugu, Deputy Leaders. See you in 3 days. Purple Crystal hurriedly bid farewell to Dugu and the other 2 people before she left. When Purple Crystal turned around, the corners of her mouth curled into a cold smile. A dog biting another dog, a mouthful of fur. Based on her muttering, it was obvious she had long known the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion were staying in this valley. Moreover, it seemed like she could not wait for the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion to fight with the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market. Someone's here? After Purple Crystal left, Dugu and the other 2 people immediately noticed there were already people in the 4 wooden houses with the best locations. Zhong Qi Shan's expression turned grave as he walked directly to the wooden house with the best location. That wooden house was close to the only waterfall in the valley. The flowers and trees there were the most luxuriant, and the air was very fresh. It was a very suitable place to live. Get out here. When Zhong Qi Shan arrived in front of the wooden house, a murderous gleam flashed across his eyes as he shouted. His voice contained a powerful force that caused the door of the wooden house to shake. At the same time, he entered the house as well. Noisy. Almost at the instant Zhong Qi Shan's words left his mouth, a gloomy voice resonated from inside. What followed was the sound of the wooden house's door opening and closing rapidly. Naturally, the latter's voice was extremely soft. Move. Chapter 1854. Zhong Qi Shan could tell the voice behind him belonged to leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market. Based on Dugu's tone, it was obvious he was warning him. However, just as he was in a daze, before Zhong Qi Shan could react, he sensed a suffocating aura pouncing towards him, causing him to feel somewhat oppressed for a moment. At this moment, it was as though he could not breathe. Bang! In the next instant, along with a loud bang, Zhong Qi Shan felt as though he was hit by a gigantic hammer and was sent flying. Whoosh! When Zhong Qi Shan was sent flying like an arrow and was about to crash into the mountain wall at the side of the valley, a ghost-like figure appeared behind him in a timely manner. A palm was pushed out gently, and as though it was assisted by God, it stopped Zhong Qi Shan's fat and short body. It prevented him from crashing into the mountain wall. Although Zhong Qi Shan would not die even if he crashed into the mountain wall, it was inevitable that he would be severely injured. Manor Head Duan, my subordinates have been disrespectful. I hope you don't take offense. Zhong Qi Shan had just stopped moving, and before he could react, he heard his leader's voice resonating in his ears. His leader's tone was very polite. In the entire Debussy subterranean, there was only one person who could be addressed as Mansion Master Duan by his leader in such a manner. It was none other than the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng. When Zhong Qi Shan raised his head and saw the young man standing in front of the wooden house in the distance, his face turned pale. As expected, it was Duan Rufeng, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Before he saw Duan Rufeng, although he had guessed it was Duan Rufeng, he still hoped for a miracle to happen. When he saw Duan Rufeng, he could not help but feel despair in his heart. With Duan Rufeng's innate talent and strength that was not inferior to his leader, it was impossible for him to personally seek revenge. Leader Dugu. In the face of Duan Rufeng's greeting, Duan Rufeng, who had walked out of the wooden house and sent Zhong Qishan flying, nodded his head nonchalantly. Creak. Creak. At this moment, the doors of the other 3 wooden houses opened one after another. 3 figures walked out and stood beside Duan Rufeng. They were Duan Lingtian, Kumi, and Guli, Kumi. After the 3 of them appeared, no matter if it was Zhong Qishan or Feng Bui, all of their gazes landed on Kumi. Fear appeared in their eyes at the same time. Even if they joined forces against Kumi, they did not have a 100% chance of defeating him. Unlike Zhong Qishan and Feng Bui, Duan Lingtian's gaze was not on Kumi after the trio appeared. Instead, it was on Duan Lingtian. He had seen this face more than once in the past. Of course, all he saw were portraits. However, even if it was a portrait, it was still vivid and lifelike. One could recognize that the person in front of them was the person in the portrait that they had seen in the past. He's Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian. Dugu recognized the young man who looked similar to his old rival, Duan Rufeng. Zhong Qishan and Feng Bui, who had regained their senses, quickly noticed Dugu's gaze. Both of them looked in the same direction. With just a glance, they were dumbstruck and their breathing became rapid. At this moment, both of them looked at each other and saw the shock and surprise in each other's eyes. This person seems to be Duan Lingtian, who obtained the Devil Seal tablet in the past. I can't believe we would encounter Duan Lingtian here. The Devil Seal tablet is with him. Zhong Qishan and Feng Buyi's eyes were filled with greed when they looked at Duan Lingtian. No. Feng Bui was the first to regain his senses. According to the news that the dragon spread, Duan Rufeng's son seems to be called Duan Lingtian as well. Could it be him? The person who obtained the Devil Seal tablet is Duan Rufeng's son? Zhong Qishan was also stunned. At the same time, a hint of dread appeared in his eyes. It was dread toward Duan Rufeng. Duan Rufeng was someone who was as famous as their leader. Killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Although they were greedy for the Devil Seal tablet, they still suppressed their greed. But in the face of life and death, they still forcefully suppressed their greed. If they lost their lives, then what was the use of obtaining the Devil Seal tombstone? Due to this reason, their lives were the most important thing to them. Everything else was meaningless. Mansion Master Duan, aren't you going to introduce us? After a long while, Dugu finally looked away from Duan Lingtian and shifted his gaze to Duan Rufeng as he asked. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian already knew this black-robed young man was leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market, perhaps he would have mistaken this person for his father's friend. This was because the other party did not have any hostility at all from the beginning until the end. He did not seem like his father's sworn enemy at all. The leader of the Mountainshade Black Market is not simple. Due to this reason, a hint of dread rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. A person who was so good at hiding himself was the scariest. A villain on the surface was not that scary. Since you know Kumi, I won't introduce him. Upon hearing Dugu's words, Duan Rufeng nodded cooperatively before he looked at Duan Lingtian. Just when Dugu thought Duan Rufeng was about to introduce Duan Lingtian, Duan Rufeng shifted his gaze to Guli. This is Guli. I'm sure you've heard of this name before. He's a Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, and he's also the strongest person on the Mystical Sky Mansion's Mystical Sky ranking. Guli? Dugu looked at Guli and nodded. I've heard of you. You're the son of Guardian Gu Xiayun of Mystical Sky Mansion. Earlier, when Guli saw Dugu, who was as famous as Duan Rufeng, his heartbeat quickened for no reason. When he heard Dugu's words, he was so excited that his face flushed red. He was so excited that he was at a loss for words. Greetings, Leader Dugu. After taking a deep breath, Guli nodded at Dugu and greeted him. After Dugu nodded, he ignored Guli and shifted his gaze back to Duan Lingtian. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Duan Lingtian, the son of Mansion Master Duan, right? You're quite lucky to have obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. That's a good thing. Dugu mentioned the Devil Seal Tablet as he spoke. Instantly, the atmosphere of the scene became heavy. Nobody, including the two deputy leaders of the Mountainshade Black Market, expected Dugu to mention the Devil Seal Tablet the moment he opened his mouth. Mentioning the Devil Seal Tablet at this moment was, without a doubt, a sensitive matter. Whoosh! The moment Dugu's words left his mouth, the Devil Seal Tablet appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian stared at Dugu intently as he held the Devil Seal Tablet in his hand. At this moment, he could feel the unusual movement coming from the Devil Seal Tablet. It was as though it wanted to rush out and kill Dugu. Dugu, the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market, was a devil cultivator just like his father. Moreover, he was a devil cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. However, with the Sun True origin in his body that was comparable to a powerhouse at the divine saint stage, theoretically, he could kill all devil cultivators below the quintessential saint stage once he activated the Devil Seal Tablet. Even leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market was no exception. Among the two deputy leaders of the Mountainshade Black Market, Zhong Qishan did not feel anything since he was not a devil cultivator. Instead, he was curious. This is the Devil Seal Tablet? Feng Bui, who was standing next to him, as a devil cultivator, seemed to have smelled the aura of death the moment Duan Lingtian took out the Devil Seal Tablet. His expression instantly turned solemn as though he was facing a formidable enemy. As expected of the Devil Seal Tablet. To think it can make me feel threatened, unlike Feng Bui who looked as though he was facing a formidable enemy, Duan Lingtian who was holding the Devil Seal Tablet remained calm as he said nonchalantly, the fact that I can feel this way means the person who activated the Devil Seal Tablet must be at the Divine Saint stage or above. As expected of Duan Rufeng's son, your innate talent is really amazing. You're not afraid of death. Duan Lingtian frowned when he saw Dugu who was as calm as before. In fact, with his current strength, theoretically, he could kill all devil cultivators below the quintessential saint stage if he used the Devil Seal Tablet. Dugu, the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market, was only a devil cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He was confident he could kill him. Everyone is afraid of death, including me. However, do you really think you can kill me just by activating the Devil Seal Tablet with your strength? When Dugu reached the end of his sentence, he had a casual expression on his face as though he was not worried Duan Lingtian would be able to kill him with the Devil Seal Tablet in his hand. Then, when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression turn grave and his eyes gleamed coldly, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and continued to say, if you don't believe me, you can ask your father. Let alone me, even your father won't be able to kill him if you activate the Devil Seal Tablet with your current strength. If you want to kill us with the Devil Seal Tablet, your cultivation base has to be at the peak of the Divine Saint stage at least. Dugu said in one breath. Upon hearing Dugu's words, Duan Lingtian looked at his father, Duan Rufeng. Duan Rufeng nodded and explained, generally speaking, the Devil Seal Tablet is able to kill a person whose cultivation base is one stage higher than his. Theoretically, even an early Divine Saint stage powerhouse would be able to kill a devil cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage with the help of the Devil Seal Tablet. However, leader Dugu and I are not ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. As long as we're willing, we can break through to the quintessential saint stage at any time. When Duan Rufeng reached this part of his sentence, he glanced at Dugu and continued to say, put aside the fact that we'll be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage at a critical moment, even if we don't break through, we're not afraid unless it's someone at the peak of the divine saint stage who activates the Devil Seal Tablet. This is because both of us have mastered a high-grade divine ability. High-grade divine ability. This was what Duan Rufeng and Dugu relied on. With the help of their high-grade divine ability, even if an early, intermediate, or mastery divine saint stage powerhouse activated the Devil Seal tablet, as devil cultivators at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, they were not afraid at all. I see. After listening to Duan Rufeng's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. It was no wonder leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market was so calm when he faced the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. As it turned out, he was not afraid of the Devil Seal tablet at all. To be more precise, he was not afraid of the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. Chapter 1855. What? Do you want to give it a try? Dugu asked as he narrowed his eyes at Duan Lingtian. Please search for the most complete. Damn. Since leader Dugu is interested, I'll gladly oblige. Upon hearing Dugu's words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The moment his words left his mouth, he lifted the Devil Seal tablet in his hand and threw it at Dugu. Whoosh! The Devil Seal tablet that was thrown out was like a cannonball that was shot out of a barrel as it charged toward Dugu. The cold aura emitted from the tablet made Feng Bui, the deputy leader of the Mountainshade Black Market, feel as though he was facing a formidable enemy. Even Dugu's expression gradually turned solemn. Although he was confident he would not be killed by the Devil Seal tablet, no matter what, he was facing the Devil Seal tablet. It was the bane of devil cultivators, so he did not dare to be careless. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the Devil Seal tablet arrived near Dugu. The devil chi around its body skyrocketed as though it had transformed into a mountain. It descended on Dugu as though it was going to suppress him. Dugu finally made his move in the face of the menacing Devil Seal tablet. Whoosh! 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 He gently took a step forward. In just a blink of an eye, monstrous devil chi surged out of his body. In the next moment, black devil shadows that resembled clones shot out from his body. They were extremely fast, and their numbers were ridiculous. In just a blink of an eye, they covered the sky of the small valley. 10,000 devil arrival. As Dugu shouted, the tens of thousands of black devil shadows that shot out from his body began to move one after another. They pounced toward the Devil Seal tablet that was descending on him. Boom! 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 Wherever the Devil Seal tablet passed, the sound of air exploding would be heard continuously. It was deafening like the sound of thunder. The devil chi wreaked havoc like black clouds looming over the city. Whoosh! 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 Tens of thousands of black devil shadows pounced on the Devil Seal tablet one after another, accompanied by a series of wails and howls. It was as though they were ghosts that had crawled out of hell. The Devil Seal tombstone had the ability to suppress demons, so it was only natural for it to crush these black demonic figures. If they were devil cultivators with flesh and blood, they would have been scared out of their wits by the Devil Seal tombstone suppression. However, those demonic shadows did not know what fear was at all. If 10 were destroyed, 100 would take their place. If 100 were destroyed, 1,000 would rise. Just as thousands of specters were destroyed, Duan Lingtian discovered that the remaining specters had actually formed a formation. For a moment, Duan Lingtian even had an illusion. The demonic shadows that were charging at the demon sealing tombstone seemed to have formed some sort of connection with each other. It was as if they were no longer stragglers, but a whole. Boom! The Devil Seal tombstone continued to press down. At this moment, a scene that surprised Duan Lingtian happened. This time, the demon sealing tombstone didn't even manage to destroy a single devil shadow despite facing nearly 10,000 devil shadows. Not only that, but the devil shadows even managed to block it. These devil shadows seemed to have joined forces to form a gigantic net that blocked the Devil Seal tombstone. So this is the high-grade divine ability that Dugu mastered? 10,000 Devil's Rush? Duan Lingtian gasped. He did not expect Dugu to be so powerful. With just one divine ability, he was able to block his Devil Seal tombstone without using any other techniques. It was no wonder Dugu dared to boast that only someone at the peak of the Divine Saint stage or above could kill him with the Devil Seal tombstone. Dugu indeed had the strength to say such words. Duan Lingtian felt bored when he saw the Devil Seal tombstone was unable to do anything to Dugu. Initially, he thought he would be able to get rid of a huge problem for his father if he killed Dugu with the Devil Seal tombstone. However, he did not expect Dugu was not afraid of the Devil Seal tombstone at all. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and recalled the Devil Seal tombstone. Bei Dugu lives up to his name. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Dugu deeply after recalling the Devil Seal tombstone. As expected of the son of my mortal enemy. You're so young, but you're already at the Divine Saint stage. Perhaps, you might even surpass your father in the future. When Duan Lingtian was looking at Dugu, Dugu was also looking at him. When Dugu looked at Duan Lingtian, a hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes. It was admiration that came from the bottom of his heart. Although he had wanted to secretly capture Duan Lingtian in the past, he had never thought of using him to threaten Duan Rufeng. All he wanted was to frustrate Duan Rufeng. He did not want to resort to despicable means in the battle between him and Duan Rufeng. Due to this reason, he did not have any prejudice against Duan Lingtian. Instead, he praised Duan Lingtian's innate talent. Thank you for your compliment, Leader Dugu. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. If I'm not mistaken, the genius Lingtian who appeared in the mystical sky mansion earlier must be you, right? Dugu suddenly asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian deeply as though he had recalled something. What do you mean? Upon hearing Dugu's words, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, shocked. After all, not many people knew about this. The two deputy leaders of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bui and Zhong Qishan, looked at each other in confusion. Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, is the genius disciple Lingtian from the mystical sky mansion? Was that possible? Regarding this, the two of them were deeply skeptical. Old Feng, you've been to the mystical sky mansion and met the genius disciple Lingtian. Does he look similar to the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Or did he disguise himself? Zhong Qishan asked through voice transmission as he looked at Feng Bui. Feng Bui was, after all, one of the people who had gone to the mystical sky mansion to rope in Lingtian. In terms of understanding of Lingtian, nobody in the Mountain Shade Black Market could compare to him. I'm certain Lingtian from the mystical sky mansion didn't disguise himself. As for Duan Lingtian, you should be able to tell. Although their figures and names are similar, their appearances are completely different. It's really hard for me to link them together since there's no sign of disguise on their faces. Feng Bui replied through voice transmission. His tone was filled with confusion. Lingtian from the mystical sky mansion didn't disguise himself? That's strange. Two people who didn't disguise themselves and look completely different, how could they be the same person? What's on your mind, Lord Leader? Zhong Qishan replied through voice transmission. His heart was filled with confusion as well. What do you mean? Faced with Duan Lingtian's indifference, Dugu narrowed his eyes and said unhurriedly, it's very simple. His name and him. As Dugu spoke, he looked at Guli who was standing next to Duan Rufeng. If I'm not mistaken, Guli, the son of the mystical sky mansion's guardian Gu Xiayun, has very few friends due to his personality. He doesn't even have many ordinary friends, let alone close friends. Dugu said unhurriedly. Dugu's words resonated with Guli. He was not surprised that Dugu knew about this. If Dugu could not even find out about this, he would not be the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. It wasn't until Ling Tian from the mystical sky mansion appeared that Gu Li finally found a close friend. About half a year ago, Ling Tian and Gu Li left the mystical sky mansion one after another and seemed to be heading to the upper province. Today, Gu Li appeared here. Coupled with the fact that your name is the same as Ling Tian's, it's not difficult for me to guess you're Ling Tian. Du Gui's words were well grounded. In the end, he added, naturally, there's something I don't know and can't figure out. I don't know what technique you used to conceal your disguise. Duan Ling Tian had to admit that Dugu's words had given him a new understanding of him. Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market was not only powerful, but he was also very meticulous. It was truly shocking. He felt as though he was being scrutinized and stripped naked in front of Dugu. This feeling made him feel extremely displeased. Gu Li's eyes widened when he heard Dugu's speculation. When he looked at Dugu, a look of admiration could be seen on his face. He did not expect Dugu to be able to guess this. On the other hand, Duan Ruffing and Kumi did not seem surprised at all since this was not their first time dealing with Dugu. What do you think? Am I right? Dugu asked when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him with dread on his face and did not say a word for a long time. As expected of the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. With you around, it's difficult for the Mountain Shade Black Market to fall. Duan Ling Tian said sincerely after taking a deep breath. Mansion Master Duan, are you displeased when you hear your son praising me like this? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Dugu immediately looked at Duan Ruffing and asked mockingly. Leader Dugu, you're famous for being meticulous in the lower province. Why would I be displeased? Duan Ruffing replied nonchalantly. That's good. After taking a deep look at Duan Ruffing and nodding at Duan Ling Tian, Dugu looked at Feng Bui and Zhong Qishan. It's just a few nights anyway. Let's just make do with it. After Dugu finished speaking, he did not wait for Feng Bui and Zhong Qishan's reply before he walked into a small wooden house at the back. He left behind a suave silhouette for the others to see. The leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Dugu, is a person who is hard to fathom. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In the beginning, he was biased against Dugu because he was the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market and his father's opponent. However, he was no longer biased against Dugu now. Naturally, this did not mean he would remain neutral in the battle between his father and Dugu. If his father and Dugu were to fight, he would still stand on his father's side. It was not because of anything else other than his father. He's actually Ling Tian. Since when did the Dao Martial Saint Land have such a profound disguising secret tactic? If one were to ask who was the most shocked person on the scene, it would undoubtedly be Feng Bui, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, who had seen Ling Tian, the genius disciple of the mystical sky mansion before. Due to this reason, he was also shocked by the disguising secret tactic Duan Ling Tian had mastered. Although Zhong Qishan was also shocked, it was not as strong as Feng Bui. This was because Feng Bui had seen Duan Ling Tian twice. Moreover, their appearances were different, so he could not detect any traces of disguise with his divine consciousness. Chapter 1856. Zhong Qishan, on the other hand, had only seen Duan Ling Tian once, and that was today. Due to this reason, he was not as shocked as Feng Bui. Author's note: when Feng Bui and Zhong Qishan saw that their mansion master no longer competed with the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion for a better wooden house in the small valley, they behaved themselves and moved into two unoccupied wooden houses one after another. For a time, the small valley regained its peace. Lord Mansion Master, the dragons must have deliberately arranged for the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market to stay with us. Should we ask them for an explanation? They've gone too far by doing this. Kumi said in a deep voice as his eyes flashed coldly. There's no need for that. Duan Ruffing shook his head. The reason we came here is to fulfill the 5-year pact, not to have a conflict with the dragons. It's better to avoid trouble when the 5-year pact is about to end. Moreover, we didn't have a conflict with the people from the Mountainshade Black Market as they wished. Although that was what he said. A hint of coldness flashed in the depth of Duan Rufeng's eyes. The dragons. They've really gone too far. Guli chimed in as well. Dragons. Duan Lingtian muttered as his eyes gleamed coldly. In the past, he had only held a grudge against Diju, and his dissatisfaction toward Diju did not affect the entire dragon clan. However, at this moment, he did not have a good impression of the dragons at all. 3 days later, I'll definitely snatch the opportunity to enter the Dragon Clan Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool, from Diju's hands. At that time, I'd like to see what kind of expression the other members of the Dragon Clan will have. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He was determined to snatch the opportunity to enter the Dragon Cleansing Pool. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye to Duan Lingtian and the others. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the wooden house, he discovered that his father, Elder Ku, and Guli had already come out and were waiting for him. On the other side, the 3 men from the Mountainshade Black Market, led by their leader, Dugu, also rose into the air as they prepared to watch the show. When Duan Lingtian came out, Dugu had already noticed him. He purposely looked at Duan Lingtian deeply before leading the 2 deputy chiefs of the Mountainshade Black Market away. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared from the sky above the small valley. The direction they left in was the east. It was also the place where the dragons decided to fulfill the 5-year pact. Let's go. Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not want to be left behind when he saw Dugu, who came to join in on the fun, had already left. He called out to Duan Rufeng and the other 2 before they left the little valley and headed east. The place arranged by the dragons to fulfill the 5-year pact was a huge valley to the east of the dragons' encampment. The entire valley was extremely spacious, but there was not a single trace of green in sight. The ground was overturned everywhere, as if it had just experienced an earth-shattering battle. This was also the place where the members of the dragons usually sparred with each other. Although it was just a sparring session, with the strength of the members of the dragons, as long as they displayed a little of their strength, they would be able to cause quite a commotion and destroy the valley. This was also the reason why there was not a single trace of green in the valley. The valley was often destroyed, so it would be strange if there was any vegetation. So many people? When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the spacious valley, they noticed there were already many people in the sky above the valley. Most of these people were members of the dragons. The remaining people were people from quasi-third-rate forces who had heard about the 5-year pact and came to watch the show. Unlike the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountainshade Black Market, these quasi-third-rate forces who came to watch the show were not led by a leader. Greetings, Mansion Master Duan. Due to this reason, when they saw Duan Rufeng, all of them stepped forward one after another and bowed respectfully. At the same time, they began to look behind Duan Rufeng before their eyes finally landed on Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, they could tell this young man who resembled Duan Rufeng was Duan Lingtian, the son of Duan Rufeng and the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. It's him. At the same time, many people recalled the portrait they had seen before, and their eyes widened immediately. The person in the portrait looked exactly the same as Duan Lingtian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The person in the portrait was also called Duan Lingtian. He was a lucky fellow. His strength was not strong, but he managed to obtain the Devil Seal Tablet, one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking. When the people from the Debussy subterranean were searching for him everywhere in an attempt to snatch the Devil Seal Tablet for themselves, he had completely vanished without a trace. He had disappeared for several years, and their memories of this matter had become a little blurry. If they did not see the real person today, perhaps, they would have completely forgotten how the young man in the portrait looked like after a few years. Previously, when I heard the name of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, I thought it was quite coincidental since his name is exactly the same as the person who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. However, it seems like they don't just share the same name, they're the same person. God is really unfair. Not only did he obtain the Devil Seal tablet, but he's also the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. How can we live with this? I can't believe the young man who obtained the Devil Seal tablet and vanished without a trace is actually the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Many people whispered among themselves. They were shocked by the fact that the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was Duan Ling Tian, who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Ling Tian was already mentally prepared for his double identity to be exposed. Due to this reason, he was not surprised at all. It's said that the 5-year pact today is decided by Mansion Master Duan of Azure Cloud Mansion and clan leader Di Shan of the Dragon Clan. Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, will fight Di Ju, the successor to the clan leader of the Dragon's clan. I remember when the Devil Seal tablet appeared, it was said that a young man who had yet to break through to the pristine saint stage had obtained it. It seems like that young man is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian. In other words, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was only a saint rudiment stage martial cultivator a few years ago? A few years ago, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was a divine saint stage martial cultivator who had not even entered the saint stage. On the other hand, Di Ju was already at the peak of the divine saint stage. He was only a step away from the exemplary saint stage. Both of them have such a huge disparity in strength, but they're going to fight today? Are you sure this is not a joke? Why would Mansion Master Duan of Azure Cloud Mansion make such a 5-year pact? Isn't he just looking for trouble for his son? The discussions in the surroundings rose and fell one after another. Almost nobody was optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. In the face of these doubts, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged from the beginning until the end. He had always been like this. Whatever the others wanted to say, he would let them say. Nobody would know what the outcome would be until the very end. At this moment, even if he had a glib tongue and said he would definitely defeat Di Ju, it would be useless. Only the truth could shut these people up. The people from the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion had appeared one after another. Moreover, the two leaders were leading them. Naturally, it attracted a lot of attention. I can understand why Mansion Master Duan of Azure Cloud Mansion is here. After all, he was the one who made the 5-year pact today. However, why is leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market here as well? Don't tell me there's something special about the 5-year pact today? If our pavilion master knew leader Dugu would be here as well, I'm sure our pavilion master would be here as well. Before meeting leader Dugu, who would have thought he would come to join in the fun? The appearance of leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market naturally caused a commotion. Nobody would have thought he would personally come to join in the fun. It must be because the 5-year pact today was made by Mansion Master Duan of Azure Cloud Mansion and the Dragons. As Mansion Master Duan's opponent, he must have come to join in the fun. If Mansion Master Duan's son is defeated, he might even mock Mansion Master Duan. There were still many people with sharp eyes. Someone from the Dragons is here. Nobody knew who shouted. Although his voice was not loud, it was still heard by many people in the surroundings. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, soon after, everyone, including the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountainshade Black Market, shifted their attention to the distance. There were 5 figures flying in the air. The person in the lead was a tall and sturdy old man who was dressed in a long golden robe. He looked like an iron tower. The moment he appeared, all the members of the dragons present on the scene immediately bowed respectfully. Clan leader. Due to this reason, the identity of the old man was obvious. He was none other than Di Shan, the current clan leader of the dragons. Di Shan took the lead and walked in the front. Behind him, 4 people followed side by side. There were 2 old men, an old woman, and a middle-aged man. All 5 of them, including Di Shan, were 5-clawed divine dragons. As the clan leader of the dragons, Di Shan was a 5-clawed golden dragon. As for the 2 old men behind him, one of them was Xiaofan, the 5-clawed blood dragon. He was also the enforcement elder of the dragons. The other old man was Qing Yan, a 5-clawed green dragon, who had entertained Duan Lingtian and the others 3 days ago. As for the old woman, she was Zi Jing, a 5-clawed purple dragon, who had entertained the people from the mountain-shade black market 3 days ago. The last middle-aged man was none other than one of the main characters today. Di Ju. Just like Di Shan, Di Ju was also a 5-clawed golden dragon, a royal of the dragons. As Di Shan and the others arrived, not only did the members of the dragons present on the scene bow to Di Shan, but they also bowed to the 2 old men and the old woman behind him. On the other hand, Di Ju, the main character today, did not seem to have a strong presence. Very few people bowed to him. Naturally, this did not mean anything. It could only mean that Di Ju was still too young. Di Ju. Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto Di Ju from afar. His calm expression turned grave at this moment as a terrifying murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. Di Ju had also noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. In the face of the murderous gleam in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he lifted his hand leisurely and gave him a thumbs up. His face was filled with provocation. Chapter 1857. In the face of Di Ju's provocative action, Duan Lingtian's expression turned even gloomier. Please search for the most complete. In his eyes, there was an uncontrollable cold-killing intent. Leader Dugu, Manor Head Duan. At the same time, Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragons, also noticed Leader Dugu of the Mountain-Shade Black Market and Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, in the distance. He walked up to them with a smile on his face and took the initiative to greet them. Even in the face of Duan Rufeng, the dragon's 5-year pact, he did not treat him differently. 2 days ago, he had learned from the 5-clawed divine dragon elder, Qing Yan. Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian, was the lucky guy who obtained the Devil Seal tablet a few years ago. He was merely an eminent saint stage martial cultivator. A martial cultivator who had not even broken through to the exemplary saint stage, let alone Di Ju who had already broken through to the exemplary saint stage. It was impossible for him to win against Di Ju who had not even broken through to the exemplary saint stage. Therefore, in his opinion, that the 5-year pact that Duan Rufeng made with the dragons 5 years ago was just to give himself a way out. After all, Duan Rufeng and the dragons were at loggerheads in the past. As for why Duan Rufeng wanted to give himself a way out, it was probably because he was afraid of the dragons from the upper province behind the dragons. For this reason, he did not dare to make things too awkward with the dragons. Patriarch Di Shan. Du Guan nodded to Di Shan and greeted him coldly. It seemed that he didn't put Di Shan in his eyes. In fact, he really didn't put Di Shan in his eyes. Di Shan was merely a 5-clawed golden dragon who had not entered the holy land of dragons, the dragon cleansing pond. Be it in terms of talent or strength, he was far inferior to him. As for the dragons behind Di Shan and the dragons of the upper province behind the dragons, he didn't care about them at all. This was because the Mountain-Shade Black Market was a very powerful force in the upper province. It was not much weaker than the dragons in the upper province. As for Duan Rufeng, he did not say anything at all. He merely glanced at Di Shan and nodded indifferently. Di Shan was still fine as he was still smiling. From this, one could see how composed and magnanimous this dragon's clan leader was. At least on the surface. As for what he was thinking, others had no way of knowing. Unlike Di Shan's calm demeanor, Xuechan, Amethyst, and Qing Yan, who were standing behind Di Shan, were enraged when they saw Duan Rufeng treat their dragon's patriarch like that. Their anger was about to burst out. Of course, although they were furious, they could only forcefully endure it. So what if he couldn't bear it? Could it be that they could teach Duan Rufeng a lesson? Even if they dared to make a move, would they be a match for him? Regarding this, the three of them were very self-aware. This could be seen from the fact that they did not move for a long time. Mansion Master Duan, this is the young Mansion Master, right? Di Shan asked politely as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Di Ju. He smiled at Duan Lingtian before he looked at Duan Rufeng. Duan Rufeng only nodded in response to Di Shan's question. Di Shan seemed to be used to it. He was not displeased at all. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Young Mansion Master, you're really a man of striking appearance. Apart from that, I heard you're quite lucky to have obtained one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking, the Devil Seal Tablet. In fact, the Devil Seal Tablet is a Super Saint weapon that even the powerhouses in the upper province would covet." When Di Shan reached the end of his sentence, he seemed to be implying something. Although the dragons had also looked for Duan Lingtian because of Di Ju's request, most of them only knew the person they were looking for was Duan Lingtian. They did not know what Duan Lingtian looked like. Due to this reason, even when they saw the portrait of Duan Lingtian who had obtained the Devil Seal Tablet, they did not realize the Duan Lingtian the dragons were looking for was the same person as the Duan Lingtian. It was only until the five-clawed divine dragon elder, Qing Yan, met Duan Lingtian that he was certain of this matter. Naturally, if Di Ju had not been in closed-door cultivation during these 5 years, he would have known about the Devil Seal Tablet as well. Since he knew about the Devil Seal Tablet, it was only natural that he would be able to see the portrait of Duan Lingtian who had obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. Due to this, he was certain that the Duan Lingtian was the Duan Lingtian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion whom he hated to the core. For this reason, the dragons only found out recently that Duan Lingtian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was the Duan Lingtian who had obtained the Devil Seal Tablet a few years ago. Among the people present on the scene, apart from Duan Lingtian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, leader Dugu of Mountain Shade Black Market, was the Duan Lingtian who had obtained the Devil Seal Tablet a long time ago. However, although Dugu knew about this, he did not tell anyone about this. Apart from that, he also wanted to look for Duan Lingtian in private and snatch the Devil Seal Tablet from Duan Lingtian's hands. As a devil cultivator, even if he could not use the Devil Seal Tablet, he did not want the Devil Seal Tablet to fall into someone else's hands. Clan leader Di Shan, you flatter me. I'm just lucky. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he heard Di Shan's praise. When everyone's greedy and burning gazes were focused on him, Duan Lingtian said to Di Shan again, "Clan leader Di Shan, if it's possible, I'd like to fulfill the 5-year pact as soon as possible and fight with the next clan leader of the dragons, Di Ju." Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Since young Mansion Master has already said so, I, naturally, have no objections. I'm sure Mansion Master Duan and Di Ju won't have any objections as well. From the beginning until the end, the smile on Di Shan's face remained unchanged. In his opinion, the outcome of the 5-year pact was already decided. Di Ju of the Dragons would definitely win. As for the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he was in such a hurry to ask for a battle. He must have wanted to lose as soon as possible so he could return home as soon as possible. Then, just as Di Shan was about to ask Duan Lingtian and Di Ju to begin, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian, clan leader Di Shan, "Before fulfilling the 5-year pact, I'd like to sign a death pact with Di Ju. The 5-year pact today will be a death pact. It won't end until one of us dies." The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's eyes shifted to Di Ju. His killing intent was obvious. 5 years ago, his Ling Tian sect was annihilated by Di Ju. In the entire Ling Tian sect, there were less than 20 people who survived. Due to Di Ju's strength, he could only suppress the hatred in the depths of his heart. Today, in the face of the 5-year pact with Di Ju, he no longer suppressed the hatred in the depths of his heart. Instead, he allowed it to erupt completely. The moment the hatred and anger erupted, it was like a mountain torrent that could not be stopped. Di Ju must die. At this moment, this was the only thought left in Duan Lingtian's heart. Only by killing Di Ju would he be able to give the vice sect leaders, elders, and disciples of Ling Tian's sect a satisfactory explanation. Death pact? Won't end until one of us dies? Di Shan, whose smile had faded slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, could not help but tremble when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When Di Shan looked at Duan Lingtian again, apart from shock, there was only confusion in his eyes. His heart was filled with shock. Where did this Duan Lingtian get his confidence from? To think he actually wants to sign a death pact with Di Ju? Could it be that he's not afraid of death? Or perhaps, he's confident he can defeat Di Ju? The moment Di Shan thought of this, his heartbeat quickened. At the same time, he began to regret agreeing to the 5-year pact proposed by Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion 5 years ago. At the same time, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. He felt this was a trap set up by Duan Rufeng. A trap that had been brewing for 5 years. It was no wonder Di Shan had such thoughts at this moment. After all, not everyone would have the courage to initiate a death pact. Anyone who initiated a battle of life and death must have absolute confidence in their own strength. Due to this reason, Di Shan had completely forgotten the fact that Duan Lingtian was only an eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Death pact? Fight to the death? When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, not only Di Shan, but everyone including Duan Rufeng, Kumi, and Guli were shocked as well. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian would make such a request. Interesting. Duan Lingtian, who was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's request, immediately regained his senses. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes flashed brilliantly. A hint of approval could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Regardless of whether Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian, really had the strength to kill Di Ju from the dragons, just this courage alone was enough to make him look at Duan Lingtian in a different light. Duan Rufeng was the second to regain his senses. When he regained his senses, his expression turned grave as well. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Di Ju has already broken through to the exemplary saint stage. If you regret what you said earlier and want to go back on your words, I'll settle it for you. Duan Lingtian's words had 2 meanings. Firstly, he wanted to know if his son, Duan Lingtian, really had the confidence to defeat Di Ju. Secondly, if his son, Duan Lingtian, did not have the confidence to defeat Di Ju, who had already broken through to the exemplary saint stage and wanted to go back on his words, he would settle the problem for his son. This was because Duan Rufeng believed in Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he also believed in the Oracle Man who was elusive. It was the old man of heavenly secrets who asked him to make the 5-year pact with the Dragon Clan. According to the Oracle Man, if his son, Duan Lingtian, was able to enter the dragon cleansing pool in the Dragon Saint Land, it would greatly affect his son's future. For this reason, although he did not have much confidence in Duan Lingtian, he still chose to believe in his son and the Oracle Man. Father, don't worry. I'm confident. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with warmth. He replied through voice transmission in a timely manner. His tone was filled with confidence. In fact, when he heard Duan Rufeng say Di Ju had already broken through to the exemplary saint stage, his heart could not help but sink a little. Chapter 1858. Di had already broken through to the exemplary saint stage. This news was not good news to Duan Tian. Although Duan Tian had thought of this possibility before, he did not expect it to really appear. He did not expect this to happen. Everyone, please search for the complete answer. Damn! Di was a 5-clawed golden dragon from the Imperial Dragons. His cultivation base was at the early exemplary saint stage. If he used the Jasper Celestial Sword, with Duan Tian's current cultivation base, he would be able to kill Di with just one strike. However, could the Jasper Celestial Sword be used casually? Put aside the fact that the Sun True Origin had to be infused into the Jasper Celestial Sword to kill Di, just the fact that he had exposed the Jasper Celestial Sword was enough to doom him and his family. The Jasper Celestial Sword was a celestial supreme treasure. Perhaps, nobody in the Dao Martial Saint Land could understand this. However, for someone whose strength was comparable to a divine saint stage powerhouse to kill an early exemplary saint stage 5-clawed golden dragon with just one strike, this meant this sword was not simple. In fact, even the famous 9-cloud sword on the 10 great saint weapons ranking was not as powerful as this. The 9-cloud sword was enough to make the powerhouses in the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land fight to the death, let alone a sword that was even more powerful than the 9-cloud sword. Once I use the Jasper Celestial Sword, Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragons, and leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market will definitely notice how extraordinary it is. At that time, once the news spreads out, not only will I become the target of public criticism, but even father and mother will be implicated as well. At that time, I won't be able to stay in the Azure Cloud Mansion anymore. They'll have no choice but to flee with me. The moment Duan Tian thought of this, he shook his head secretly. The temptation of the Jasper Celestial Sword was not something the Devil Seal Tablet could compare to. Perhaps, some powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would not be interested in the Devil Seal Tablet, but the Jasper Celestial Sword was something even the powerhouses who stood at the peak of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would be tempted. I can't use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Soon after, Duan Tian made up his mind. He could not use the Jasper Celestial Sword in his battle with Di. With my current strength, even if I don't use the Jasper Celestial Sword, I should be able to fight Di to a draw. If I'm really no match for him, I won't risk using the Jasper Celestial Sword unless it's a matter of life and death. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, even if I was no match for him, even if father were to save me and make me bear the infamy, I would accept it. After taking a deep breath, Duan Tian's mood calmed down slightly. In Duan Tian's eyes, between name and life, the latter was undoubtedly more important. His life was no longer his own. Only by keeping his life would he be able to go to the upper province to look for Kerr and his child with Kerr. In this life, in his eyes, there were some people who were more important than his own life. It's good that you're confident. Although Duan Rufeng did not know where his son's confidence came from, he still chose to believe in his son. At the same time, as though he had just recalled something, Duan Rufeng added through voice transmission, Tian, if. I'm saying if. If you're really. If I'm really no match for him, father, you'll still save me, right? Duan Tian interrupted Duan Rufeng through voice transmission and asked. That's right. Duan Rufeng nodded. You're my son, Duan Rufeng's only son. Even if I have to bear the infamy of not keeping my promise for the rest of my life, I'll still save you. If I make a move, Di Shan will definitely intervene as well. However, even if he intervenes, I'll still be able to save you. Duan Rufeng's words were filled with confidence. It was as though Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragons, was nothing in his eyes. In fact, it was indeed so. In the Debussy subterranean, he was as famous as Dugu, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. Their strength was on par with each other. As for the leaders of the other third-rate forces, including Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragons, they were far inferior to both of them. If they were to engage in a death duel, he was confident he could kill Di Shan within 10 moves. Although Di Shan was a 5-clawed golden dragon from the imperial clan, he had never entered the dragon cleansing pool in the Saint Land of the Dragons. Due to this reason, his 5-clawed golden dragon's true potential had not been fully unleashed. To him, it was nothing to be worried about. "Father, why are you telling me this? Don't tell me you're worried I'll reject your offer to save me?" Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission with a smile on his face. "Yes." Duan Rufeng replied. This was indeed what he was most worried about. He was afraid his son would be too pedantic and insist on a death duel as though it was a matter of life and death. If he could not win, it would be as though he would really die. He valued his reputation more than his life. "Father, I still have to look for Kerr. I care more about my own life than you do." Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission with a smile on his face. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Rufeng sighed in relief. Fortunately, his son was not a pedantic person and knew how to make a choice. At the same time, the other people present on the scene also regained their senses. "Junior brother Ling Tian, you're too rash. How can you take the initiative to form a death duel with Di Ju? It's too risky for you to do this." Gu Li immediately advised Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. His voice was filled with anxiety. "Young mansion master, you're too rash." Even Kumi, who was usually quiet, could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "Young mansion master, Di Ju has already broken through to the exemplary saint stage. If you go back on your words, I'll settle this matter for you." Kumi's words were similar to what Duan Rufeng had said. Upon hearing Gu Li and Kumi's words, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. He could tell whether it was Gu Li or Kumi, both of them truly cared about him and were worried something would happen to him. "Don't worry." Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission in a timely manner. "A death duel? A death duel that won't end until one of us dies?" At the same time, almost everyone, including Di Ju, shifted their gaze to Duan Lingtian in unison. It was apparent that they did not expect Duan Lingtian, whom they did not think highly of from the beginning until the end, would make such a suicidal request. Is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion seeking his own death? It seems like it. Otherwise, why would he make such a request? You can't say that. Perhaps, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is confident he can kill Di Ju, who's one of the dragons? That's right. There are only two kinds of people who dare to initiate a death duel. One of them is someone who's confident in himself, while the other is someone who's seeking his own death. No matter how I look at it, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion doesn't seem like he's seeking his own death. The people from the other quasi-third-rate forces discussed among themselves. Their eyes never left Duan Lingtian and Di Ju. Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, actually initiated a death duel with Di Ju? The members of the dragons present on the scene looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. News about Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base had already spread throughout the dragons in the past 2 days. According to their dragon clan's 5-clawed divine dragon, Elder Qing Yan, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness was only at the eminent saint stage. In other words, Duan Lingtian was only an eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Di Ju, on the other hand, was the successor of the patriarch of the dragons. He was a 5-clawed golden dragon and possessed extraordinary innate talent. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation base had already broken through to the exemplary saint stage, killing an eminent saint stage martial cultivator was as easy as killing an ant for him. In their opinion, there was no suspense in today's duel. Everything was just a formality. However, just when they thought Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, would take the initiative to admit defeat, he did not do as they expected. Instead, he bluntly challenged Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon, to a death duel. Was he not seeking his own death? This was the thought shared by the members of the dragons present on the scene. The few five-clawed divine dragon elders, Xuechan, Qi Jing, and Qing Yan, were also looking at each other in confusion. Qing Yan, are you sure his divine consciousness is only at the eminent saint stage? Xuechan asked Qing Yan in a deep voice. I'm sure. Qing Yan replied with absolute certainty. 3 days ago, Duan Lingtian wanted to spy on him, but his divine consciousness was destroyed by him. At that time, he discovered Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness was only at the eminent saint stage. Moreover, it was not even at the peak of the eminent saint stage. In other words, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the mastery eminent saint stage at most. Perhaps it was even weaker than the mastery eminent saint stage. If that's the case, why would he take the initiative to issue a death duel? He's Duan Rufeng's son. Moreover, judging by his appearance, it doesn't seem like he's seeking his own death. Qi Jing frowned. Confusion was written all over her face. Diju, who was standing near the 3 five-clawed divine dragon elders, finally regained his senses. He was also stunned. It did not cross his mind that someone who was like an ant in his eyes would actually take the initiative to issue a death duel to him. Was he not seeking his own death? Since you're seeking your own death, don't blame me. Faced with Duan Lingtian taking the initiative to issue a death duel, Diju looked at Duan Lingtian with a smirk on his face as he muttered to himself. Whoosh! Without warning, Diju took a step forward in the air and looked at Duan Lingtian in the eye as he said, I agree. Just when Diju was about to say that he would agree to Duan Lingtian's request, he was interrupted by a voice. Wait a minute. Diju was, naturally, displeased when he was interrupted. He instantly frowned. However, when he regained his senses and realized that the voice was a little familiar, his frown disappeared as he looked at the source of the voice. There stood a tall old man in chains. It was none other than the clan leader of the dragons, Di Shan. Earlier, when Diju stepped forward, although he did not finish his sentence, everyone knew that he wanted to agree to Duan Lingtian's death duel. However, he was interrupted by Di Shan at the critical moment. At this moment, everyone's eyes shifted to Di Shan. They did not know why Di Shan interrupted Diju at this moment. Was he worried that Diju would be killed by Duan Lingtian? Or was there something that he wanted to talk to Diju about? Clan leader? Diju could be arrogant in front of others, but he could not be arrogant in front of Di Shan, the clan leader. However, his eyes were still filled with confusion. He did not know why Di Shan interrupted him. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.